water, we could have isolated them economically,
the briefing is starting. Sorry, I have to interrupt. Go ahead.
I have a very brief statement to make. Following that, as you know, there will be a briefing by my colleagues from the military. The Director General of Military Operations of Pakistan called the Director General of Military Operations of India at 15:35 hours this and in the air and sea with effect from 1700 hours Indian Standard Time today. Instructions have been given on both sides to give effect to this understanding. The Directors General of Military Operations will talk again on the 12th of May at 1200 hours. Thank you.
Well, so there is going to be a briefing. So FS Vikram Misri has just come out and said that the DGMO of Pakistan called his counterpart at about noon. We'll try and play that out again. And he's called for a ceasefire. He's asked for a ceasefire and Bharat has agreed. That's all he said. He said there is a briefing followed by my military colleagues, but they have not stepped up yet. But what he has said is, I have just one line to say. I don't have much to say, much to offer. We'll plan and play that out again. Pak DGMO called the Indian side for ceasefire and Bharat has agreed. So that's what has been said as of now. Yes, Major Manik Jolly, your thoughts here.
So, as I was saying,
I think we've got the soundbite again. Let's play that out. Sorry to interrupt you.
35 hours earlier this afternoon. It was agreed between them that both sides would stop all firing and military action on land and in the air and sea with effect from 1700 hours Indian Standard Time today. Instructions have been given on both sides to give effect to this understanding. The Directors General of Military Operations will talk again on the 12th of May at 1200 hours. Thank you.
Just going to Siddhant. Siddhant, so 12:35 hours, the DGMO of Pakistan calls his counterpart, calls and requests for a ceasefire from 1700 hours IST. The ceasefire comes into effect on land, air and sea from both sides, and 12th of May is when the DGMO of both sides will speak with each other again. That's what Vikram Misri, the Foreign Secretary, has said.
Well, yes, that's right, Anand. In fact, what Mr. Misri went on to confirm is that both sides are going to meet on 12th of May. Perhaps that was something which we wanted him to clarify. And in fact, he clarified himself that there's going to be the meet between both sides on 12th of May. In fact, what my colleague Akash is reporting that in 2021 also the DGMO level talks only, could result in ceasefire. Perhaps this time around again, Pakistan used similar communication pattern of communication to reach out to India. And in fact, as we were discussing before, Anand, usually countries, do outreach through DGMO lines when there are serious casualties. Perhaps.
Well, we broke it first, isn't it? Yeah. We broke it first. We were the first here at CNN News 18 this afternoon to put out the fact that the DGMO have spoken to each other and the Pak DGMO has called his counterpart.
Well, yes, absolutely, Anand. We were the first to break this story. In fact, we also broke that why, in what circumstances, Pakistan had decided to call India. The circumstances were that we expect that there could be a large number of casualties on the Pakistani side, and they need a breather because if India had responded tonight, then they would not have been in the state to take that response. So they decided to establish contact. And perhaps, this call was initiated and both sides came to an understanding. In fact, Anand, also one thing would like to highlight at this point in time that, they were looking for this opportunity from last 24 hours, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. So what's the order? The first engagement or the outreach comes shortly before noon. The conversation happens at around 3:30 p.m. IST and ceasefire is agreed upon from 1700 hours IST. Is that the case?
Yes, that's the case, Anand. And in fact, if you remember, 24 hours back, Ishaq Dar made a statement that, both NSAs are in touch. Perhaps, that was the messaging which he was trying to do, that we want to speak to you. We are not in a condition to fight with you. We are not in a condition to combat. And perhaps they fought yesterday and they got it back, Anand. Everybody knew what happened yesterday in combat. There's a huge embarrassment, huge setback for Pakistan. Their key air force bases have been destroyed by the Indian forces. So, they were really they are still not prepared for it. And this is the reason that, they have finally surrendered. This is kind of a surrender movement for them, Anand. And let's put this, very clearly.
The Pakistanis, with all humility and viewers, I'm not somebody who's warmongering or wants to loves the prospect of two nations at loggerheads or in conflict. But the fact here is that Bharat was on the offensive. Bharat had the upper hand. Bharat was waging a war on terror. The Pakistanis suffered serious reversals. They have put their hand up. And they have surrendered. And this cold surrender that has happened is something that many would be feeling, just like I'm feeling. Should we have let up now? Should we have given them the off-ramp at this point in time? Or should we have pressed further to hurt them more? Akash is joining us with more. Akash, so just before noon, the DGMO, Pak DGMO picks up the phone and almost surrenders, says, I want to talk to you. At 3:30 p.m., 15:30 hours, the conversation between the two DGMOs happened, and Bharat does the Pakistan military a huge favor by agreeing to ceasefire from 1700 hours.
Right, and Anand, this is something, in fact, we reported earlier, thanks to Manoj Gupta, who in fact brought us this input.
Yes.
That how DGMOs have connected, and not just connected, but have in fact, DGMO, in fact, Pakistan has offered that, he wants to meet and in fact discuss the issue. And now we are learning, in fact, Foreign Secretary is saying that from 5 p.m. today, ceasefire is in place. And you remember, you must be remembering, in fact, that, in 2021 also, a DGMO level understanding was there for the ceasefire. And since then, till 23rd April, in fact, ceasefire was in place. So it's the DGMO level only, that is respected on both the sides, and both the militaries respect the DGMO, Director General Military Operations. The officers, in fact, connected via hotline today. And this is the outcome where the, conflict that was going towards war will not happen anymore. And now, we are learning that ceasefire is in place from 5 p.m. onwards. Whether or not Pakistan is going to respect it, or whether or not, it will be a reality now, this is something we'll wait and watch for.
The conditions have to be set by Bharat at this point. Thanks for that, Akash, and congratulations to everyone here on the News 18 network. Manoj Kumar Gupta getting us the inputs, and we are very proud to say that we have been very, very authentic and put out verified news that our viewers have appreciated our coverage, and also we've put it out first after verifying it. Manoj Kumar Gupta getting us these details shortly after the DGMOs had this conversation, or the first level of engagement had happened. This was shortly before noon, and at 15:30 hours they speak with each other. At 1700 hours, after the begging, Pak DGMO says, "Maaf kar do bhai, band kar do bhai, hame baat karni hai." The Bharat says, "All right." Major Manik Jolly, this as a citizen, more as a citizen, less as a journalist, the feeling in my head right now is, banduk haath mein thi, jihadi samne tha, trigger dabane ki der thi, and somebody said, chhod do, maaf kar do.
I'm a little relieved actually the moment that they did not mention ceasefire. They said stopping of firing, right? Which is like in old wars, we used to give each other space to go pick up your dead bodies and recover. This is what we given a breathing space to Pakistan. Fine, we are being nice
to collect their dead and to perhaps assess their damages. So that's what you're saying.
The word would be just to give them space to lick their wounds and feel a little better. That is the space we have given them. And I would personally, again, not warmongering, but there is a time we have to take decisive action. This was that. I would have been very disappointed with a ceasefire only because of the reason the way Pakistan is structured. If tomorrow morning, today we declare ceasefire, and tomorrow morning there's a terror attack on Jammu, each and every faction or segment of Pakistan administration, be it the politicians, be it the Pakistan army, or anybody, they would just raise their hands. We don't know who did that.
Okay, Major Manijoli, I'm going to ask you again. Military terms, please explain to our viewers. Now, this is somewhere also making me sit up and take notice, and this is what perhaps escaped us. Vikram Misri has said stoppage of fire. The government has officially not said ceasefire. Contrary to what the Americans have claimed, be it Donald Trump or J.D. Vance, that there has been ceasefire. It's not ceasefire, it is stoppage of fire. What's the difference between ceasefire and stoppage of fire? Please, once again.
So while it would include a lot of legalities, but in a little plain speak, ceasefire is the final cessation of hostilities. Like we had ceasefire line after 71, right?
Yeah.
It means this is where we stand. We do not fight anymore. This is where you are, this is where we are. Stoppage of firing is an intermediate break that you can take to recover from whatever is happening and give space. Maybe we have conversations with them for next 2 days and try and feel, can we figure out a way to move this forward? US is saying this because, you know, this is what Trump's thing has been. He wants to come across as a global peace broker. One of the biggest things he started was that I will bring peace with Ukraine. I will bring peace with Middle East. So this is the, you know, just Trump card that Trump is playing. That see, I managed ceasefire between India and Pakistan before it could escalate. But we have not gone for a ceasefire. This is just stoppage of fire. That is, every night we were seeing drones coming in, their air raids, our missiles. That will stop till the time next conversation happens.
That is till the 12th of May. There is stoppage of fire. Pakistanis can lick their wounds, they can collect their dead, but India is not dropping its guard. Bharat is not changing its offensive posture or posture of high alert. And between now and the 12th of May, if there is another act of terror on Bharatiya soil, then it's gloves off.
Finish them off. I mean, there's no other answer.
Harsh Shingla ji is with us. Harsh Shingla ji, would you want to delineate the difference between what the Americans are claiming and what Vikram Misri ji has said? Americans are saying ceasefire between Bharat and Pakistan. Vikram Misri ji has said stoppage of fire till the DGMOS speak on the 12th of May, starting 1700 hours. There is a difference between the two?
Well, essentially, both are saying the same thing, except that it is, in our side, it is more precise, that it is calibrated until the DGMOs meet on the 12th of May. So until that time, there will be, you know, a ceasefire on all sides, you know, ground, air, you know, naval. And I think from that point of view, you know, a lot of questions are still out there. I mean, all we have said is that the hostilities will stop. Firing will stop, and the offensive actions will stop. But at the same time, I think the DGMOs have to meet to work out what exactly, you know, are the finer details. And the question also of some of the decisions that were taken after, you know, the terrorist attack at Pulwama, including the holding in abeyance of the Indus Water Treaty and a number of other decisions, whether those would be now called into question. Pahalgam, excuse me. Yes. So whether those would be called into question. My own sense is that at this point of time, you know, those would not be reviewed. I think we need to keep up the diplomatic, economic pressure, any level of pressure that we can bring to bear, any leverage that we have in Pakistan, because the nature of that state has not changed. You know, as they say, a leopard does not change its spots.
Correct.
And the nature of the Pakistani deep state will remain the same. That was made very evident in the support that we saw, the direct collusion of the state in the funeral of 5 of the most wanted terrorists, which have been in the UN Security Council's proscribed list. You had senior government military officials attending that funeral and paying obeisance to those who have been killed in this strike against terrorists. I think that intent will not change, and we need to be very, very vigilant on our side. And as just mentioned, I think we need to keep that deterrence factor and any preemptive steps in our hands to ensure that there is no future and further situation of the type of Pahalgam that happened.
the non-kinetic offensive action taken by Bharat continues. There is no cessation of that or cessation of that. That's one point. The other thing is that this is from land, air and sea. This stoppage is only till the DGMO speak next. So this is not an agreement, and that doesn't mean that Bharat will withdraw its troops, its positions, or its actions. The other thing is, Harshingla ji, do you get the feeling that this was perhaps not the time to agree to even a stoppage? Another 2 nights of pushing and punishing the Pakistanis was important. They were not only on their knees, but they had to be brought to a crawl to teach them a lesson, because this allows them perhaps to recalibrate somewhere. Or is it Yuddha Niti that when the other one says white flag, sorry, I'm picking up the phone, band kara do, and we agree?
So if you see the messaging, even yesterday at the press conference, it was what we said was that India is committed to peace, but the onus on de-escalation lies with Pakistan. So Pakistan had an opportunity later that evening to, I would say, de-escalate, but they didn't. They escalated the situation. Today, we understand that the Pak DGMO has reached out, and based on his overture, we have agreed to this ceasefire until the 12th of May. And I think it's at the end of the day, we have, larger fish to fry, as they say. We have a development agenda. We are a democracy concerned for the well-being of our people. And we have the vision of a Viksit Bharat by 2047. Pakistan has no such issues on their side, and I think being a failed state, you can't fail any further. So we have a lot more to lose if we go down the line of incessant conflict being re-hyphenated with Pakistan. I think we should look at our larger picture and ensure that we continue on our economic journey, but not under no circumstances should we compromise on what is our security interests, and we should take every step possible this time, not only to be vigilant, but to keep Pakistan under pressure and to make it clear to them that there cannot be any further instances. Otherwise, all gloves would be off.
Right. Harshingla ji, please stay on with us. I'm just going to check if we have Brigadier General Yossi Kupavasan, former Chief Research Division of the IDF, with us. Brigadier, namaste, Jai Hind. Thank you for your time. Good evening. Your thoughts, would you want to create or separate stoppage of fire from ceasefire? And do you believe this is the right time that Bharat should have agreed when the Pak DGMO picks up the phone and requests for a stoppage?
Well, it's hard to understand what is the difference between stoppage of fire and ceasefire. It seems to me very similar. And the point is that I think that there was an intervention by the United States tried to take advantage of their good relations with both parties in order to bring about a ceasefire or a stoppage of fire, and to make sure that the chances of the prospects for escalation are limited and taken care of. That was the most important thing for the Americans, and I think they have achieved what they wanted. Whether it's going to be stable or not, we shall see in the coming days, and as you have already explained. I think that what's most important from the Indian side is that the Pakistani side will understand that something like what happened, the terrible terror attack that took place and started this entire escalation, cannot be repeated. That's the most important thing. That's something that I hope the Pakistanis have understood, and that the Americans will explain to them in a very clear way that this is unacceptable, and if anything like that is going to happen again, as you said, all gloves are going to be taken off. That's something clear.
Well, I think we've got the EAM Jaishankar ji. Dr. Jaishankar has also tweeted. I'm just going to read out what he has put. Dr. S. Jaishankar has taken to X and he's posted. He has said, India and Pakistan today worked out an understanding on stoppage of firing and military action. India has consistently maintained a firm and uncompromising stance against terrorism in all its forms and manifestations. It will continue to do so. So it's the second time that the MEA or the External Affairs Ministry, Brigadier General Yossi, has desisted from using the term ceasefire. The difference being that ceasefire comes with an agreement and stays till it's broken. But stoppage of fire is normal stoppage, which is time-based. And it's time-based till the 12th of May when the DGMOs speak next. Now, in war parlance, we had Major Manik Jolly trying to explain that this is the time that the enemy has the time to lick their wounds and also to perhaps collect their dead. So that's where it is. That's the reason why I wanted to understand from your perspective, what does this mean from a military posture point of view? That we are at the ready, but there is no activity. Ceasefire is that we go back to our positions and don't assume an offensive posture. General Yossi.
Well, regardless if it's a ceasefire or stoppage of fire, definitely when you don't shoot at somebody, he has the opportunity to regroup and rearm himself and make sure that he's ready for whatever comes next. Let's just hope that they understand that it's unacceptable and it's very costly from their point of view to resume the armed activities and the offensive. And if this is going to be the case, then the stoppage of fire will turn into a ceasefire. I tell you, from our experience, we are against the ceasefire because ceasefire is usually limited in time. And we say that then you resume the fighting. And that's why we are not ready to have a ceasefire with Hamas unless they are releasing the hostages. And that's the condition we have put forward for ceasefire on our side. We don't use the term stoppage of fire, so I don't know what it actually means.
Right. General, but do you believe this was the right time? Had you been there, would you have wanted to desist and would you want to have pressed a little more? I'm sure Israel has faced this oftentimes with the Hamas. So I'm trying to understand what should have been India's approach, or do you believe India is right in doing what it's done right now?
I think that ceasefire should be conditioned on clear commitment of the other side to refrain from carrying out on the hosting terror groups and allowing terror attacks to emanate from its territory. That's what's the important thing. For that, you would give a ceasefire. If this is not part of the deal, then what have you again? That's in my mind the most important thing.
What we are given to understand from our government sources is that Bharat has set the terms very clearly. Any future act of terror is equal to an act of war. So that's the hyphenation. If there is an act of terror on Indian soil now, Bharat gets into a position of war with the Pakistan state because that's the equation, that's the strategic posture. Lieutenant General L. Nishikanta Singh is also with us. Good evening, General. Your thoughts on what's being said? Stoppage of fire till the 12th of May. The Pak DGMO picks up the phone and there is a conversation that's been had at 15:30 hours and at 1700 hours, land, air and sea, there is a stoppage.
I will put it this way, ceasefire would be slightly more formal than the stoppage of firing. Stoppage of firing is a new term which is not being used everywhere. It is relatively very less used. So stoppage of fire, I understand, is that like when we want to evacuate a casualty, when we want to do some sort of a evacuation or some emergency, that time we can have the term stoppage of fire. But here, the stoppage of fire and the ceasefire may be almost same, because on 12th, when we start having the talks, that is the time when we will formalize as to what will really happen. And as brought out by you, and as stated by our MEA, the onus of stopping any terrorist attack must be fixed on Pakistan, because we will have a ceasefire today, and maybe then after 6 months, after 1 year, after 18 months, there'll be a similar incident and we'll be repeating the same thing. And we have to ensure that this guarantee is extracted from the Pakistanis, and also this has to be endorsed by those who are sponsoring the ceasefire, that is the Americans. Because the nation cannot keep on mobilizing every time somebody becomes the army chief in Pakistan. He wants to have more power, and as a result of which, he sends a group of terrorists, attacks us, and then goes back. There is a hostility followed by a ceasefire. Then he becomes later on the head of the state. As we have seen what happened with General Musharraf. So this we have to ensure that these points are included, and the Pakistan has to be made very clear that you cannot afford to try these tricks anymore, because any of these tricks as brought out by you will be taken as declaration of war.
But-
So I feel that
sorry, Jen Saab, I'm just saying, in your experience, you would know कि ये तो शकुनी से भी शातिर है. You can't trust them. How would you sit down and talk to them? Has Bharat let go of an initiative at this point? Should Bharat have pressed for 2 more days and brought the enemy to a crawl? Or should Bharat just continue the non-kinetic offensives even if there is a stoppage on the kinetic offensive?
those who have taken a decision, I'm sure they know what is better. But if I were in the chair, definitely the quantum of punishment which has been given to them could have been increased much more. But then I am not in the chair. I really do not know what are the compulsions which the decision makers have taken, and I'm sure that they're as good or as bad as me, and they would be having a series of compulsions, and they would be thinking like me for the nation. When I speak, I'm thinking about the nation. Similarly, when they acted, when they agreed, they would have thought over for the nation, and there are many things which we are not seeing in the media as to what really was the terms of what are the other conditions which we really do not know. Like, let us say, yesterday only Pakistanis have been given more than $1 billion of IMF.
Right.
So this could also be even one of the conditions for which they had already agreed that, okay, maybe in the next 24 hours, we will agree to do a cessation of hostilities or something like that. So there are many factors which I do not know. But on the first value, I feel that even this punishment on the Pakistanis by the Honorable Prime Minister is a good enough. At least they will think now 5, 10 times before trying, because we have never gone so strongly against the enemy. Now they realize that anything they do against us, we will repeat something like this, and maybe much, much, much more beyond this. And they are aware of it. They must be thankful to us that we do not use our navy.
Right.
A blockade by the navy would have been crippling.
Right. I'm just going to bring in Brigadier General Yossi here. And what are the 3 terms? What are the 3 terms, General, that when the 2 DGMOs sit, will be non-compromising terms that Bharat has to set to say any further conversation happens only if you agree to all these 3? Else, stoppage is off.
Yes, well, as I said before, I think that first of all, of course, cessation of fire is obvious. If they shoot again, that's a breach of the agreement. Secondly, that no terror attack will emanate from their territory or will be carried out by groups that are related to them. These are the 2 conditions that are most important for India to make sure that the lesson was learned well by the Pakistani government, and that we can move on. And I think that in this respect, there should be also some sort of an American commitment that guarantees that this is really the case, that they would consider us as understood and self-evident that if something like that happens, then the Indians have the full support of the Americans in dealing with it in the way they need to do.
Major Monik Jolly, your thoughts? We're standing by for the MOD briefing, so we should have Colonel Sophia Qureshi and also Wing Commander Vyomika Singh coming in. I think Vikram Misri ji will come back again, but yes, your thoughts?
I would really like to sum this up, the point we picked up on, ceasefire versus stoppage of fire. Ceasefire can encompass, and primarily would encompass, stoppage of fire, but stoppage of fire does not. And I mean, stoppage of fire can, graduate to ceasefire. Ceasefire would always come with a massive agreement, which would have a lot of conditions. So when you break a ceasefire, all those conditions go off. Hence, they are calling it stoppage of fire, that we are only not going to fire at each other, kinetic, military, whatever term we might like to use. But otherwise, the Indus Water Treaty, let's say, it is still the way how PM Modi ji decided that it will stay that way. Or whatever we are trying to push for other diplomatic means, they'll continue to happen.
Right.
When we go for ceasefire, it might include the IWT also. So we are at a very first step of trying to achieve a more unilateral peace and bilateral understandings and all that. But coming back to that, I think Now is these next 2 days, both the governments would be working very hard to work on the terms that they want to bring into this ceasefire that are amicable to you, that are more conducive to your setup. And India has to really push hard, because if we come out giving Pakistan a safe space, we actually came out of with nothing.
Correct. So no corners cut and no space given even when the conversations happened. Somewhere the Pakistanis perhaps will also realize, but there will be a lot of water that will pass under the bridge between now and the 12th over the next 48 hours. So that's also, this is a very critical time when Bharat continues to hold its posture and is very clear what it's going to say when it sits across the table with the Pak DGMO. Meanwhile, more news coming through. Pakistan's been punished through military and non-military means. Operation Synindhur marked a significant demonstration of Bharat's military and strategic prowess through a blend of military and non-military means. This multi-dimensional operation successfully neutralized terrorist threats, deterred Pakistani aggression and reinforced Bharat's zero-tolerance policy towards terrorism, all while maintaining strategic restraint and international support. We try and go across to Aman for more on this. Aman, the biggest aspect is, after taking the upper hand, after setting the standards, after redrawing the entire strategic norms and posture itself, and also the engagement, calling the Pakistani nuclear bluff out and getting the enemy to heel, can Bharat take the foot off the metal?
Well, Anand, what the top government sources are now saying that yes, a ceasefire has been achieved with the Pakistan, but there are big successes that India has also shown through Operation Synindhur. Number one, India has shown that, we have showed to the world that India will not wait for anybody's permission to defend its people, to get justice for them. Terror will be punished everywhere, anywhere. And this declaration India has done today, that next time there's a terror act against India, we will treat it like an act of war. Also, Operation Synindhur, its massive success, busting the terror headquarters of Jaish, of LET, of Hizbul Mujahideen, hitting as deep as Bahawalpur in Pakistan, 100 kilometers from the border, completely exposing Pakistan's air defenses, a 25-minute strike which Pakistan simply couldn't stop. Indian Rafale jets showing their superiority over the Pakistani Air Force power, the tri-service synergy that we saw in this particular strike, 9 terror camps destroyed and big terrorists killed in this particular attack. And we've achieved justice, Anand, not just for Pahalgam, but also for earlier terrorists who have been killed, who have been involved in earlier dastardly terror strikes on India, dating back to IC-814 attack. So I think India has achieved not just justice for Pahalgam, justice also for the families of those, terror attacks, people who died earlier, even for the family of Daniel Pearl, for example, India has been citing. Also, the other punishments India managed to, impose upon Pakistan. Yes, a ceasefire achieved today, but look what we did. We put a pause on the Indus Water Treaty, which will punish Pakistan in the days to come. We'll have to negotiate again with them, and we are open to negotiating the Indus Water Treaty. We have been pressing for it that the terms needs to be reset. But now, the kind of punishment and the kind of power we've shown, that Pakistan is virtually dependent on India's decisions when it comes to, water and getting water for their irrigation. It could have been completely catastrophic for Pakistan if the way things had gone, the way things were going. So I think Pakistan has been given this message that don't mess with India, don't send your terrorists here to strike at us. Next time, we will treat it as an act of war. But right now, it's a ceasefire.
Aman, if it's taken 30 years or 40 years to avenge what's happened with IC-814 for Bharat, then the Pakistanis will take that. They don't mind this avenging after 30 years. We've got Omar Abdullah speaking. Right?
बहुत नुकसान हुआ, टंगधार पहले दिन से निशाना बना है। तो जैसे मैंने अभी कहा, डीसीज़ को वाज़िया हिदायत दी गई है कि वो फौरी तौर डैमेज का जो है फाइनल असेसमेंट करके वो असेसमेंट हम तक पहुंचाएं, ताकि हम इन घरों को रिलीफ जो है पहुंचाना शुरू करें। इसके साथ साथ कई दिनों से अब हवाई अड्डा हमारा बंद रहा है। उम्मीद करते हैं कि सीज़ फायर के बाद दोबारा हवाई अड्डा खुलेगा और हमारे जो यहाँ से हाजी हज करने के लिए जिनको निकलना था, हम भेज नहीं पाए। इंशाल्लाह जैसे ही हवाई अड्डा खुल जाता है तो हम दोबारा हमारे अपने हाजियों को यहाँ से रवाना करना शुरू कर देंगे। वो हमने जो कीमती जानें गई हैं वहाँ पे हमने थोड़ा सा कॉम्पनसेशन का ऐलान किया है, लेकिन उसके साथ साथ अब जहाँ लोग ज़ख्मी हुए हैं उन्हें अभी हमें मुआवजा देना होगा, कॉम्पनसेशन देना होगा। और जैसे मैंने अभी कहा, जहाँ जहाँ प्रॉपर्टी का नुकसान हुआ है वहाँ पे भी. Okay, thank you.
Right, so that was Omar Abdullah, but going back to our guest, we'll try and also go across to Lisa Curtis, who's with us. Lisa Curtis, Senior Fellow and Director of the Indo-Pacific Security Program at CNAS. Lisa and Brigadier General Yossi with us, Major Manik Jolly also with us. Lisa, your thoughts on this entire agreement for stoppage of fire till the 12th of May. Do you think this was the right time from an India point of view?
Well, absolutely. This ceasefire could not have come any sooner. I mean, this is a very good development for South Asia, for India. Look, this had been the most serious conflict between the two countries. You could compare it to the 1999 Kargil conflict, where, of course, there was prolonged military action, but that was even contained to a certain area up in the Kargil Heights. This was happening not only across the LOC, but across the international border. It had evolved from just a tit-for-tat back and forth to really an all-out conflict between the two, and it was moving in a very dangerous direction. So I'm happy to see that there has been an agreement for a ceasefire, that the two sides will sit down for talks. This is a very welcome development. And I'd been saying from the beginning that the United States had to play a behind-the-scenes role in helping the two countries to step back from the brink of war. And it looks like the U.S. may have been involved in this. It also looks like Saudi Arabia may have played a role. Maybe the U.S. and Saudi Arabia working together. The U.S. and Saudi Arabia have very good relations under the Trump administration, so this would not be surprising. But I think this is a good development. Look, India has struck at 9 sites in Pakistan, taking out important terrorist infrastructure. The Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters in Bahawalpur was struck. We know that the Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Murkay was also struck. As the previous speaker mentioned, removing Abdur Rauf Azhar, Masood Azhar's brother, who had been involved in IC-814 hijack, as well as the killing of Danny Pearl, the Wall Street Journal reporter in 2002. Yes, it took too long to bring justice to this terrorist, but India has been able to do what, unfortunately, Pakistan refused to do for over 20 years.
That's where, Lisa, the point is that when there is a nation that is standing with its military and its polity behind a US proscribed terrorist in Hafiz Abdul Rauf, a Lashkar operative, and in public, and those pictures are out there, they are according these terrorists a state funeral and placing the Pakistani flag on it. How is it that it's okay to stop this war on terror? This is the biggest open admission by the Pakistanis that terror on Indian soil has state backing of the Pakistanis, and that it's the Pak military behind it all along. So what punitive cost is going to be now imposed upon it? If US is underwriting this, then Pakistan has to pay a cost. And what cost will that be, Lisa? Because Bharat cannot look behind its shoulder, and it cannot have a continuous pinprick that every time there is a growth story, every time there is happiness in a region, they are going to come and hurt us. Well, I have to cut across. This is the military briefing now.
I welcome you to this press briefing on Operation Synindhur and related developments. We have with us Commodore Ravi Nair, Colonel Sophia Qureshi, and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh to brief you. With that, I hand over the floor to Commodore Nair.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As the Foreign Secretary had said, you're aware there's an understanding that has been reached to stop all military activities at sea, on the air and on the land. And the Indian Navy, Indian Army and the Indian Air Force have been instructed to adhere to this understanding. Since the tragic events at Pahalgam, you're aware that our responses have been measured and very responsible. Details of these have been shared with you over the past few days through our various press briefings. What has also happened is that there is a significant amount of misinformation that is being undertaken from the other side. And as a professional military organization, we thought it is also our duty to dispel those misinformation aspects, as also state the facts of the case as they stand. Towards that, I will now hand over to my colleague, Colonel Qureshi.
नमस्कार। अब मैं आपको पाकिस्तान की मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन कैंपेन के बारे में अवगत कराऊंगी। पहला, पाकिस्तान ने यह क्लेम किया कि उसने अपने JF-17 से हमारे S-400 व ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल बेस को नुकसान पहुंचाया, जो कि बिल्कुल गलत है। दूसरा, उसका ये भी मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन कैंपेन था कि हमारी एयरफील्ड, जो कि सिरसा, जम्मू, पठानकोट, बठिंडा, नलिया और भुज में है, ये उसका मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन भी बहुत गलत है। तीसरा, पाकिस्तान के मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन कैंपेन के मुताबिक हमारे एम्यूनिशन डम्प्स जो चंडीगढ़ और बियास में है, उसका डैमेज हुआ, यह भी बिल्कुल गलत है। हमने आपको मॉर्निंग ब्रीफिंग में बताया था विद फैक्ट्स एंड फिगर के साथ कि ये सारी चीजें बिल्कुल सही सलामत हैं। अब मैं आपको बताना चाहती हूँ कि पाकिस्तान के एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में ये बात की गई थी कि उनके सीनियर मिलिट्री ऑफिसर्स, जो कि पूरी तरह से ये भ्रामक है और तथ्यों से दूर है, कि पाकिस्तान की ओर से ये झूठा आरोप भी लगाया जा रहा है कि भारतीय सेना ने मस्जिदों को नुकसान पहुंचाया। मैं इससे बिल्कुल स्पष्ट करना चाहती हूं कि इंडिया इज ए सेक्युलर नेशन और हमारी सेना भारत के कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल वैल्यूज की एक बहुत प्यारी झलक है। इंडियन आर्म फोर्सेस ने पाकिस्तान को बहुत भारी नुकसान पहुंचाया, उनके मिलिट्री इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर्स को, चाहे वो लैंड एसेट्स हो या फिर उनके एयर एसेट्स। यही नहीं, इंडियन आर्म फोर्सेस ने पाकिस्तान की एयरफील्ड स्कर्दू, जकोबाबाद, सरगोदा और बुलारी को बहुत नुकसान पहुंचाया। इसके अलावा पाकिस्तान के एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम, रडार सिस्टम, उनको भी एयर स्पेस में अनडिनेबल किया। यह भी बताना चाहती हूँ कि लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल के पास पाकिस्तान के कमांड एंड कंट्रोल, लॉजिस्टिक इंस्टॉलेशन और उनके मिलिट्री इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, मिलिट्री पर्सनल का इतना भारी नुकसान हुआ कि पाकिस्तान की ऑफेंसिव व डिफेंसिव कैपेबिलिटी को नष्ट कर दिया गया। अंत में मैं फिर से ये बात दोहराना चाहूंगी, इंडियन आर्म फोर्सेस पूरी तरह से तैयार है, सतर्क है और भारत की संप्रभुता और अखंडता की रक्षा के लिए पूरी तरह से कमिटेड है। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Several attempts were made by Pakistan on spreading a misinformation campaign, as we have seen for the last few days. There were attempts made to say that our S-400 at a northern base was destroyed, which was completely false, and that it was destroyed by a JF-17, it was a false information. Also, that the BrahMos installation was attacked and it was destroyed was false. The destruction of airfields at Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot, Bhuj, Nalia, etc. was also a false claim. The forward ammunition dump at Chandigarh and Beas are also fit and fine, and we showed you these in the photographs in the morning briefing today. Also, there was a certain different way of miscampaign that Pakistan conducted by its press conferences, which was conducted in a manner which was completely misleading and devoid of facts. Pakistan has been spreading fabricated allegations that the Indian armed forces have targeted mosques. Let us make this very clear here, that India is a secular nation and the Indian armed forces are a reflection of our constitutional values. We hold every place of worship of all faiths in the highest regard. Our operations have been aimed exclusively at terrorist camps and facilities being used for anti-India activities. No religious sites, I repeat, no religious sites have been targeted by the Indian Armed Forces. Over the past few days, as we have seen, Pakistan all has suffered very heavy and unsustainable losses after it has given us an unprovoked attack on our installations. It has suffered losses in both land and air. There has been an extensive damage to the crucial Pakistani air bases like Skardu, Sargodha, Jacobabad, and Bholari. In addition, a loss of AD weapon system and radars made the defense of Pakistani airspace untenable. Across the line of control, extensive and precise damage to military infrastructure and command control centers and logistics installations. In addition to that, 2 military personnel had led to complete breakdown of its defensive and offensive capability and also Pakistani morale.
In conclusion, let me reiterate that whilst we will be adhering to the understanding that has been reached today, that is the Indian Army, the Indian Navy, and the Indian Air Force, we remain fully prepared and ever vigilant and committed to defending the sovereignty and integrity of the motherland. Every misadventure by Pakistan has been met with strength, and every future escalation will invite a decisive response. We remain fully operationally ready to launch whatever operations may be required in defense of the nation. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. With that, we come to the closure of this press briefing. Thank you very much.
Indian Armed Forces, collective might of the Indian Armed Forces on display there. The Army, Navy and the Air Force coming out to make a statement with Commodore, Colonel and Wing Commander present on the stage to do that briefing. Pakistan's offensive and defensive capability has been crippled. We have hit them hard, we have hurt them a lot, and that's why they've raised the white flag with their DGMO calling Bharat's DGMO and saying, can we have a stoppage of fire, please? Can we sit across on the 12th of May and talk? So that's what we've done. We've brought the enemy to their knees, but can we let them off the hook? Can we as a nation allow to take the foot off the pedal at a time when the enemy has come to heel? This is an enemy that has officially declared itself as a state backer of terror by standing behind a jihadi and according jihadis a state funeral. This is a nation that cannot be trusted, be it 71, be it 99, be it 2008, or be it Balakot, or be it Pahalgam. This is a nation that wants and that is obsessed with bleeding Bharat with 1,000 cuts. Can this nation be taught a lesson? Can this nation be trusted? These are questions that remain. We try and play out the briefing out again in just a bit. Lisa Curtis, I was asking you the same question. It's not that Bharat is warmongering. It's not about the fact that anybody wants war. We are a nation that has always espoused peace. But sometimes the enemy has to be quelled totally for peace to return. Nobody wants to see their children witness another Pahalgam. I'm sure nobody wants their children to witness another 26/11. But this is a nation that just doesn't relent. 2008 and then 2025. They will always send these proxies to Bharat. Now, how does one work with this?
India has shown restraint over the last 48 hours. It was very unclear what was happening. Many of us thought Wednesday, after the Indian response and the Pakistanis reporting that they had shot down 5 Indian aircraft, would have provided an opportunity for the two sides to de-escalate. That's not what happened. We saw very worrisome developments over the next 48, 72 hours. But I do think that India had signaled Wednesday that it had been ready to de-escalate. So I think that what we saw was just more tit for tat, very unclear situation. But in terms of moving forward, look, I think there are ways to pressure Pakistan over the terrorist issue. we have seen this movie before. We have seen many Pakistani, sponsored terrorist attacks on India in Kashmir, and this is something that needs to change. The U.S. also has, suffered from Pakistani support for groups like the Haqqani Network when the U.S. was fighting in Afghanistan for 20 years. So, Pakistan has long served as a safe haven for many different terrorist groups. And I think that the U.S. and India can work together. They can, go back to the Financial Action Task Force, where Pakistan was gray listed for many years. They can work together at the UN against terrorists. And of course, the U.S. Does have some leverage with Pakistan. It doesn't have as close of a relationship as it did in the years after 9/11, but still, Pakistan wants a good relationship with the United States, and the United States can use that leverage to, convince Pakistan to crack down on these terrorist elements. Because I agree with you, this has gone on for far too long, and we can't afford to, every few years have some kind of major terrorist attack that brings India and Pakistan to the brink of war that could potentially go nuclear.
But this nuclear bluff has been called, Lisa Curtis. Major Manik Jolly is also with us. This nuclear bluff has been called. That just because they're a nuclear entity, they can't get away with murder. They can't get away with this entire policy, and they can't keep getting IMF doleouts after doleouts. And every time it's American dollars that are used towards, that are funneled towards trying to run this proxy war. So there has to be an end to this. There has to be a cost that Pakistan has to pay. Its polity, its politicians, more than its politicians, its military has to pay. Even today, you're aware that the conversation happened with General Asim Munir. If we know that this is how the Pakistan military is, and this is how far gone the Pakistan, their DG ISPR, he's the son of a former proscribed terrorist who worked with Osama bin Laden. What more proof does the world want? So how do things change going forward from here?
Well, look, I think I just explained to you that, U.S. officials share the frustration, and we bore the brunt of Pakistan harboring the Taliban and the Haqqani network for many years. Osama bin Laden himself, hiding out in Pakistan. So, of course, U.S. officials understand the frustration. And I think the U.S. Did cut military aid to Pakistan since 2018 during the first Trump administration. And so you don't see large-scale assistance going to Pakistan right now. Pakistan has turned toward China. Pakistan is receiving a lot of military assistance from China now. So I think that the U.S. does retain some leverage, and I fully expect this Trump administration to use some of that leverage and to put pressure on Pakistan on the terrorism issue. But I think this is just something that the U.S. cannot wave a magic wand and it goes away.
No,
if for the case, we would have done so a long time ago.
No, true. I'm aware that no nation can wave a magic wand and they can go, but nations can accept the real nature and the true nature of this nation. This is a rogue nation at play, and that's where the aspect is. It cannot be that if it serves a particular nation's strategic interest, such rogue nations and its entities are given a free hand to go and hurt a nation that has always espoused peace. Bharat has always been a nation of status quo. We do not, Bharat as a nation, India as a nation does not covet anybody else's property. If that was the case, then Lahore would not have been in Pakistan at all. Kartarpur Sahib would not have been in Pakistan at all. The Indian Army would not have pulled back, the armed forces would not have pulled back 30 kilometers from Lahore in 71, or even in Kargil, when critical peaks and critical assets that were under Indian Army control were let go of, and we gave it back to them. That is something which cannot be lost on the nations across the world, be it China, be it the US. There is an issue there. Yes, Major Manik Jolly.
I would just say a great step from US would be to step back and start, taking the responsibility, how they had enabled Pakistan create all this infrastructure, and now make up for it by forcing them to take it off. Right from the 80s when the Soviets, they were fighting the Soviets in Afghanistan, and 20 years they were in Afghanistan looking for Osama bin Laden and all. The symbiotic relation between Pakistan army especially, I wouldn't even say the entire nation, the ISI, Pakistan army and the American army and the CIA and all these centers were created during them. They had the complete information. They knew where everything existed. They helped create this training center just because they had vested interest. Now for them to suddenly say that now we have a third eye view and we are trying to talk to them, you have so much leverage with Pakistan, you can stop them the day you want. But this is not happening. So the fact remains that America can do a lot more than they are saying right now. And today early morning at your show only, I was talking to another American who was saying that we have seen that it came out to IMF grant, right, bailout. They said we have seen that even if you give Pakistan the money or do not give, their stand does not change. So I told them, you have never given the other option ever a chance. At least corner them financially, don't give them bailout for once, and let's see how you respond. If you continue going with this thing that it does not matter, let's keep giving them money, they anyway are not going to change their stance on terrorism, they will never stop. They are like a spoiled child who knows I can scare everyone because I have a nuclear missile, so everybody will listen to me or I'll throw tantrums. It cannot go on. So I think US has a much bigger role to play right now, rather than just treating both the countries in a single basket and calling it's a South Asian affair. We would like to see peace in South Asia. That is not. We are very different from them. We are a peace-loving, independent, strong, self-reliant country. They are a terror-loving, handicapped and loan-taking bailout nation. We have to be detached by them. We cannot be kept on the same platter.
No, this hyphenation of Pakistan has to be with a terror state, not with Bharat. These are Curtis, your thoughts on the fact that America could have done far more, and Major Manik Jolly believes, and even now they can tighten the screws if they want. Try not giving them an IMF bailout for a change. Try putting them back on the FATF grey list and keep it there. That doesn't mean that the government changes, Biden administration comes and they're off the FATF grey list. What have they done? They have just de-hyphenated the Lashkar with the TRF, created another entity. Look at the state backing they gave to TRS. They worked hard within the UN Security Council to get that terrorist outfit's name off the statement. That is the level to which they are backing these outfits. They actually called them mujahids. That means soldiers. No political leader in Pakistan or a military leader will ever call the proscribed, UN proscribed terror tanzeems are called mujahids. Their cadre are called mujahids, which means a soldier. That is the level to which they continue with that lexicon. One can't say this is how Pakistan is, so let them be. No, they have to change. And if they don't change, then they shouldn't exist in this form. That has to be a global worldview, Lisa Curtis. Even as a way, yes, your thoughts. The CDS and the three service chiefs are meeting the Prime Minister at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. That update flashing on the screen. Yes, Lisa Curtis, your thoughts.
Yeah, look, you're talking to somebody who spilled a lot of ink, made a lot of statements about the need to condition, cut off military aid to Pakistan long before it happened, okay?
I'm aware. That's why I'm asking you the same question.
So I fully understand the issues and the frustration. And I think that, let's just look at the last, 6-7 years since the aid was cut off in 2018. I think that, there is a lot less influence from the United States on Pakistan. The relationship is not as close as it used to be. I think, it's still possible for the U.S. to focus on the terrorism issue in Pakistan, and that's certainly going to happen. But, I think it's something that the international community can do more. The U.S. is not the only country that's engaged with Pakistan. Saudi Arabia, the UAE. We talked about China, not that, India can convince China to change, but India has relationships with other countries as well that are supporting Pakistan, support them in the IMF, provide them assistance. So I think rather than just, looking to the United States, maybe looking for a coalition of countries that can prevail on Pakistan on this terrorism issue. I think that, would be a more productive way to go. And I think that, while the U.S., I think Secretary of State Rubio deserves credit for the role it appears that he has played in getting to this ceasefire and the agreement for the two sides to sit down to talks. But let's face it, the U.S. has a full plate. There are many different crises and things happening around the world. And, you know, I think the U.S. is going to be distracted with other things happening. So I think it would be useful to get other countries involved in this process of putting pressure on Pakistan for its continued support to terrorists.
There's another thought process. Why doesn't the world leave Pakistan to India to deal with? Let it be that this is in your backyard. You deal with the rubbish and whatever they do in your backyard. South Asia is your domain. We are trusting you to ensure that there is peace. And if there are those who are trying to foment trouble, deal with them. Is this possible? Bharat has shown it's able to do it. And one of the other messages that's come this time, Major Manik Jolly, is Bharat doesn't need anybody else's permission. Yeah. Bharat will do what it needs to do to protect its sovereignty. And this is perhaps the last time that we're backing off.
If at all now.
Yeah.
If at all.
Yeah.
It's still not clear, we are back down.
Yeah. But when I say backing off, we're even holding fire.
Yeah.
Let's say that.
So
Yeah.
I'd say the stakes and you know, these stakes were created because of West wanted to. The amount of how invested they are in Pakistan has caused all the trouble. I mean, geopolitics right from the Cold War days, and when so let's not go back that much into the history. The point is that as on date, if America wants, I'll stick to the point. If America wants, it can. Trump got Abraham Accords done. It was one of the most complicated thing in that time. Even if they want, they can actually put Pakistan on ground and tell them, you will not get any more money, you will not get sanctions, your people will not get, you will get sanctions, your people will not get visas. We will. Why don't they blacklist so many terrorist organizations? Because it is. So this is a simple thing. I just want to clarify everyone. Many people ask, why don't some organizations get blacklisted? What is the big deal? The big deal is that the leaders of all these organizations never sit in Pakistan, they're sitting all over the world, handling major finance, in alliance with a lot of major funders who are caught up everywhere and connected to everyone. That is why it is so difficult to blacklist organization, only because of the funding routes. The moment you blacklist, all the bank accounts and individuals have to be blocked, seized, red notice, everything and all. So why is US not doing that if it really wants to put Pakistan in its place? So I would say they are invested and it will take some time for them to step out. Joe Biden was given second highest civil honor just because he got a huge grant for Pakistan.
Right.
So this is pretty recent, like 8-10 years ago.
Right. Now, this is another aspect that the MEA is continuously underlining, that this is a bilateral understanding. The MEA is continuously saying that contrary to what Donald Trump has claimed or J.D. Vance has claimed, that America mediated this ceasefire and America has spoken and that's why it's happening, the MEA is very, very clearly saying this is bilateral. This is between the two DGMOs of Bharat and Pakistan. And perhaps one understands this very, very clearly, that if Donald Trump wants to jump the gun and take the credit for bringing peace in South Asia, Bharat does not want anybody to think that there is an internationalization of the Bharat-Pakistan issue, that there is a third party involved and there is a mediator. Bharat is very, very clearly saying that what is there between Bharat and Pakistan is bilateral. So Indus Water Treaty still remains in abeyance. Bharat has never sought assistance. Bharat did not go to any nation to say, help us out. Bharat did not go to anybody and say, we need you to mediate. In 1999, it was a Nawaz Sharif who fell at Bill Clinton's feet. Today, again, it is a Shabbash Sharif and the other politicians of Pakistan and perhaps the military too this time around who have fallen at the feet of the Americans. This time, the Pak DGMO has picked up the phone and spoken. Nations will call. Saudi Arabia has come. They have all gotten and spoken to each nation. But Bharat has said very, very clearly, and I'll try and go across to Siddhant or Zaka on this, that very, very clearly that there are direct DGMO talks that have been established. The Pak DGMO picked up the phone and requested a conversation with his Indian counterpart or Bharatiya counterpart. The two DGMOs spoke at around 15:30 hours. And upon the request of the Pak DGMO, Bharat agreed that from 1700 hours on the 10th of May, there will be a stoppage of fire. Again and again, Bharat has underlined stoppage of fire. Bharat has not used the term ceasefire. Many would want to say both mean the same, but from Bharat's point of view, it's not the same. Ceasefire is an agreement on certain conditions. That agreement has not yet happened. Stoppage of fire is perhaps the first step towards a possible ceasefire, and that's why Bharat continues to say it's stoppage of fire. We have not taken back, or we are not moving back from our aggressive positions. We are just not pressing the trigger. With the gun is still pointed at the enemy, that is stoppage of fire. Ceasefire would be that the guns are placed back. That's not yet happened. That's Bharat's position right now. That's the MEA's position. That was what Vikram Misri said. That is exactly what EAM Jaishankar has said. And again, MEA sources are saying this is bilateral. This is bilateral. If Pakistan wants anything, Pakistan has to talk to Bharat. No point talking to the Americans, no point talking to the Chinese, to the Saudis, to anybody. You talk to us, we talk to you, you listen to us, and we'll help you out. That's the equation that's being set between Bharat and Pakistan. The MEA underlining this again and again and again. And I think somewhere we as people, we as a nation need to understand that this is not a ceasefire yet. It is not ceasefire. It is stoppage. It is purely stoppage, and that's being underlined by the MEA, and it is bilateral. No credit being given by Bharat to Americans. Donald Trump has assumed the credit. J.D. Vance has assumed the credit. Bharat does not want to give credit to any nation. This is two DGMOs talking to each other. It is bilateral. So somewhere for us to credit Donald Trump, to put out Donald Trump there, is not something that the MEA is agreeable to. The MEA believes that this is bilateral. This is the two DGMOs between Bharat and Pakistan, and it's not the US at all. So India never sought assistance. Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey with us. Major Manik Jolly stays on with us. Ambassador Rajiv Dogra is also with us. Tilak Devashar is with us. Let's go across to them straight up. Namaste, Jai Hind, gentlemen. Thank you for your time. Ambassador Rajiv Dogra, your thoughts on Bharat's very clear aspect that despite Donald Trump claiming credit, J.D. Vance claiming credit, the MEA is saying this is between Bharat and Pakistan. The Pak DGMO called the phone, picked up the phone and said stoppage, please. So we are saying stoppage till the 12th of May, till they speak. This is not ceasefire yet. Your thoughts?
Well, Anand, many thoughts. But firstly, I agree with your instinctive reaction that let's be cautious. Let's not jump in joy. There's no occasion yet. Secondly, another thought which came to me, that the stoppage of fire started at 5 o'clock. Foreign Secretary waited till around 6 before coming and informing the country that this is what has happened. And he was very clear that it was between two DGMOs and that.
Yes, sir. Okay, I think we just lost the feed there. Wing Commander S. Sudhakaran is also with us. I'm just going to check. Yes, Ambassador Rajiv Dogra, are you back? Yes, sir. Please go ahead. Please complete. Yeah.
Yeah. So both the Minister and Foreign Secretary were very clear to say that it is bilateral. They didn't name America, but meaning was that America may have had something to do with Pakistan, but we.
Can we also
are that are we back to what happened in 1965 at Tashkent? Are we back to what happened in Simla in 1972? Are we again giving Pakistan another chance? More than that, the Prime Minister made a statement in Madhubani where he laid down the objectives for India. Have those objectives been achieved? Is Pakistan willing to give those 4 terrorists who are still hiding in Jammu and Kashmir to India to face the trial? These are some of the. Indian Prime Minister himself would want from Pakistani side. So, is this just a pause for Pakistani army to recuperate and get back at us again? Is it just a pause so that they can give signal to terrorists to strike India? now? Where's the proof? So there are many questions which people want answers for.
Well, Tilak Devasarji, does Donald Trump trying to claim credit here internationalize the whole issue? Wing Commander Sudhakaran is also through with us. General Pandey is also with us. Professor Brahmachalani also with us. Namaste, gentlemen. Jai Hind. It's a simple question. Donald Trump tries to take credit. Bharat says this is bilateral. Pakistan wants to internationalize the issue between Bharat and Pakistan, hyphenate itself with Bharat. Bharat is saying, you talk to us, you don't talk to anybody else. You want to talk, you talk to us. Should that be the position that Bharat holds?
I think so. I would go with what the Indian Foreign Secretary has said. Stoppage of fire, bilateral, and if anybody else wants to take credit, that's up to them. But I think the fact that the DGMO this morning called up the Indian DGMO and asked for a ceasefire is indicative of the fact that Pakistan asked for a ceasefire to India, and India, I don't know the conditions, etc., we don't know the full details, agreed to the ceasefire which went into effect at 5 p.m. So, that I think is the simplest explanation of what exactly has happened. Now there are a couple of other points. You very rightly mentioned, stoppage of fire does not mean ceasefire. The conditions, etc., that will be on the 12th of May when the DGMOs talk. There is nothing about the Indus Water Treaty which was held in abeyance. That I think continues to be held in abeyance. What happened to the 4 terrorists who were responsible for the Pahalgam massacre? And since the Prime Minister has categorically mentioned about giving them punishment even till if you have to go to the end of the earth. So I don't think so that is going to dissipate just by the stoppage of fire. So there are a few very key gaps that we will need to fill up in the days to come, possibly by Monday or thereafter. But one other thing, I was on another channel where it was announced that Pakistan has also opened up its airspace. I don't know if this is true or not, but maybe you can confirm it during the course of this discussion.
They haven't, sir. They haven't opened up the airspace. But I think another thing I'm just getting an update is that one point is very, very clear from government sources that Bharat did not seek mediation. So that point is very, very clear. General Pandey, your thoughts? Bharat did not seek mediation. Bharat is very clear.
Couple of things. Thing which I just want to highlight very clearly, quickly. JD once said that they don't have anything to do with this current imbroglio. He started his statement. Donald Trump, and if you see the language of Donald Trump and the big people, and even Rubio, is very slangish kind of a language to be typed very hurriedly to take credit straight away. But most telling point in Rubio's Twitter statement is that their talks will be at the neutral location. The moment you are going to do this, the problem is that this is exactly what Pakistan has been wanting, even in the Kargil conflict when they had come out to internationalize the whole issue and make it on the international table, which India has been saying all the time that it is a bilateral issue. So this is a very important fact. The second, let me come down to the tactical level. Okay, the DGMO level talks. What has changed? Like just because for last 4 or 5 days, we have been going gung-ho and jingoistic on all engagement and talks. What has changed? The change has been not much. What we have been doing, fire assaults, 4 to 5 years back on the LC. Over and above that, we have raised the level to a drone warfare in which the boots on ground has still not moved, right? And that is why it is very important to see the signal and messaging that the talks have happened or engagement and dial down has been happening at the level of DGMO. So I think it's a very, very smart move by the MEA or whosoever is handling at the level of the government, that they have not allowed this to go beyond in terms of a local facet, right? While the punishment has been severe in other spectrums, but the fact is that they have kept it at the level of military to military as of now. and trying to say that we are not going to escalate till the time the Pakis escalate. So this is, and this whole statement, the taking of claim by allowing an IMF loan to get out, to be given to them, making all these statements that we don't have anything to do with this. The third is, please understand, that Trump came to power by making two major statements that Israel and Hamas thing is going to stop. Has not happened. They came to power by saying that Russia is going to stop going into Ukraine. Hasn't happened. They will be also looking to their domestic constituency by saying, look, there was a major thing going on inside India and Pakistan, and well, we intervened and did this and did that. But the fact is that every time Pakistan has done, has had a very, very who's guiding them? I don't know. Frankly, we are sitting out.
Right.
But somebody is very, very smart that they have controlled the levers of escalation in their hand. And I think a most brutal punishment which has happened and maybe have turned the entire event is the actions were taken in the morning by us, hitting their very, very important sites. I believe there is some nuclear site has been hit. It may be fake news or something, but the fact is that I am given to understand from wherever my sources are that something very, very credible has been hit in this thing, which has literally shaken Pakistan to the core, right? So when you look at all these entire thing, it is possibly a smart move by Pakistan as well to come down and stand by. Will it going to stop terrorist strike? No. Is war going to start terrorist strikes? No. I don't think terrorist strikes can stop by Pakistan without their change in strategic orientation. The ultimate aim and end has to be that this artificial country has to implode. It may require some effort in the long term, and that is not only a military way. It will require not only whole of government effort, but these Western people who keep on forfeiting the military industrial complex have allowed this to happen, give that IMF loan and everything. I think then only possibly we can achieve some sort of a credible end state when this country implodes. There is no, I may be very, very extreme hardly, but then military has going to be one tool at a given point. This event which has happened on 22nd April, and yesterday we had a great debate again on your channel on this subject. Please understand that within a month, no military can get ready to achieve what you want to achieve, to get inside and destroy a country. You can be punitive. You can carry out a juggernaut of doing some punishment. But when two professional armies meet, then numbers may be very, very skewed in the sense. And I can tell you that's not so skewed as has been presumed. It requires number of other efforts to be in line. And they are technological advancement, support of the world which is invested in it. We have not yet committed so much into the tribal area in Balochistan and other areas to ensure that the tipping point comes for it to break. Unfortunately, we are not ready, we are not prepared, we are ill prepared for what our desires are. So rather than getting into a system of economic destruction, I think it's a very, very wise decision to allow what has happened, right? At my point, yet the guns are locked and loaded.
Right.
It is just a fair. The final documents are going to be decided yet, because I'm quite sure the Indians are going to ask, not about the 4 terrorists. They're going to ask who ordered the Pahalgam prince to come out. Who is the person? It cannot be a non-state actor. It has to lead into some ISI desk. Some idiot sitting in this Pakistan army or establishment is the one who said, yes, let's go. You know, a lot of things that it happened only very, very immediate. This whole thing has happened in a very well planned, played out manner. It has not been done by that one crankpot who was in Pahalgam who decided to ask that, you know, you are a Hindu or a Muslim and then I'm going to shoot in your head. Right? This is all very, very calibrated. The timing of that Asim Munir, that radical of a guy, I'm actually today very angry with this thing happening. But the fact of the matter is that it had to happen. We knew it. We have been talking of it. Possibly I was the only guy in this whole channel saying that we can't go to war as of now. We need to plan much better. But yet, I think we need to ask and keep the Pakistan to corner as of now.
Right. Fair point. Fair
said,
point.
yeah.
I think a lot of viewers will appreciate your candor and what you feel. There are those who would have also thought long-term, short-term, mid-term and long-term in terms of a decimation of a state sponsor of terror. But Wing Commander S. Sudhakaran, your thoughts here, where Bharat is very clearly saying we are going to keep it at DGMO level. Should Bharat choose the place and time on the 12th? Because it's the Pakis who picked up the phone and said, okay, give us stoppage time. And should Bharat ensure that this is between the two nations, not a third party entering it?
I talked about this yesterday. In fact, yesterday I told about diplomatic dharma and manipulation of the momentum. Let's go back, rewind, you will find it. Today, the master stroke. Modi has dug a trench so deep to the entire Pakistani ecosystem. They don't know what to do. They are in a catch-22 system, catch-22 situation. Give me 2 minutes, I will explain.
Please take your time, sir.
See, what has happened today is airstrikes across 6 to 8 air bases, right? They've hit them. We have no idea as to how many air assets, including F-16 and J-17, that has got hit on ground. That detail has not come out. Eventually, what it would have led to is the onset of air supremacy for Indian Air Force, because their air defense had given up. Imagine if a fighter aircraft, see, getting air supremacy is the dream of any air force in any warfare, which means their army would have got neutralized in their barracks. They wouldn't have been able to come out. The tanks wouldn't have been able to come out if the air defense is compromised. As an AD guy, I can tell you, right? That's death knell for any warfare. And that's when Pakistan took their white flags out. They were desperate today. Because today morning, when the missiles got stuck here, had a couple of missiles got stuck in Delhi or somewhere else, they would have still not, given up. But their missiles are not able to penetrate us. Their aircrafts are getting shot down. I think somewhere around 8 aircrafts have got shot down. Today, maybe 10, 15 would have got neutralized on the ground, or maybe more. Right? This is what has compelled them to immediately raise the flag, because they know that they will not survive. Number one. Number two is their airstrips have all gone. Even if they have the aircraft, they can't take on. Third is their radar networks have got jammed or they've got neutralized. That's where our missiles could go and hit with such precision. This is the background that the world needs to know, right? Modi knows it, because we have done a complete reconnaissance, damage assessment of what post the strikes. That the Indian Air Force must have definitely done. This is the background. Now, on this background, if the DGMO comes, yesterday, this is where I was talking about establishing strategic clarity. Now, what is the clarity that came in today? Indian government today, for the first time in its entire history, has said any act of terror will constitute an act of war.
Yes.
This is very important, because tomorrow, if another terrorist dares come in, I don't need to give him proof. As per my constitution or policy or doctrine, it is war. And war means I can kiss you with my missiles anytime I want. I don't need to give any explanation to anybody. You come in with one gun, that's good enough for me. Or it is up to my mind. If I wake up with a good mind, I may pardon you, but maybe I may send 10 missiles. See, we have tasted blood now. Please understand the escalation later. I will talk from 2016 onwards. You did surgical strike first.
Correct.
Second time you did Balakot. See, I was in the ops room when the Balakot happened. Our air defense was not as good. If you remember the MH17 fratricide that happened, some 11 people got killed. We were all over the place. In fact, I was extremely critical that day, upset that day. How could we let this happen? But having said that, I'm telling you, Indian Air Force has grown leaps and bounds. Yesterday, I was so happy, 100%. Even the Israelis were shocked. This is textbook stuff that we have shown. Nowhere in the history of the planet or in any warfare, this kind of a thing has been witnessed, because 400, 500 drones coming, missiles coming, everything getting neutralized, right? But having done this, can we take our chances? Please understand, we're dealing with a nuclear state.
Yeah.
I don't want to give great leverage, but this is where my strategic clarity with restraint. So what I was talking yesterday was that, we must act decisively, we must act ruthlessly, and we must act silently. Posturing is okay. See, one more good thing the MEA did is, we have never claimed most of our attack. We must have, I am telling you, we've done 10 times more damage than what we have claimed. Pakistan, on the other hand, have done nothing and have claimed 100 times more, or 1,000 times more. Now, the biggest thing from here is, Asif Munir's curtains, I know the reverse count has started, because he can lie to the whole world, Pakistan can lie to the whole world, but what will he tell his own officers? They know. Can they continue to serve under a person who believes in lies and rhetorics? They know their days are gone. So which means Asif Munir in next 15 days or 1 month or 2 months, or maybe his extension that they have given will not come through. And this also means that the next army general that is going to come in Pakistan will not have the same respect, same command and same power. And Imran Khan may well get out of the jail, which also means there could be elections, fresh elections in Pakistan, which is what the people want. This puppet government will go. So this all augurs well, which means in this pause button, when Modi goes to the discussion table, this is what I've been talking about. He needs three things. Dismantling of the terror network, number one, and taking responsibility for the terror strikes right from 2016 onwards, if not before. Handing over of the proscribed terrorists like Maulana Masood Azhar, they can't keep the bogey of telling them they don't live here. We know where they live. Right? So now it is very difficult for Pakistan to accept these demands.
Correct.
This is where the Indus Water Treaty comes in. Tap on, tap off. He will, kill them thirsty. Where will Pakistan go? They need to come to the table, speak to Modi. Trump in his enthusiasm has said whatever it is. It is not American pressure. Right? India has been, even with the weak Congress governments, we have never accepted a third party to come in. And Modi will definitely not agree to it.
Right.
So
it's not about Modi, definitely. It's the Pakistani playbook. The Pakistani playbook is to internationalize so that allows them to hyphenate themselves with Bharat. Bharat's attempt is to hyphenate Pakistan with a terror state. So Terroristan is the aspect. Now, you called him Hafiz Munir. The inside story is that he loves his tipple. So he's actually nicknamed Chachu Whiskey internally within the army. So he's Mullah Whiskey if you're to go by what we are saying. So that's the reason why. So he's not as pious as he makes himself out to be. And he cannot do without his whiskey. That's the story within the Pak army, and I'm hearing it from the horse's mouth. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So that's why this person is his coinage is now Mullah whiskey. But that aside, but what the Pak general does, what happens to him, is their issue. What we do about it is what's critical. There's an attempt to internationalize. There is someone who's wanting to take credit. And Bharat is very clearly saying, you talk to us, we decide what we do. And if we think it's an act of war, it's a terror act, and it's an act of war. Professor Brahmachalani, where do we go from here? On the 12th of May, who should set the terms and conditions? Because we know exactly what the Pakis, how the Pakis will play this.
First, let's be clear, Anand, on what has happened. India has a long tradition of snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. 1948, Tashkent Agreement, Haji Pir being returned. Similar, the gains of war being squandered at the negotiating table. Operation Synindhur, mark my words, will go in history as part of this tradition. Let's not mince words on this. Operation Synindhur was supposed to be taken to its logical conclusion. Operation Synindhur has been ended inconclusively. And why are we quibbling over things like, for example, a halt to hostilities? We are objecting to the word ceasefire. If halt to hostilities is not ceasefire, what else is ceasefire? A ceasefire by definition is a temporary halt to hostilities. And why are we quibbling over the US role? We are saying that it was entirely bilateral. Is that the argument? Foreign Secretary Misri said at his briefing that Pakistan's DGMO called his Indian counterpart at 15:35 hours. 15:35 hours. Who was pressing Pakistan's military? Who was calling General Munir? Who? Why don't we discuss all that?
No, but
Why
how should that matter to us, Professor Brahmacharya? How should that matter to us? We did not ask anybody to call General Munir. Bharat's position is Bharat did not ask anybody.
Of course not. You know,
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Anand.
Please.
I'm sorry, Anand. Let's not whitewash America's role in this. We agreed to the US role. That's the reason why the US was playing a role. That's the reason why Rubio called General Munir. That's the reason why Pakistan's DGMO called his Indian counterpart only at 15:35 hours. That's the reason why the work had already been done.
But Professor Brahmacharlani, that's an assumption you are making, and you're welcome to make that. Did
It's not
Bharat?
an assumption. I'm giving you the timeline.
What I'm saying is nobody asked J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio to pick up the phone and call the Pakistanis. India has not asked. Marco Rubio said, I picked up the phone and I called them. J.D. Vance said, we picked up the phone and called both sides. But what is Bharat's position? Bharat's position is, if Pakistan wants to talk, you talk directly to us. Whoever is asking you to talk, that's your headache. But we as a nation will talk to you directly and you talk to us directly. We don't want a third party. That's Bharat's position.
I don't agree with that.
Ji.
I don't agree with that because India has been in touch with Washington. India was willing to let the US play the role of an honest broker. That's why the US tried to play the role that India had agreed to. That's the reason why by the time the Pakistani DGMO called, the groundwork had been laid.
Okay. Respectfully, sir, in the past, I request Ambassador Rajiv Dogra, you agree with Professor Brahmacharlani here? Do you think Bharat is the one who's told America to play broker here?
I didn't say that India asked the US. No, the US offered its services.
Now, Anand, you are acting like USA between Professor Chalani and me. So
I'm not going to act as anybody. I'm just here saying that there is a nation which is trying to claim credit, and Bharat strategically is saying, no, we are not giving credit to anybody this time around because we want you to talk to us. Yes, sir, please, your point. Yeah.
No, Anand, I don't want to contradict Professor Chalani. I have respect for his views. He is making an assumption on the basis of his experience and on the basis of what is in public domain. I don't want to comment on that because I don't want to speculate at this time because there's not enough material at my command in order to give any definitive judgment. But I will again point to what the Foreign Secretary and later EAM have stressed.
Yeah.
And the main burden of their coming and Foreign Secretary addressing the press and EAM coming to the social media was that please don't be hasty in giving credit to someone else. Pakistani DGMO, for whatever reasons, picked up the phone and requested our DGMO to please agree to stopping fire. That's the understanding I have. On 12th of May, the DGMOs are not going to work out an agreement.
Yeah.
DGMOs are just going to assess whether either side has resumed fire or violated the gentleman's understanding or agreement. The main issue, the elephant in the room is what happens then. Do we then get terrorists in our hands? Does Pakistan sort of not just pledge but take concrete action in ensuring that the entire terror network has been demolished, never to be revived again? Will Pakistan insist that Indus Water Treaty be again resumed in the same form as it was before 22nd April? These are big questions, and India and Pakistan have always faltered on these big questions, as I had pointed out starting from 1965 onwards, and Professor Chalani took it back to 1948 very rightly. So the history of India-Pakistan agreement, and let me just add for your viewers' information, there's not even a single agreement between India and Pakistan which favors India where Pakistan has stood by that agreement. India has always stood by the agreements it entered into. So the history of trust is not very favorable to Pakistan's
Correct.
record.
So then,
that is why I'm a little skeptical.
Yes, Professor Chalani, please complete. I don't want to be someone who's not allowed you your thoughts. Please go ahead. We may disagree, but I have huge amount of respect for you. Please go ahead. Please complete.
No, Anand, the current military situation, this conflict became a test of rival political wills. A test of rival political wills. Over the decades, Pakistan has sought to make up for the power asymmetry with India through stronger political will. It has looked at India as a country with a weaker political will. That's the reason why Operation Synindhur became very important, because India, after almost 4 decades, decided that its patience had worn out and it needed to do something. So it became an important test of rival political wills. How will history look at Operation Synindhur? What clear objectives did we achieve from this operation, even though militarily we had the upper hand? The 3 days of conflict showed that Pakistan's air defenses are weaker compared to India's. They were hitting us with a large number of drones and missiles. We, in response, were sending far fewer drones and missiles, and yet we were hitting the targets much better, more accurately. So clearly, we had the military momentum. And then we took a political decision to suspend this operation. It's more than suspension, it's termination of this operation, frankly, Anand. And history will not look at India's decision too kindly.
Right. General Pandey, we've got to take a break, but quickly your thoughts and also Tilak Devasharji, and then...
When this April, I just very quickly want to rewind for everybody to just think back. When April 22nd happened, our intention at that point of time, if we had not declared war kind of environment or focus, was possibly to have got those terrorists and killed, right? The Prime Minister goes out and makes a statement that all the perpetrators will be brought to book. Now, the list of perpetrators can start from those 4 terrorists till the military-industrial complex or the deep state of US, right? You can range the spectrum anywhere. So let's keep it focused to 4 terrorists. Now, we have possibly gone beyond, and we have hit the terror headquarters, infrastructure, killed. I don't want to give a number, whatever numbers are, but even the hitting of the targets is a major, major shift in this thing, right? Did we declare a war at that time? No, I don't think so. We no right-minded person will start thinking of going to war on this subject. I'm unfortunately, look, I'm a military guy who's been into real operation. I have seen blood and gore very, very clearly in my life. But the fact remains, I'm still talking of this thing. We have gone and done that. And after we're doing that, there is always a reason to look into our civilizational and cultural moorings. You know, it's very important. We achieved that and we said, okay, this is enough. And sweetheart, we are letting you go. Don't come back, right? Rest the case. But as psychic they are, they wind it up, they leveled up to the next layer. And again, you know, more is less and less is more is my belief. You may throw 500 drones at me, but if I can do my job with 10, let me do with 10, right? Okay. It is the quality over quantity which matters.
Right.
So while all this is happening, I think let's start believing one thing, that in the current context, what we have achieved quite good. And we should not start looking at that we have not achieved enough, because frankly, in spite of breaking all their agreements, right, where are we as a nation? And where is this country today as a nation? And I'll leave by one caution. for everybody that please stay aware, awake, and alert, because this scourge of terrorism has not been sorted out by the Europeans, by the biggest powers, by the so-called island nation called surrounded by two huge lakes. Americans, they have got hit. But the fact is that this will happen to us. We need to find solutions which are long-term, even when we fracture. But we need to fracture this country, which was, if that should be our end state, and how we do should start getting planned today onwards.
Right. I think those plans are on, but that's a long-term plan. That's not a near-term or a mid-term plan. And so we focus on the near and mid-term right now. The long-term objective, no, I don't think anybody, any of our viewers or anybody on the panel disagrees with you, General Pandey. So thank you for your candor. But Tilak Devasharji, quick word, sir. I've got to take a break, but I'd like to hear your thoughts, and then we'll come back and then take this forward. Ji.
First, I would like to get more details. Possibly on Monday after the two DGMOs meet, what exactly are the contours of the agreement? Point number one. Point number two, have we achieved our objectives? And does that agreement that is agreed to on Monday, does that fulfill our objectives to degrading Pakistan's terror infrastructure to the extent that 2 years or 3 years down the road, we are not having the same conversation? And more innocent Indians have died. Does that meet the expectations? Or are we keeping something in reserve? We continue with the Indus Water Treaty as holding it in abeyance, as the whip to beat Pakistan with, should they repeat something? So I think right now I feel I am not in a position. I feel it is still premature to pronounce judgment.
Right.
But certainly, or after Monday, when we have more clarity, it will be easier to come to some sort of a definite conclusion.
Right. We take the conversation forward. Should Bharat have, agreed to this ceasefire or stoppage of fire? Let's use that term, stoppage of fire, till the MEA officially changes that to a ceasefire, or the MOD changes that. So stoppage of fire till till 12th of May, when the DGMOs meet. Where are they meeting? Who is deciding the time and place? Has the US jumped the gun in trying to claim mediator? Bharat's position is Pakistan has to talk to us, we talk to Pakistan, this is bilateral. Now, what does this imply? What are the contours? And what should Bharat put to the table? When the DGMO walks up there to meet his counterpart, the Pakistani counterpart, what is the position that from where Bharat is going to speak? And will Bharat make perhaps public knowledge the impact, the level of damage that's been inflicted on the Pakistanis? And if this can be done within 3 days, what does that prove to the world? We'll talk about all that and more with our guests after a very short break. Viewers, please stay with us.
Yes, boy!
I welcome you to this press briefing on Operation Synindhur and related developments. We have with us Commodore Ravi Nair, Colonel Sophia Qureshi, and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh to brief you. With that, I hand over the floor to Commodore Nair.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As the Foreign Secretary had said, you're aware there's an understanding that has been reached to stop all military activities at sea, on the air and on the land. And the Indian Navy, Indian Army and the Indian Air Force have been instructed to adhere to this understanding. Since the tragic events at Pahalgam, you're aware that our responses have been measured and very responsible. Details of these have been shared with you over the past few days through our various press briefings. What has also happened is that there is a significant amount of misinformation that is being undertaken from the other side. And as a professional military organization, we thought it is also our duty to dispel those misinformation aspects, as also state the facts of the case as they stand. Towards that, I will now hand over to my colleague, Colonel Qureshi.
Namaskar. अब मैं आपको पाकिस्तान की मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन कैंपेन के बारे में अवगत कराऊंगी। पहला, पाकिस्तान ने यह क्लेम किया कि उसने अपने JF-17 से हमारे S-400 व ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल बेस को नुकसान पहुंचाया, जो कि बिल्कुल गलत है। दूसरा, उसका ये भी मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन कैंपेन था कि हमारी एयरफील्ड, जो कि सिरसा, जम्मू, पठानकोट, बठिंडा, नलिया और भुज में है, ये उसका मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन भी बहुत गलत है। तीसरा, पाकिस्तान के मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन कैंपेन के मुताबिक हमारे एम्यूनिशन डंप्स जो चंडीगढ़ और बियास में है, उसका डैमेज हुआ, यह भी बिल्कुल गलत है। हमने आपको मॉर्निंग ब्रीफिंग में बताया था विद फैक्ट्स एंड फिगर के साथ कि ये सारी चीजें बिल्कुल सही सलामत हैं। अब मैं आपको बताना चाहती हूँ कि पाकिस्तान के एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में ये बात की गई थी कि उनके सीनियर मिलिट्री ऑफिसर्स, जो कि पूरी तरह से ये भ्रामक है और तथ्यों से दूर है, कि पाकिस्तान की ओर से ये झूठा आरोप भी लगाया जा रहा है कि भारतीय सेना ने मस्जिदों को नुकसान पहुंचाया। मैं इससे बिल्कुल स्पष्ट करना चाहती हूं कि इंडिया इज ए सेक्युलर नेशन और हमारी सेना भारत के कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल वैल्यूज की एक बहुत प्यारी झलक है। इंडियन
Thank you for staying with us. It's a stoppage of fire that's been agreed upon till the 12th of May between Bharat and Pakistan after the DGMO of Pakistan picked up the phone and requested a conversation with his Bharatiya counterpart, and Bharat has said that the guns are still trained up. The position still remains offensive, but hands off the trigger. All non-kinetic offensive moves continue, including keeping the Indus Water Treaty in abeyance. Now, here's what's happened. This is the level of damage that's been inflicted. Earlier in the briefing, it was just one word that came from the military that said, one sentence, Bharat has inflicted heavy damage to the enemy. On the other side, heavy damage. Now, here is some proof. Following Indian airstrikes, Pakistan has declared the Rahim Yar Khan Air Base. It has the only runway. The only runway is non-operational for at least another week. It's issued a NOTAM for an estimated 7 days till the 17th of May 2025. Now, 8 air bases were targeted. Now, there are reports, and somewhere the hint was that at least 5 air bases have seen punitive punishment and have suffered huge damages. Wing Commander S. Sudhakaran was with us, is still with us. Tilak Devasharji with us, General Pandey with us, and Ambassador. And let's go across to Wing Commander Sudhakaran. Wing Commander Sudhakaran, we had confirmed pictures of the Sargodha Air Base where things had landed on the runway. Now Rahim Yar Khan NOTAM has already come out, which shows that till the 17th, they are not operational. There was also some measures, some pictures that came on with what's happened in Pindi and also in Sialkot. So there is huge amount of damage that's been inflicted. And you were mentioning that our forces have literally crippled their air defense and air offense. Wing Commander Sudhakaran, unable to hear you clearly. I don't know why. Yeah, it is at your own. Yeah, please try again. Let's try again. Yeah, sir, I can't hear you. The mic is off, or you're on mute. I don't know, one of the things, but or maybe it's a poor bandwidth issue. So we'll just wait and to try and sort it out. Can we check again? Let's try that again. Yeah, yes, sir. Wing Commander, please allow us to fix this for you. We're not able to hear you, sir. So just give us about 2 minutes and we'll try and recheck the connection with you and try and get you back. Tilak Devasharji, your assessment. So Rahim Yar Khan, they're saying no time till the 17th. There is considerable damage. Should Bharat come out and go public with the amount of damage inflicted? Should the world know that Pakistan has now picked up the phone and is talking because they're licking their wounds, they want to collect their dead, and it's the damage inflicted? Even on the jihadi front, on the 7th, we heard them bad. 150 se zyada to mare hain. And some of their top commanders, operational commanders, are dead, be it Lashkar, Hizbul or Jaish. Hizbul, many say, has been totally wiped out. And now to their military assets also, we've heard them. Ji.
I think so. I think if we have confirmed information, you don't want to be embarrassed if you go and the information is not correct. And you can make, through satellite imagery, the damage that you have done to Rahim Khan. There were some reports about the Noor Khan base and other air bases and the number of terrorists and in Varitke and in Bhavalpur. I think certainly we should make out a dossier and present it to the world. Why shouldn't the world, why should we be shy? After all, we were provoked by Pakistan. They killed 26 of our innocent people. And why should we feel shy on the damage that we have inflicted? So that's my view.
Well, Chanakya says no matter how much you deal with it nicely, the only objective of a snake is to bite you with its poison. So let's hope that the intelligent minds who are busy at the back end have read Chanakya and also heard the Rashtaniti that Bhishma imparted to Yudhishthira, so Raj Dharma. Because at any point in time, the enemy has to be quelled for good if peace has to happen. If the end game is ahimsa, if the end game is peace, then those who are committed to hinsa have to be then first annihilated. So that's what Dharma speaks, and the establishment
Also,
of Dharma speaks, as scriptures say.
Anand,
So
one other point.
Ji.
I would be very skeptical about any agreement with Pakistan for stoppage of fire or even for a ceasefire. I'd be extremely skeptical because Pakistan has a reputation of breaking agreements, international agreements, forget bilateral. They have a reputation of doing so. So we should not lower our guard even for a moment when we negotiate the ceasefire or when it converts the stoppage of fire into a ceasefire agreement. I would be very, very watchful, very careful and not take them on their face word.
So after the MEA, Tilakji, now Akash is just telling us that defense sources have confirmed it's a bilateral understanding to stop fire and military action. Equating it with ceasefire would not be the correct conclusion. Communication would be set up and DGMOs would talk further. So this is exactly why there is a clear hyphenation or a delinking of the term ceasefire and using the term stoppage of fire. So from the MEA to the MOD, they seem to have absolute clarity that this is not ceasefire.
Yeah,
so even though there are many experts who believe ceasefire and stoppage of fire is the same, what Major Jolly, Manik Jolly was saying and others were also saying, Lieutenant General Nachiketa was saying, Nishikanta Singh was saying that this is a newer term. This term says, as of now, I have my guns pointed at you, but I am not pulling on the trigger, be it land, sea, or air. And this is only for a temporary time because you have asked for it and we have agreed for it. Ceasefire will come when there are agreements, conditions are set, there are terms set, and whoever then violates the agreement becomes violative of the ceasefire. So we have not got to the stage of ceasefire because both of us are not yet talking. It's just a phone call saying, थोड़ी देर के लिए युद्ध बंद कर दीजिए, तो हमने बंद किया है.
I think that's a very important distinction. And all of us in the media and all the people who are speaking on television must bear this distinction in mind. The stoppage of fire is very different from ceasefire. As you rightly said, ceasefire has conditions. And what those conditions are, we'll come to know now.
Right. Wing Commander, I'm just going to check your thoughts on this, sir. You're nodding your head, so let's hope we can hear.
What I was trying to tell you was...
we can hear you now well. Yes, please.
Yeah, what I was trying to tell you was that the pictures that you showed, that is one side of the story. If the Indian Air Force would have done its job, it would have targeted the blast vents with the aircrafts in it. And with the kind of satellite imagery that we have, we know exactly where these aircrafts were parked, when, what time. It would have been very difficult for those aircrafts to have escaped the wrath of the Indian Air Force if they have been able to reach the air base itself. So I'll be more interested in looking at what kind of platforms got neutralized. See, a runway going down, it can come up in 15 days. But a radar going down or an aircraft itself going down, then there is no point in having that runway in the first place. And in my assessment, the Indian Air Force would have inflicted very, very deep wound because the numbers wouldn't have been known. Pakistan would have definitely known the number. That's why the panic button has been pressed today, number one. This needs to be understood. Number two, this is when Pakistan has given that slightest hint to our establishment that we are willing to negotiate. So far, they were not willing to negotiate. They were in rhetorics. They were trying to tell you we are as good as you are. Today, for the first time, they've realized that if we continue to do this rhetorics and lies, this will further take down them to a state where there will be no point of no return, because once the Rafales go on the Pakistani air bases and the Pakistani army establishments, it's going to be very difficult. The people are going to get neutralized inside their barracks. That's not acceptable to Pakistan, number one. Now, if the Indian establishment is going to get this kind of a moral high ground as well as a leverage on the Pakistani establishment, I think they should give that a chance. So I don't agree to the point that Synindhur is not to be seen as, this should not be seen as cessation of hostilities. Abhi, if you can pardon me, I'll just expand myself. I want to use 2-3 expletives here. दुल्हन पे तो सिंदूर लगा दिया हमने, अभी हल्दी सेरेमनी बाकी है, मेहंदी लगाना बाकी है, अभी ऑप्स फेरे बाकी हैं, फाइनली सुहागरात भी होगा और फिर 4 बच्चे भी होंगे उसके. That is the way that we can go all the way. Pakistan can see that today. That shadi will happen if they don't behave themselves. And Modi has that tap in his hands. Tap on, tap off. Once the farmers get into rebellion because of the lack of water supply, Sindh and Punjab will fight. It is not Balochistan and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. Those are morons. They don't know how to fight. But if Sindh and Punjab comes to trade blows, then we have a situation there. So Modi is giving the long rope as far as I can see. He is not happy. He is respecting Pakistan for whatever little they are worth. And then he's taking it easy. See, why are we hurrying? I don't understand. In this TV channels, everybody is telling we shouldn't have left them, we should have gone. In fact, there was one anchor who told me today morning that very first day itself we would have taken this airbase off. If you'd have served in the Air Force, you understand what it all means. This is not a seeing IPL, we have got into this 2020 board. We think it is all about hitting sixes and 10 sixes in 10 overs. This doesn't work like that. You need to take one step at a time, measure, calibrate, look. You cannot corner the enemy beyond the point.
Sir, with due respect, and I totally take your point, and please understand that a lot of the journalists and a lot of the viewers have not seen open conflict. This is a generation that has not been in a state of war or preparedness. Even during Kargil, the conflict was limited to only the heights. Balakot, post-Balakot, whatever happened over Jammu and Kashmir. So those who live in the forward areas, those who lived in those areas, who have seen the kind of shelling and pummeling that happens and have borne it, they will have a very different perspective from the rest of Bharat who have never seen all of this. This is the first time that there is a talk about air sirens. There is a whole generation that did not even know that there is something called these sirens and they go off and what is evasive action, etc. So there will be a lot of people who say, "Arey, ghus ke wahi maar ke aa jao na." So it's not so easy. Everybody understands that. But there is also a thought process which very clearly says that when we as a nation have shown a shift in our strategic posture, a shift in our defense posture or our military posture, and there is a position where the enemy is brought to their knees. Should we spare the enemy at this time? Should we say, okay, I will take my finger off the trigger? Or should we finish the enemy once and for all? So that's where a lot of people are saying. But on this comes the levels of diplomacy, that comes the levels of statecraft, and there is also, like General D.P. Pandey said, that you cannot go into anything in a rush. You keep the enemy on the knee, you keep the gun trained on that person, and then you set the terms and conditions for them to behave. They knowing fully well that the gun is never off. The gun is always pointed right there in the middle of their, on their forehead, and it's point blank. And it's just a matter of seconds that the trigger will be pressed. So I think that is the posture that people, our viewers, need to understand. And that's the reason why Bharat is very clearly saying it is between us who's holding the gun now and it is the enemy who's on the knee. There is no third party involved. So that's where it is. It is between the two of us, and that's where we're going to talk. And we're going to talk from a position of strength, which the Pakistanis thought we never had, the will that we never had, and of course, the strategic depth that they thought we didn't have. So we've outmaneuvered them, outthought them, and we have outpummeled them. All of this has happened. So there is a whole set of things which has been done. Gentlemen, I've got to take another break. We're just coming up to the top of the hour, so that's why I'm going to take another break. But General Pandey, you put your hand up. You wanted to say something. So, yes, please go ahead.
No, we'll do it after the break.
नहीं, बोलिए आप बोलिए.
Yeah,
It's
it's a
chain
long
of
haul.
train,
Okay, I just
train of thought to
we
the
are
other.
discussing
Yeah.
the issue of stoppage and ceasefire. I just want to amplify a little bit.
Ji.
Right, a stoppage of fire is something like taking a breather, allowing the other side to have a time off, right? Even in military maneuvers, even at a short range engagement, even a very, very sub-tactical level, when we punish the other side, and other side will claim that they punish us. There are times that you need to, either side takes a break either for casualties or for, this at the national level is just a stoppage of fire. It has got nothing given, right? Now, when the ceasefire agreement will come up, the ceasefire agreement was about 5 years back when I was the core commander. That will have certain very great pointers that what will lead to an infringement of ceasefire, and thereafter, what are the steps that will happen is going to be as part of your internal discussions. These pointers, these points has to be decided. This will get decided now with some back and forth in the same. But at this very time, we should be very careful to not allow internationalization of this saying nobody, this is where the diplomatic offensive is very, very important that the chief, why did they go for Kargil? Musharraf knew that he's lost the plot. And they went for Kargil operation. And in fact, he continued to say that the issue got internationalized because of the Kargil, and Kashmir came right in the center of the debates at that point of time. This view should not come out again in this aftermath of, when the ceasefire happens. It's very, very important that the Pakistanis should not get an idea to go back. There is a second part you have to see. Look at the pictures, a contrasting picture. Khwaza being pummeled in his own parliament, making statements that he got this news from social media. There's a picture of these 3-4 ragtag people sitting, leading the nation, so-called nation, sitting together. Their face was virtually very, very clear of fear. There was hardly any military representation because military was the one who was controlling. It was only a figurative thing. And there is a second photograph in which the Prime Minister is interacting. I don't think even he was having a debate or something. He was just interacting. People are sitting. There's a composed, calm. There is a two different nation. A rabid dog outside and a house which is fully secure, nothing much can happen.
Yeah, the viewers, gentlemen, guests, that new break cancelled. General Pandey, if you're anyway watching the broadcast, they're all sitting on a briefing. Vikram Misri is there, the 3 service chiefs are there, CDS is there, Prime Minister is there, EAM Jaishankar, NSA Ajit Doval, then there is also the Deputy NSA, I think, is there, and we also have Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh. So they're all present there. And look at their body language, compare that to the Pakis. Yes, General Pandey, you were talking about.
I did not know that they were having a premonition, But look at the conversation which is happening. It is a conversation of confidence. This is what needs to be showcased to the world, that this is a 4 trillion economy which is moving with pace and ahead, right? And this small little entity, which is actually a tool of the West, right? And at times a tool of the Chinese. Their state remains as a tool. So somewhere I think in our deliberation and talks, it requires to be kept this in mind. Otherwise, we may get equated by this country which has actually got no standing in the world.
Tilak Devasha ji? Yeah, you're spot on, sir. You're spot on this, on the manner, demeanor, and this is what we need to focus on. But there is also a huge difference between a Bharat in 2008 and a Bharat in 2025, Tilak Devasha ji. And you've seen that evolution in strategic posture. This ability that we have developed has come in the last 10 to 12 years under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. How much would you want to credit his leadership, his vision, and of course the armed forces too, but the political establishment that has worked to tweak the deficiencies, worked to tweak the weaknesses, and to then create this huge gap between a nation that thought it could equate it with us and a nation today that is the 4th largest economy, even ahead of Japan in the world. Ji.
Well, certainly, I think the really important thing that has happened to change is the political will. That you have the will, you then create the assets, you then create the structures, you then create the power. So today, India is in a position to project power, diplomatic power, as well as hard military power. And I think for that, you have to credit the leadership. See, any leadership has to, first of all, have an understanding of what the issues and problems are, has to have the vision, and then to have the courage to implement it. I think India is extremely fortunate that, in the Prime Minister, you have somebody who understands who has the vision and who has the courage. And therefore, today's position internationally, globally, is very, very different than, let's say, what it was 10 or 15 years ago. And you have the power. You have built that military power. Today, you have got a lot of the munitions that you're making yourself. Some of the things that were used in the last 3 or 4 days were actually manufactured in India. So if I agree, I think India is a very different place, and the world is taking notice of this.
Well, we've got to stay on. We're going to stay on. We was going to take a break. We're not taking a break. We're going to stay on. I'm going to thank our guests who are joining us all this while through the course of 7 to 8 p.m. It's 8 o'clock, 2000 hours on the clock. These are pictures. Kudos to this entire group. NSA Ajit Doval has seen times of strife, times of tribulations, and he continues to be there as the NSA well into his 80s, and one has to salute his energy. The other person that one would, as a viewer, as a Bharatiya, as a person who's proud of what our forces have been able to achieve, is the man who's chairing this, that is Prime Minister Narendra Modi. PM Narendra Modi, under his leadership, has taken Bharat to a level militarily, strategically, diplomatically and economically, where the world is sitting up and taking notice, where Bharat is able to also turn around and tell the world, you don't need to tell us how we need to take care of pesky neighbors. You don't need to tell us how we should defend our sovereignty, how we should avenge acts of terror on our soil. You just listen. This is what we're going to do, and this is how we're going to do it. And this is a person whom nobody can ever say is Gayab. He is there 365 days, 24/7 at the helm, and over the last 5 days, ladies and gentlemen, to our viewers, we may have taken a short break. There are others who may have taken a nap, but he's been right at the front and center of it all in that war room, on top of things. He was there on the night of Operation Synindhur, and he's been there throughout the case, along with these people who have also worked tirelessly. The Chief of Defence Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, the Chief of Navy, the Chief of the Air Force, the intelligence groups, the heads, all of them have worked together, and this is a whole of government approach. The CCEA, the CCPA, the CCS, they have met continuously, they've stayed in touch, and also huge commendations to the nation's opposition. Barring a few motor mouths and rabble-rousers, largely the political leadership across the opposition has also been right behind the government of the day in defending our sovereignty and avenging the Pahalgam massacre. Huge shout out to the likes of Asaduddin Owaisi, Rahul Gandhi, Shashi Tharoor, who have not just mounted a stirring defense, but also taken a position where there is no variance from the government's position, that no act of terror will be tolerated and terror will be avenged. So those who oftentimes in the past have been at loggerheads with the government on certain positions have been united in this one aspect, that this is a whole of nation approach. It's a whole of Bharat approach. And credit is and compliments are have to be given where they are due. But this man, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, has really changed the way Bharat thinks. And it's also given an ability for Bharat to purchase 28 more Rafale on the eve of a possible conflict which is going to perhaps be a drain on our resources. He's been in a position where Bharat has emergency funds parked away for a situation like this, and we have the ability to last for 6 months, if not more, at a time when we are the 4th largest economy in the world, and a military prowess where 500 drones and not a single one landed on target, multiple missiles, including ballistic missiles fired towards Bharat, not a single one finding their target, and some punitive punishment and pummeling, crippling of Pakistan's air defense systems, air offense systems, and getting them to raise the white flag within 3 nights of misadventure. So much of shame heaped upon. So much of shame heaped upon Asim Munir, the Pak general. So much of shame heaped upon those blustering netas of Pakistan who were brazenly lying and caught with their pants down. This is a nation that is strong. It makes us feel proud to be Bharatiya. And we have to thank the political leadership for setting that vision. And somewhere, perhaps we are onward on our path to becoming a Viksit nation by 2047. This is Atmanirbharta at play. Arun Dhanta is also with us. So much of our military equipment today is indigenous. Be it Akash, the missile defense systems working together with the S-400s and the Barracks which have come into play. Our drone defense systems, our own munitions, loitering munitions that are indigenously made. There is a huge level of Atmanirbharta that is reflective in our defense in Operation Synindhur. Arun Dhanta, so how long has this meeting been going on?
Anand, we just saw that three service chiefs, Defense Minister Rajnath Singh, Foreign Secretary, all of them have left from Prime Minister Modi's residence, but we haven't seen the cavalcade of National Security Advisor and the External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, which means that both of them are inside and perhaps they are having a separate meeting with Prime Minister Modi. As far as this meeting is concerned, it lasted more than 1 hour. All of them were there, of course. Some assessment would have been taken, and also, the message would be from the Prime Minister's side that we still need to be very, very, motivated, and also, of course, very alert at this point, because you can't never trust Pakistan. But yes, of course, one thing is very clear, that India has sent out a message to the Pakistan and also to the global community. And now, of course, you will see the process of going ahead. The process will go ahead. You will have a ceasefire by that time. But of course, Prime Minister Modi would have given a very, very clear message to the service chiefs that we need to be on toes, and all the forces and the infrastructure and everything strategy will be in place. And of course, the DGMO level talks will go on. But as we speak, of course, we can see some movement here outside. Perhaps now we'll see NSA, Ajit Doval, and the External Affairs Minister coming out from the 7 LKM. So the entire day has been, of course, of various meetings that took place here at Prime Minister Modi's residence. We saw in the morning all the service chief, Rajnath Singh, NSA coming here. Then they, left, and then they again came back in the evening. So I think the message is very clear from the Prime Minister's side that we should not lose our guard at this point. Let's see how talks go, everything go, and then perhaps we will see what next happens.
Well, yes, these are, so the meeting has come to a close. It's for about an hour, but there is also a certain level, and officially Operation Synindhur has not yet been called off. So let's understand that, viewers. Operation Synindhur is still on. This is just stoppage. This is stoppage till the 12th of May, when the DGMOs will meet. The DGMOs will speak not in a neutral area, at a place and time of the choosing of Bharat. And it is these two DGMOs, the DGMOs of Bharat and Pakistan, who are going to sit across, and that's when the conversation would say whether there is a deal or no deal. And the deal will be on Bharat's terms. This time the strategic posture is very, very different. Very, very different. Michael Rubin is with us, Glenn Carl is with us. We also have Kaval Sibalji joining us, and N.N. Dubeji with us at this point. My namaste and Jai Hind to everybody, and good evening and greetings. It's perhaps morning over in the USA. Michael Rubin, your thoughts? You're very candid in saying that Bharat is right in trying to consider an act of terror as an act of war. But now we are given to understand this is going to remain the position and posture, that whether there is stoppage and if it eventually leads to ceasefire with Pakistan, the only demand is if there is another act of terror, Bharat does not need anybody's signal. It will unilaterally design and assume whether it's an act of terror and equate it with an act of war and go on the offensive. Do you believe that's the right posture to hold?
You very correctly.
That is absolutely the right posture to hold. Make no mistake, this is a victory for India, although the fight is not over. This is the end of the beginning rather than the beginning of the end. Terrorism is a cost-benefit analysis by those who embrace it. And what India has shown is that if Pakistan embraces terror by proxy in the future, the cost to Pakistan will be very, very high. No Pakistani leader has any excuse to doubt how India will respond. However, I would like to see this victory go further. The United States, which has helped mediate, needs to understand that there can be no more fig leaves. There can be no more mirages. That policy needs to be based on reality, not on rhetoric. So Pakistani denials of terror and Pakistani suggestions that they don't control their proxies have to go out the window. There can be no permanent solution until Pakistan is designated by the United States to be a state sponsor of terror. And before I turn the floor over, I do just want to give my congratulations to the men of the Indian Armed Forces who have achieved this, as well as to Indian politicians across the political spectrum for their amazing display of national unity.
Should President Trump, Mr. Rubin, should President Trump have claimed, or Secretary Vance have claimed credit even ahead of Bharat even officially announcing it or Pakistan announcing it? Because Bharat's position is that this is a bilateral issue.
You know, I mean, my own personal viewpoint is that sometimes Washington talks too much, and that we tend to navel gaze in Washington and consider that the world revolves around us. President Donald Trump isn't known for wielding a scalpel. He's known for wielding an axe. That can sometimes be a benefit. More often than not, that's a drawback. So the short answer to your question is no. The United States needs to learn how to keep its mouth shut.
NND Dubeji, before I go across to Glenn Carl and Kaval Sibalji, your thoughts on this? You've been in the thick of action. You've served Bharat well. You were part of the action that also accounted for wanted terrorists at a time when Bharat's military capability was questioned often. How is that compared to now? It was then and today.
It's significantly at a very different level, because the correct justice has been meted out to the victims of Jaish-e-Mohammed, which has been at a very large scale in our soil right from 2000. It's almost 25 years period during which Jaish-e-Mohammed had attacked at a very, very different level, and I mean, historical terror attack on the Indian soil. So the first thing is that the citadel of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur has been totally demolished, and quite a good number of wanted terrorists who were prescribed under UNSC and in the charge sheet of National Investigation Agency have been found killed. So that is one aspect. And Jaish-e-Mohammed's talisman has been broken completely. Now your Murid-Ke, that is the Lashkar's headquarter, has been very accurately targeted, and the achievement is quite significant. Your Sialkot, the headquarter of Hizbul Mujahideen, which was a Kashmir-grown terrorist outfit, it has also been completely taken head-on. So the achievement on these lines have been very, very significant, and to the extent that we have been able to significantly target the terrorist outfits and their headquarters, I think it's a very great achievement. And I think this is the new line run by our Prime Minister. This is the new line run by our armed forces that see. Now, I mean, like you have mentioned that on 12th of May there will be a meeting at 12 o'clock, I think, on 12th of May between DGMO. So, and you very correctly told, it's only ceasefire. The stand-up, the attack and counter-attacks going on since last 3-4 days have been only stopped. But the Operation Synindhur is still on. It's not taken off. And also the various sanctions and various punitive measures imposed by the government on Pakistan are very clearly standing, and there will be a very hard deal, very, very tough deal. When both the leadership of military will meet, they will clearly convey, ki, see, in POK or from your soil, if there is going to be a single effort to create a terrorist outfit and to launch them on Indian soil to kill us, we are here to teach you lesson, as we have done just recently in 3-4 days back. So I think that is a very big step.
Right. Kamal Sibalji, your thoughts before I go across to Glenn Carl on the posture that's been adopted. I just want to underline that the Rahim Khan Air Base has right now come out and said there's a NOTAM issued based on the pummeling that it received overnight in what is a responsive or a retaliatory, endeavor move by Bharat after Pakistan launched ballistic missiles, 500 plus drones, and also other projectiles, including loitering munitions, over us, and nothing worked, nothing clicked. We've actually gone back and decimated a lot of their air bases. The NOTAM issued after that pummeling, there's nothing fresh after 1700 hours today, is that their runway is shut down. Their only operational runway is shut down till the 17th of May. So there will be more NOTAMs issued from of the other air bases where Pakistan has suffered serious reversals, severe reversals. Many are of the thought process, Kamal Sibalji, that Bharat should not have spoken to the DGMO today. There should have been another night of sweating of the Pakis before anything else would have happened. Your thoughts there?
Well, I think we are not sufficiently focusing on the American role. Trump has been talking of a ceasefire for some time, but Secretary Rubio, Vice President Vance, they have publicly said that they have been working the lines for the last 24, 48 hours with both sides, and both sides have agreed to a ceasefire. So, in a sense, it has been, according to the Americans, brokered by the Americans, and we should not dismiss this lightly. It is true that the actual, arrangements for a ceasefire have to be worked on the ground at the DGMO level, and therefore it is imperative that the DGMOs talk to each other. That is one part. The other is that this does not solve our larger problem of Pakistani supported terrorism. I mean, no country has successfully succeeded in the war against terror. You can punish. America has punished a lot of countries. They're still punishing Iran, but the problem of terrorism hasn't gone away. Why I'm mentioning this is not because of any lack of effort on our part, and I must congratulate our side for the very vigorous steps they have taken and very successfully taken. But weaning away Pakistan from terrorism is actually going to mean a change in the way Pakistan is governed. And of course, a big change in the mood of the Pakistani society at large. And this is going to be a long process. It will actually mean that the role of the Pakistani army in the governance of the country has to materially change. And all the linkages that have been existed between the Pakistani armed forces and the jihadi organizations have to be broken. But it's not as simple as that. Even the civilian organizations are very much involved with the jihadi organizations. And then the society at large has become Islamic radicalized over the years, and therefore they have a lot of public support. Now we have to wait for the changes, which then leads me to the next point, that we must not roll back anything. All the diplomatic steps we've been taken, we should maintain them, ceasefire or no ceasefire. And secondly, we must now build up our autonomous military strength to a point where we don't need anybody's intermediation or good offices or anybody else. We should be autonomous in this regard and have sufficient force to compel Pakistan to give up its linkages with the terrorism for fear that India has the resources and the capability to deal with them very, very strongly, which means spending much more on our armed forces, wherever the gaps are, closing those gaps, because Pakistan will be armed by China and by Turkey and some of the others. So they're not going to give up. They're not going to give up. And finally, it's a pity that at this juncture, when there's a war going on, conflict going on, and the whole issue started with Pakistani terrorist attack in Pahalgam, the IMF has gone ahead and given them a relief, like $1 billion or what. Optically, it is so wrong. That's the least one can say. But politically, it is very wrong. They should have postponed this so as to make it clear to Pakistan that they can't keep receiving this money and build up their military strength, buy armaments from China and elsewhere, and give a large part of their financial resources to the Pakistani military, which is deeply linked to terrorism. So if United States and others are serious about dealing with terrorism, these are some of the things that they should take. It is not enough for them to broker a ceasefire.
Because brokering a ceasefire actually also means this kind of equivalence between India and Pakistan. There is no equivalence. There is no equivalence at all. Pakistan has to be, as was said by Mr. Rubin, time has come to treat Pakistan as a terror state. Whether declaring it a terror state or in some other means sanctioning it needs to be done. But we see that happening.
So back off on the kinetic option, but continue to stay on the offensive on the non-kinetic option. Glenn Carl, your thoughts there? And will nations like America have to also relook, the international community also have to relook how much of a leeway they end up giving a rogue nation like Pakistan?
Yes, I agree almost entirely with what the foreign minister said. I was very happy to hear his and listen to his remarks. I think what has happened has followed the classic pattern of terrorist action, response, counter response, and so on. But there are differences this time from previous ones. There is, I think, an incremental change, but a significant one. I'm not diminishing it. The response has been stronger. And now, normally, what will happen, and I expect this will be the case, is that Pakistan will back off on any sort of terrorist act that it can control for a time. We're talking months or a year or so until things die down. We're all like humans, and states are like water buffalo at the watering hole. Crocodile bites one, everyone runs away and is afraid for a few minutes, but eventually they have to go back to the water hole. And Pakistan, I think, will. They haven't changed, as the foreign minister points out, the nature of the regime and unfortunately the trends of the society and in the officer corps that support this kind of terrorist activity. It's the weak state's response to a stronger state. India is growing stronger relative to Pakistan daily. And it's hard to imagine that the international community will completely pressure or walk away from Pakistan, because the dilemma has always been, this is what my colleagues and I, people much more senior than I, of course, for decades have struggled with respect to Pakistan. If we pressure Pakistan so intensely that it destroys the society, or the government rather, things will become worse for everybody else. Whereas if we continue to turn a half-blind eye, things remain intolerable. That's the unsolvable problem so far with a dysfunctional state in a society with an officer corps that's becoming more radicalized. So this is, I think, a proper step and a success relatively, but it's not really a defeat for Pakistan because they'll just back off, lay low, and until, as the foreign minister points out, the nature of the society and the government are changed with, I hope, from additional pressure from outside states, India will continue to have the same the persistent problem.
Kamal Sibalji is former foreign secretary, not the foreign minister. But that's the only amendment that I would like you to make, Glenn. But thoughts are there. But what next? Sushant Sareen, your thoughts, and then I'll come back to you, Michael Rubin. Gentlemen, one after the other. We have a lot of fantastic voices joining us here on this very special broadcast. And Sushant Sareen, before you make your comment, I just would like to in all humility, thank all our guests and also our viewers for appreciating our coverage and for being with us through Operation Synindhur. And this coverage continues as long as Operation Synindhur is also on. And a big thank you to our entire team at the back end that's also worked tirelessly to bring this coverage to our viewers. Yes, Sushant Sareen. Yeah.
Anand, I don't want to be boastful, but I can tell you this, that, and with all due respect to all my seniors on the show, especially Mr. Sibal, who I have tremendous respect for, I don't think understanding the monumental stuff which has happened over the last 3 days. I don't think we are appreciating what has happened. We have kicked the Pakistanis so hard. Look, the Pakistani Punjabi Muslim will never admit defeat, even if his nose is rubbed in the dust. So they are trying to pretend that they have come out with something to, some kind of a victory. And they made India back off. But the fact of the matter remains, India didn't back off. The Pakistanis have not even got an assurance of an American mediation. I'll take you back to Kargil.
Right.
When Kargil happened, Nawaz Sharif went scurrying like a rabbit to Bill Clinton to get some kind of a deal. We told the Americans that you ask these guys to leave our territory, and that's the only deal they get. Okay. And then, as a fig leaf, Clinton said, "I will take personal interest in India-Pakistan relations," something to that effect. Okay. That was the fig leaf with which Nawaz came back, and he said, "Now I have got American mediation." Okay. Something similar has happened this time. I can assure you there will be no third party mediation. None whatsoever. India will not accept it. This government, at least, no question of it. So any Pakistani who's trying to tom that they will get some kind of American mediation or some kind of talks with India, you might just get, if at all, the two NSAs meeting in some third country and quietly, India delivering the message of its wish list. Pakistanis have no wish list. Please try to understand what has happened. They ran to America this time. The Americans also spoke to us. We said, look, we don't have a problem in de-escalation. Something, Anand, I have been saying on your program over the last 2 or 3 days. We are ready to, we have delivered the message. When they upped the ante, we've hit them so hard, yesterday in fact, that they have no bloody idea what hit them. This Musharraf fellow, these Punjabi Muslims are such boastful fellows. This Musharraf guy used to threaten the Baloch that you will not know what has hit you. The Pakistan army does not know what has hit it. The Pakistan Air Force does not know what has hit it. You have destroyed 5 of their air bases. 3 have been damaged severely.
Yes.
Okay. You have hit other defense installations which these guys are hiding. And I would encourage the government of India to come out with all the details and reveal it to the public to rub their nose in the dust. So what did they do? They ran to the Americans. The Americans were also talking to us. And we told them that, look, if the Pakistanis want to talk to us, ask them to call us directly. After what happened last night, these Pakistanis desperately tried to get in touch with India. Okay, where they were told, fine, we are ready to accept a ceasefire. But the red line now is, you do any terror attack on us and we'll hit you so hard you won't know what the hell has hit you. That entire nuclear bluff of Pakistan has not only been called, it has been turned on its head.
Right.
Pakistan has been told that next time you try and do something like what you did in Pahalgam, you kill innocent Indians, you carry out terrorist attacks, we'll annihilate you. And I say it with all seriousness. That is the message which has been delivered to these guys.
Right.
Okay. So now we have played it cool and we played it very calmly. And the Pakistanis are, jumping around like jackrabbits trying to show that, okay, fine, we've, got a great victory. But the Pakistan army knows what has hit them. The Pakistan Air Force knows what has hit them. And all this Chinese and Turkish weaponry has turned out to be rubbish.
Right.
Okay. Their drones failed. Then all those so-called Turkish Bayraktar and all that nonsense which they've been selling all over the world, they turned out to be utter duds. Okay, all the Chinese weapon systems failed.
HQ9 failed,
and
big time.
Frankly, I was not aware of it. And I think hats off to the Indian Armed Forces. And much of our stuff was indigenous. We didn't even use the S-400s.
Yes.
Okay. So all the stuff which we managed, the Air Force and the other armed forces that they put together, the shields which we had, worked spectacularly. And all the stuff which the Pakistanis threw at us, it just went waste.
Right.
They are today open. If we want, we can hit any place we want in Pakistan. They have no air defense, virtually no air defense left. Okay. So please try and understand the kind of military domination we have established in the last 3 days. Does it mean that Pakistan is like a dog's tail? You can put it for 12 years in a pipe, it will not straighten out.
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't expect them to straighten out, but please try and understand the objective realities of that place.
No.
Their economy is tanking, it's not going to revive.
Right.
They have 2 major insurgencies on their western borderlands, and we saw evidence of that yesterday with the Baloch mounting a mini Tet offensive and the Taliban doing their own stuff. Okay, while these Punjabi Muslims are prancing around acting like they're some kind of Superman and got their butts kicked. So what are their options? Their economy has tanked. Nobody is giving them any money. Those $2 billion they've lost yesterday and today, which they got from the IMF. Okay, you can be rest assured they'll be running to the IMF for a 26th program within the next year or 2.
Right.
Their army is now going to feel the heat because they understand that they have lost. So there'll be a lot of discontent within the army. I can assure you Asim Munir's career is over.
Yep.
So is Shabbash Sharif also going to go into the rubbish bin. And Imran Khan's career, I think Modi has resurrected Imran Khan's career now. I can assure you that. You wait and see how this thing plays out over the next few weeks.
The fact
maybe
is,
a few weeks. So there's a massive change which has come about, and the Pakistanis know what their former chief had told some of these low-life journalists who prance about like journalists but behave like Havaldars of the Pakistan army. He had told their journalists that we don't have the military wherewithal anymore. Our military is hollow from within. Now these guys, because the Punjabis have this habit of, tom-tomming their achievements, these guys were, beating their chests, acting like chimpanzees, in heat.
Right.
And they got their butts kicked this time because they had nothing in store. So please understand the massive transformation which has come in the last 3 days and the kind of military domination that has been established. And we are very comfortable turning our backs on the Pakistanis. And I can assure, and Mr. Sibal, of course, probably has more contacts than I have, not a single thing which we have done over the last 7, 8, 10 days, all the steps that we have announced, not a single thing we are taking back. Whether it's the Indus Waters Treaty, it's the trade, nothing. We are not taking back anything. In fact, we are going to double down on some of those measures.
Well,
you can be rest assured.
So those are the non-kinetic offensives that will continue, Sushant Sareen.
But the kinetic options remain.
Correct. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
It has been made very clear to them.
Correct.
If they were to try anything else now, the response India's side will be even fiercer than what it has been this time.
Right. So I think at every level from 2016 onwards, the gradation or the level of response to an act of terror has only gone up after a certain level of resilience or restraint that's been shown. And even here, like I said, salute to those unsung heroes who have created a certain level of indigenous tech that Bharat does not need to respond to or rely on anybody else. And there are supplies which are there that will last on for months. So there is also a huge salute to those people. And sometimes it's better to be a little silent and for the others to assume that we are not as strong as we are and underestimate our capabilities and strength and then be surprised. Now, had any of those 500 drones landed, had any of those Fatah 1 or 2 missiles landed, had any of those loitering munitions landed, and some effect would have happened, it was different. And there was a certain level of underpreparedness post-Balakot, which has been over the last 6 years mitigated. The turnaround is phenomenal. And I think as viewers, as citizens who do not understand conflict, who have never been in the face of war in a long, long time, and who are even insulated during Kargil, today have felt the pinch of what it feels to be getting into a state of war, and they've seen how our defense systems are working. So there is a certain confidence also that's been restored and self-esteem that's been increased in every Indian citizen today. So all these aspects remain. Sushantji, you'll have to hold. I'll come back to you. Okay, one sentence. Okay, then I'll go across to Michael Rubin. Yeah, I got to be fair in terms of talk time to everybody. Gee.
Remember one thing, that so far it was air to surface missiles and drones mostly. The Pakistanis used surface to surface missiles.
Yes.
If any of those missiles had landed and caused any civilian casualties, the response from India would have been devastating.
Yeah,
so
that's
the
true.
Pakistanis did it. So I think it be very clear that we did not even use our full potential.
We have not even, see, those details will come out, but what I'm given to understand, we have not even tested up to 5 to 10% of our operational capabilities. 10% is where we are, and we've got the enemy to their knees. We've not gone to our ballistic missiles, we've not gone to, we got ICBMs, the BrahMos have not yet been put into action, and there are certain munitions which are a part of our Air Force which have not come into play. The Navy has just been doing patrolling and exercises. It's not even come into play. So even 5 to 10% of our operational capabilities we've not put into use. All of this is there. But the outthinking of the enemy, out strategizing, out maneuvering, out pummeling, all of this is there. But how does this move forward? What is the message the international community takes from here, Michael Rubin? What next?
Okay. Let me try to do this in less than 60 seconds.
No, please take your time.
There's two points I want to make.
You can take 120. Please go ahead.
It's okay. There's 2 points I want to make. First of all, this is the third war in which one side should be objectively surprised by how ill-prepared their military was. We've seen the Russia-Ukraine conflict, in which Ukraine did far superior to what the Russians expected. We've seen the Azerbaijan-Armenia conflict, in which the Armenians clearly, back in 2020, were unable to predict the importance of drone warfare, and they were decimated because of that. Their defense minister is actually in prison right now because of the corruption and the sheer incompetence that led to Armenians' defeat in 2020 against Azerbaijan. Now, the question is whether Pakistan is going to have the same sort of introspection as to the failure of its military to prepare over several years. Part of the reason may be corruption, part of the reason may be just general incompetence. The Russian military hasn't had that introspection. The Armenian military has. Let's see where the Pakistani military goes. But as Glenn and others have said, we also need to have the civilians come back into power in reality in Pakistan, and have a complete reorganization of Pakistani governance so that we can undo a half century of incitement and Islamism within Pakistan. Here's the problem. 17 years ago, the United States put forward this Kerry-Lugar amendment to try to direct aid to the Pakistani civilians to the detriment of the military. And it actually led to a great blowback as the military lied and basically showed itself willing to burn down Pakistani society rather than give up their privileges. That is the basic problem which we are going to face now moving forward. And that is something that the international community needs to focus upon. My concern is, because the Pakistani military has become a satrapy of China, China is going to do everything possible to prevent the Pakistani military from losing its position, to prevent meaningful reform. We need to have a serious conversation internationally about what that means.
You've brought the China aspect just as I was about to touch upon it. Gents, I'm compelled to take a very, very short commercial break, and we'll take this conversation forward because there is a silent partner in all of this who's sitting on the flanks and watching very carefully, and that's the Chinese, the CCP. What are they going to think, and how are they going to use this maneuver and these developments, and how are they going to recalibrate? We'll talk about that when we come back. Stay with us, please.
Network 18 is now the clear leader in digital media, with 55% more users on native platforms and social media than Times Internet. Network 18, the undisputed leader of news networks, way ahead of the times.
Mahi sir.
I welcome you to this press briefing on Operation Synindhur and related developments. We have with us Commodore Ravi Nair, Colonel Sophia Qureshi, and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh to brief you. With that, I hand over the floor to Commodore Nair.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As the Foreign Secretary had said, you're aware there's an understanding that has been reached to stop all military activities at sea, on the air and on the land. And the Indian Navy, Indian Army and the Indian Air Force have been instructed to adhere to this understanding. Since the tragic events at Pahalgam, you're aware that our responses have been measured and very responsible. Details of these have been shared with you over the past few days through our various press briefings. What has also happened is that there is a significant amount of misinformation that is being undertaken from the other side. And as a professional military organization, we thought it is also our duty to dispel those misinformation aspects, as also state the facts of the case as they stand. Towards that, I will now hand over to my colleague, Colonel Qureshi.
Namaskar.
Welcome back, viewers. And sometimes these off-cam conversations which we have with some of the veterans are far greater interest than what we are having on-cam. But these are details that cannot be put out in public domain. So that's what NN Dubeji was sitting right next to me. He's not just a veteran, a hero in himself, but he's also saying the kind of work that the BSF has done and some phenomenal safai or cleanup that's happened along the LOC with respect to terror launch pads and some of these drone launching centers. We put out some of the visuals earlier in the day, but it's happened in far greater detail. That's what he was saying. That's the amount that we can reveal to you on public television. If you catch NN Dubeji somewhere, ask him and he will tell you off camera and off the record. But let's come back to what needs to be spoken on record. The CCP is going to be watching. The Chinese were the other ones, Kanwal Sibbalji, Sushant Sareen, Michael Rubin and NN Dubeji. And to our viewers, the Chinese were the others who are making a lot of noise about trying to show restraint, trying to say that we will try and ensure that both of them, we urge both sides to mediate and to de-escalate. Do you think that had the Americans not made the move, the Chinese would have entered the fray? They would have tried to make some moves here? Kanwal Sibbalji, and what next for the Chinese? Because they would also be assessing Bharat's military capabilities. They would look at this and say, oh, they've got these capacities along their western side. What are they doing on the eastern domain?
Well, I don't think the Chinese would have intervened in the way the Americans have, because the Americans today have very good relations with India, and that is reciprocated by India. The kind of progress that we are seeing in India-US relations is almost unprecedented. And the United States has always maintained a close dialogue with Pakistan for a variety of reasons. The CENTCOM has a particular view of Pakistan's role. And at the end of the day, not only the United States, but Europe and Russia or China or any other country does not want the implosion of Pakistan or a breakup of Pakistan. For a variety of reasons, they have their self-interest. And one of the reasons is to maintain some kind of a balance in the Indian. This has been in the case of China, of course, it is more than maintaining a balance. They want to actually neutralize India strategically by arming Pakistan in the way they have. But China doesn't have that kind of understanding with us. I mean, we have to first solve our problems with China in Ladakh and across our frontier for them to have any credibility with us as any kind of an honest broker who wants a settlement between in India and Pakistan. On the contrary, they'll continue to support Pakistan. Yes, at the same time, they are making overtures to India, but this is not at the expense of the relationship with Pakistan. We should not have that illusion at all. They'll continue to fund Pakistan, to arm Pakistan to the extent that Pakistan can pay for Chinese arms and what have you. But maybe they'd like to maintain some kind of a balance so that they don't compromise what they think is some kind of a forward movement in India-China relations. For a variety of reasons. One, of course, that they're embroiled in a huge strategic challenge in the Western Pacific with the United States.
Right. Kanwal Sibbalji, just now, sorry to interrupt you, but just now, we have Shabbash Sharif, Prime Minister of Pakistan, now taking to X, and he said, we thank President Trump for his leadership and proactive role for peace in the region. Pakistan appreciates the United States for facilitating this outcome, which we have accepted in the interest of regional peace and stability. We also thank Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio for their valuable contributions for peace in South Asia. Pakistan believes this marks a new beginning in the resolution of issues that have plagued the region and prevented its journey towards peace, prosperity and stability. So you know what they are trying to do. Kanwal Sibbalji.
Again, trying to bring back the hyphenation between India and Pakistan, so far as the United States is concerned. And this is the unfortunate part, as was said by Mr. Rubin, that the American side should be a little more careful in publicly intervening in these matters and creating the impression that they treat both India and Pakistan as equals, as Trump's statements have indicated, that we have relations with India, we have relations with Pakistan, we have dialogue with both countries, and we are inviting them this and that and that. So it's unfortunate. I think at the end of the day, the thing is that Pakistan military is the one that holds the country together as a unified entity. And if the Pakistan military is defeated, I think there is concern that Pakistan may actually begin to break up, because the vociferous tendencies in Pakistan have become sharper and sharper, particularly now with Balochistan and the northwestern province, the Pakhtunkhwa, whatever it is called,
Right.
and Sindh, and therefore they want to be able to give a degree of support to the Pakistan armed forces. Remember when this army chief went to United States, who was it? He was received in the White House. He was received by Blinken. He was received by the UN Secretary General.
Yes.
He was given full honors. And recently, Secretary Rubio spoke to him, because they also know where the real power lies. So one has to understand the.
So,
the
but even as we
complexity
speak, sir, even as we speak, even as he says, Tejinder Sodhi is getting us these details that there is ceasefire violation from Pakistan Army in Akhnur sector of Jammu, Rajouri, Mendhar area of Poonch. Bharatiya Sena is responding in equal or if not more amplified measure that is there. But here in these things we've also lost, and there is confirmation coming in from the BSF, and salute to the braveheart Subedar Mohammad Imtiaz, Sub-Inspector Mohammad Imtiaz, beg your pardon, Sub-Inspector Mohammad Imtiaz, who made the supreme sacrifice. That's what the BSF has said, and this happened in Jammu. So BSF Jammu saying that Sub-Inspector Mohammad Imtiaz, we lost him and we salute the sacrifice that he made in service of the nation on 10th May 2025 during cross-border firing along the international boundary in Araspura district of District Jammu. While leading a BSF border outpost, he gallantly led from the front. DG BSF and all ranks offer the deepest condolences to his family, and there will be the wreath-laying ceremony will be done in full honors. So we are losing civilians. We've lost some of our brave hearts, but in this case, there is ceasefire violation now, even as along the LOC, NN Dubeji. So what is this then?
I think
I'll just go to Akash for a bit and then I'll come to you, sir. Akash, yes.
There are reports of ceasefire violations in multiple sectors across LC, specifically in the Jammu subdivision, where we are learning about ceasefire violation from Poonch area. In Rajouri, people have seen several drones, approaching the area. And in Akhnur also, we have reports of ceasefire violations. Sources are confirming these violations where Indian Army is also retaliating. We are getting some unconfirmed reports from international border too that we are checking. But this is ceasefire violation happening from Pakistan at a time when just today, it was categorically mentioned that both the sides have agreed, that in fact understanding has reached where, they will be stopping the military activities. And
Akash, I'm getting it from a military person itself that there is heavy shelling in Poonch also. And Poonch, yes. Rajouri sector and even Akhnur, there is artillery that's come in, the borders opened up. So does this mean that all aspect of stoppage of fire is off? Because that's what the Pakis wanted, right? But their guns are firing right now.
Anand, that would be, that would not be a right conclusion at this point, because even now we are waiting for some sort of official confirmation from Indian Armed Forces as to what is actually happening. Because as far as ceasefire violation is concerned, so even after 2021, we had, some instances of violation happening. But whether or not this violation is getting counted in ceasefire violation or something else is there, definitely, drone.
No, it is supposed to be stoppage of all military action. What has been agreed is stoppage of all military action. NN Dubeji?
Yes. You are right. Once there is a ceasefire, there has to be ceasefire. But what I think that probably the cross-border firing has been their practice. I mean, right from beginning, and the cross-border firing, the agreement and the understanding has been many times violated. So I am just surprised how it has happened, because of my report, Pallanwala, Akhnur, Naushera and Pargwal. Pargwal is very close to, this Araspura Jammu border, and there has been violation. I have just got a report. I am just thinking how it happened, but again subject to confirmation, whether it actually happened. But this is very surprising. If there is a declaration understanding after 5:30 p.m. today, then there should not have been any violation. And I think again the opposite side will be replied suitably in the same coin. but it puts a question mark. I mean, the seriousness.
Pargwal, you said, is Rajouri, right? So
yeah, Pargwal is in Jammu area.
In Jammu area,
Yeah,
Jammu area.
it's
So
Jammu.
yeah, Poonch, Rajouri, Akhnur also, and you said Pargwal. So in the Jammu area, along the border, there is the guns are blazing, and it's the Pakistani artillery fire.
Actually,
that's happening.
Pargwal has been very prone to undersurface tunneling earlier, and the tunneling done by these terrorist outfits have been detected in past. There may be many a times they try to support they try to give the covering fire to the people who are basically venturing this undersurface tunneling, and also the stealth infiltration inside the territory. There could have been a support, but I am not very confirmed at this state under what circumstances this firing has taken
Sir,
place.
at 8:38 p.m., Michael Rubin, Sushant Sareen, and NN Dubeji, and also Kanwal Sibbalji. This is what, at 8:38 p.m., the BSF Punjab Frontier has now tweeted saying a terror plot foiled. BSF and Punjab Police recover arms and explosives on the Amritsar border. In remarkable success, BSF and Punjab Police thwarted a cross-border terror bid by recovering a large cache of arms and explosives in Amritsar. So what has been seized is seizure of 2.7 kilograms of high explosive, 2 hand grenades, 2 pistols, 4 magazines, 30 live rounds, 2 detonators and IED circuit. The arms and explosives were packed in a yellow plastic packet with a metal wire loop indicating drone dropped.
It must be drone drop. It must be through drone only, because earlier also they have been doing this. Since last 3 years they are doing on complete Punjab border and Jammu border, and in Kashmir also. So drone has been a very favorite means of dropping these stuff inside the Indian territory for the OGWs and for the
Drones have been
terrorists.
spotted in Ramgarh border in Samba. There is a video that's come in. Tejinder Sodhi has just shared this. We'll try and get him on the phone also and see if we can get some confirmation on this. Drones have been dropped even in Samba. Now, Michael Rubin, Sushant Sareen, Kanwal Sibbal. So they wanted stoppage of all military action. Look what's happening. The proxies are at work. They're trying to make drone drops. There is artillery shelling. So how should Bharat read this now? Michael Rubin.
Yes. Okay. Well, what you often have in these sorts of conflicts is certain groups acting as spoilers. Now, we saw this, for example, with the Irish Republican Army, where you had the spoiler being the real Irish Republican Army. And the problem is, however, that many terrorist groups and their sponsors understand this pattern. And so the question then becomes whether the Pakistanis are sincere or are simply doing a good cop, bad cop sort of scenario. No one should allow them to get away with that sort of cynical strategy or murder. The fact of the matter is, the position when Indian authorities talk to their American counterparts or anywhere else in the world is it's not our responsibility that Pakistan isn't in order. It's the job of any sovereign government to monopolize the use of force within its own borders. Therefore, we are going to attribute any attack coming across the Pakistani border to the government of Pakistan itself. We are not going to descend into this pattern of trying to distract us by questioning responsibility or discussing rogue behavior or that sort of thing. If the Pakistani government cannot control its own territory, then we are going to conclude that Pakistan no longer has a government with which we can deal, that Pakistan essentially is on the path to ceasing to exist.
Well, there are pictures now. Yeah, see, there are now confirmed pictures coming through. We've put them on the screens of drones being spotted over Jammu. This is on the Ramgarh border area in Samba. Now, these drones would either be dropping munitions or they'll be dropping loaded arms for local activity by terrorists who are perhaps infiltrators who are here. There is also visuals coming in from Jammu and Akhnur. What the BSF now is saying is there is ceasefire violation in Gurez, but the BSF has been given a free hand. The BSF has been given a free hand कि वहाँ से अगर बंदूक चले तो तोड़ो इनको, बैंड बजाओ इनका. But the fact is they called for ceasefire, stoppage of military action. Now this is drones. Now drones are being neutralized in the air. Tejinder Sodhi joining us with more. Yes, Tejinder.
See, Anand, there are reports of ceasefire violation, and the army has confirmed it that Pakistan army resorted to unprovoked ceasefire violation, and the firing right now is going on in several sectors across Jammu. The firing is underway in the Akhnur sector. The firing is underway in the Rajouri sector. The firing is also underway in the Mendar sector of Poonch. We just got the inputs that the firing is also underway in the Gurez sector of Bandipora. The Indian Army is giving a befitting response to the Pakistani aggression, and also right now several drones have been spotted in various places across Jammu and Kashmir, and the anti-drone mechanism and the air defense mechanism of the Indian armed forces have also been activated to take down those drones. At certain places, especially in the one of the most vital installation of the Indian armed forces in Udhampur, sirens are underway, the air raid sirens are underway, and anti-aircraft guns are blazing to take down the threat from the air. So right now,
what time are these pictures? What is the timestamp on these pictures, and when did this happen? Because there is talk that we'll try and go back to Tejinder Sodhi in just a bit, get him back on the phone line just to see around what time did this happen. Do you have any information कि ये कब हुआ था NN Dubey ji? Because I know you're in touch with some of the people on ground.
Regarding this recent ceasefire, na?
ये जो आज शाम का जो हुआ है अभी.
Yeah, the time is 8:22. I got the information at 8:22.
So 8:22, that is real-time update that you've got.
Yes.
So clearly, contrary to certain people, Ishan Wani is with us. Ishan, some blast sounds heard over Srinagar also, and Gurez.
It seems like possibly on the day when the announcement was made, that there's a possibility that drones might have been spotted, because it sounded like those anti-drone, missiles have been shot in the air to bring down the drones, and possibly it was a drone movement that was directed by the forces. And we clearly heard, I was at home, multiple blasts of drones, possibly intercepting those drones in the air, and they might have attempted to target. It has happened on a day when, earlier both the countries made...
Omar Abdullah also has just tweeted, what the hell happened? What the hell just happened to ceasefire? Explosion heard across Srinagar, and with 3 exclamation marks. Exactly.
Heavy blast in Srinagar, I also got the report.
There is a heavy blast in Srinagar. That's what that's happening. So clearly drone action and the counter action that is happening at this point. So there cannot be counter action till drones are sent. Yes, Ishan, at what time did you hear this?
Well, it exactly happened at 8:53, and that's when the sounds of, I beg your pardon, at 8:52. That's when the sounds of multiple, blasts being heard. I heard it personally, and it seems like that there were drones in the air, because we have been hearing these sounds when the countermeasures to bring down drones have been done, and it appears like these similar measures were taken into consideration, and these rockets were shot at to bring them down. Look, there's a full heightened alertness, despite whatever the Pakistan has said that they're going to adhere to the ceasefire and not do any activity like this. But there is full ceasefire understanding that is there. But remember, the India hasn't let its guard down. There have been multiple blasts that have been heard. Possibly drones have been brought down, but we haven't given to understand, because it sounded like now we have also gotten familiar with the sounds because of all these days, and it seems like there was a drone possibly in the air, and that has been brought down. There can be multiple.
Now there is update. NN Dubey ji, former DIG BSF, is with us, and he is also saying at this point that where did you say? Gulmarg and Baramulla. Gulmarg and Baramulla also, there have been drone sightings, and I think systems have worked to negate it.
The person you are...
We'll try and go across to Ishan Wani in a bit. Tejinder Sodhi also with us. Tejinder, can you hear me? What time did the Jammu reports come in through? What time did that happen? Oh, we've lost Tejinder. The fact is, I think somewhere is this an attempt, Sushant Sareen, to try and internationalize Jammu and Kashmir till the 12th, to try and keep the LOC hot and try and say that this is the only issue that needs to be resolved. This is again the devious Paki movement. Now, how should Bharat look at it? Is this gloves off now? Should Bharat respond on the offensive, saying, yes, this is the only issue that we want POK back and let's settle this once and for all?
So, Anand, I agree with what Mr. Rubin was saying, that, these kind of things also can happen because within the Pakistan army, and something which I told you earlier,
Yeah.
within the Pakistan army, there'll be a lot of discontent as to what the hell has happened, right? How come we were so unprepared? And there would be, and I'm speculating a little bit right
sorry,
now.
there is a blackout in Kathua, blackout in Baramulla, and drones have been sighted in Udhampur, and they have been brought down. Yes, please continue. Ji.
Yeah, so it could be a kind of a sign of certain divisions which have taken place within the Pakistan army at whatever level. Again, of course, I'm speculating. It could just as well be that within the army there is a decision that no, we will try our luck once more, which means that the response from the Indian side will be extremely fierce. So let's wait and see. Again, I would be very interested in knowing whether these drones which have come, are these armed drones? What kind of drones are these? Not that an unarmed drone can come in and not elicit a response from the Indian side. Absolutely not. And of course, it's worrying if there are blasts in Srinagar. Because Srinagar is at the border, many of these other places are on the border. So some kind of, even if it's a shallow intrusion of a drone for surveillance purposes, one can still understand that they might be just trying to see where the Indian troops are, what they're trying to do, stuff like that. But if these are armed drones, then of course it means that these guys are not living up to the commitments that they themselves made. And if they're not doing that, then I think the response from the Indian side will be just
blackout
as
in Srinagar, blackout in Pathankot. Now, this would be the other aspect that they would, this is the Kashmiri, the Paki devious plot. Try only keep the LOC hot, keep the IB hot in the Jammu and Kashmir region, so that once again they believe this is a devious way to try and internationalize Kashmir. So Bharat should play along. Bharat should ensure that the entire the other side is responded to and negated in such a way that the only thing that the DGMO says is that we cannot handle POK anymore. Please take it back. We don't want it. We squatted on your land. So that is the lesson that needs to be taught to them.
Anand, there is no question of any internationalization of Jammu and Kashmir. That's a dead issue. The only question of internationalization is the one which you yourself said.
Correct.
Of returning back POK to India and ending this entire.
So let's assume that posture, Sushant. What I'm saying is that let's assume, we want to internationalize POK, we want to internationalize POJK, and we will continue to pound, pummel, and then erase you till the time you hand over POJK back to us. Let's take it back there rather than trying to say any other way. The only talk we are having is if you are giving us POJK. That's all.
If that's the game the Pakis want to play, that's the game we will play. But the bottom line is that I think the kind of response they had got yesterday, it has shaken them up, and they are trying to retrieve some kind of dignity for themselves by carrying out these kind of antics. Again, this is nothing new when you are dealing with Pakistan. And the response from the Indian side should not be patient. It should not be, we should not take it in a very responsible kind of a way or a very restrained way. I think the response should be extremely robust from our side and paying them in more than the same coin. So I think that's a bit of a no-brainer. And that's what is going to happen. So let's wait and see how this thing turns out. It's not entirely surprising, even when ceasefires are declared, Anand. There are times when it takes maybe a few hours more, maybe a day or something more for them to be properly enforced. That also is par for the course. That also happens. So I would not jump to any immediate conclusions just yet. Until, of course, it kind of starts escalating the way it did last night.
Good. So if it is going to take at least 18 to 20 hours for things to be implemented from the Pakistani side, let it take another 22 hours to be implemented from the Bharat side, and let Bharat say, "Arey, aapne drone chhod diya, ab humko bhi to kuch karna hai," because that is what it is. Jitna aap chodoge, utna hum karenge. That's what we'll do, and let this time perhaps far more punitive than what was effected on the 9th of May. Till the time the Pakistanis really come to heel. NN Dubey ji, galat kuch keh raha hu main?
You are absolutely right, but about the Srinagar blast, I mean, we are not very clear what type of blast it was, because it will take few minutes.
It's all aerial. It's not on ground.
Yes, if it is aerial,
it's all in the skies.
If it is sighted in air, then definitely what you are saying, that is the very correct approach. Because once I thought that if there is some ground blast, then definitely they will put the all blame to us, that, oh, it's your internal issue. There must be some people, misguided people, they might have done it. But once it is sighted in the air on the same pattern what we have seen last night, then definitely, I mean, it's a serious question.
It is in Pakistan's interest that there is no ground blast. It is in Pakistan's interest that कि जमीन पे कोई कार्रवाई नहीं हो. अगर उनके ज़्यादा ने कुछ भी किया है, then it gives Bharat an open handle, because it's an act of terror is equal to act of war, and then Bharat assumes its own offensive posture again.
Entire act of terror should be assigned to Pakistan only, because it's only they are who are behind every these things. So the entire act, whatever we are seeing in these days, in the nights, like your afternoon, evening, whatever has happened, even after the ceasefire, it's completely assigned to Pakistan. Their handlers, the people who are sitting inside the Pakistan, they are doing it. So they have to take the responsibility for all these things.
Right. I'm going to check if Michael Rubin is still there. Michael Rubin, he's not there. Okay, Sushant Sareen, now going forward, what happens next? So do we wait for another hour to see if this is repeated?
I think
because if this is repeated, then Bharat should openly say talks are off. It's war. We are now on the offensive. आज तो तुम्हारा defense भी नहीं घुसेंगे और मारेंगे.
I think the night should be more.
Anand, what are the talks you're talking about? There are no talks taking place right now. Okay, there is just that tweet which has come out from the American side. There is no talks agenda. There's nothing which is there as far as the talks are concerned. And even if those talks were to happen, they would probably happen, maybe on some kind of a back channel between the two NSAs or something like that, if at all. The second thing is, yes, I think we will probably just wait and see what exactly the Pakis are up to. Are they actually trying to disturb the ceasefire or renege on their commitments on the ceasefire? In which case, it's okay. It's a free for all then. And then we are entitled to do whatever we deem fit.
There is blackout at Vaishno Devi Bhavan also.
That will be very robust. Secondly, from what we understood of what the Foreign Secretary's briefing was, that ceasefire extended along the line and length and breadth of the entire border, international border, as well as the LOC. Now, if the Pakistani interpretation of this is that it was only on the international border and not along the LOC, then I don't know whether we are going to remain, we will keep it to that level that, okay, fine, let's have it out. Let's have a bash at along the LOC and relative calm along the international border. Or will we say, okay, fine, now, everything is up for grabs. So that is a choice which our government will have to make. But if they're going to ratchet up the tensions, then they will get what is coming towards them. I don't think there's any doubt in my mind on that particular count.
Right. Peter Kuznick is joining us. Peter, thank you for speaking with us here. Now, even as we are talking about the stoppage of fire agreement, there is again brazen ceasefire violations along the international border and line of control by Pakistan artillery guns, and there are more drones that have been sent across multiple regions of Jammu and Kashmir and also Punjab. So Firozpur, Punjab is also in blackout, in a blackout state right now. They say it is because precautionary, but multiple drone sightings, and all these have now again been neutralized. But that means that the Pak DGMO and Pakistani military doesn't seem to be serious about any talk of stoppage.
Well, we don't know for sure. In the United States, we're not getting that timely information that you were just saying. Here, the reports are much more positive and optimistic.
This is in the last 15 minutes, Peter. It's in the last 15 minutes between 8:45 p.m. IST, Indian Standard Time, till 9:07. So it's 9:07 as we speak here, 9:07 p.m. So from about 8:35, 8:40 p.m. is when the news started coming in. Now, what you're playing out is live pictures just about from 4 minutes ago. It's deferred live from 4 minutes ago. It's been sent by our own reporter in Srinagar. From his residence, he's seen these sounds, these blasts in the sky, and drones being neutralized by the air defense systems. Peter.
Well, that's very disappointing. Here we're celebrating that a ceasefire was in place. But as we've seen with other ceasefires, with Russia and Ukraine, with Israel and Gaza, these ceasefires are very, very shaky because they're being partly internally imposed, but also partly externally imposed. And both sides, in many of these, would rather fight it out on the battlefield because they think they can win and gain an advantage. The danger is when you've got nuclear armed powers and a situation that's very, very unstable. And I know I go on these shows with my Indian and my Pakistani friends, and the hatred is so visceral, the anger is so palpable that I know it's very, very difficult to come to any agreements on this. But the world is begging India and Pakistan to step back and respect the ceasefire and let cooler heads prevail.
See,
but
the
really it's not so
point
easy.
is, one can be nice. One of our early thinkers and strategists more than 1,500 years ago said that no matter how kind you are to a snake, its only aim is to poison you, to bite and inject its poison into you. The other thing is, Bharat is a signatory to no first use. Pakistan is not when it comes to nuclear capabilities. The other thing is that Bharat has not even gone up to 5% of its military capability in this case. But there is more confirmation coming in. There is a blackout in Jaisalmer and Badmer. NN Dubeji is able to confirm that there have been drone sightings in Jaisalmer and Badmer. But News 18 Rajasthan and News 18 Hindi also confirming the same. Yes, NN Dubeji.
Yes, sir. DM Badmer has ordered for complete blackout in view of the large number of drones sighted in the sky of Badmer. So this is again a very concerning news because it is further south. It is a first news in Rajasthan. So I think the area has been again expanded. It's not only LOC or what JNK were discussing. It's a further more.
Yeah, Firozpur, Punjab. Firozpur, Punjab, there has come, and now it has gone up to further down the western borders into Rajasthan, where Badmer and Jaisalmer again drones have been sighted. There is blackout, and those drones again the ADSs have now neutralized. So again, it's again hot activity along the western border. So they're not keeping it only limited to Jammu and Kashmir. Sushant.
Yeah, so if it's not limited to only Jammu and Kashmir, but I think first, before I come to your question, I really find it deeply objectionable when, people from the West put India and Pakistan on the same pedestal and treat a victim of terrorism, that is India, and the perpetrator of terrorism, that is Pakistan, equally. That, India and Pakistan, talk about the two countries in the same breath. I find it deeply objectionable. I'll be very honest about it. Secondly, if the reports which you are giving right now, that this is happening in Rajasthan, it's happening in Punjab, are those blackouts precautionary? Are there actually drone sighting? Because sometimes what happens, Anand, in these kind of situations is that there is also a lot of, there is a kind of abundant caution which is also being exercised, and very often there is some kind of misinformation which is also doing the round. But if indeed there are sightings of drones and these
are confirmed pictures from our reporters. So we'll try and get Bhavani from Rajasthan also. So this is clear violation by Pakistan of any ceasefire.
If it's like a clear violation, then all bets are off.
Yeah, all bets are off. The other part is that there could be a possibility that they would turn around and say drones are dispensable. Ye humni bhej rahe, jihadi bhej rahe, they are sending it, so don't blame us. And the other thing is that we'll keep the LOC or say hot for about 2-3 hours every night till the 12th. But it's up to India's interpretation. Bharat can interpret. Omar Abdullah saying there is no ceasefire. This is no ceasefire. Air defense systems have been activated in the middle of Srinagar. This is Omar Abdullah himself coming out and confirming this. Chief Minister is seeing what is happening above the skies and he's putting this out.
Give such a statement like this.
No, he's seeing it, sir.
He's seeing it.
He's seeing it in the air. Just like Ishan Wani is there in Srinagar, you're seeing it in the air that something is flying and the ADSs are neutralizing it. This is happening in Srinagar. We try and get Bhavani on the phone if we can, but and reports Badmer and Rajouri, Badmer and also in Jaisalmer in Rajasthan, there have been drones sighted. There is also, again in Rajouri, ceasefire violation. Akash joining us. Yes, Akash.
In Jammu, it is all normal. Anand, I have been getting messages from the Kent area where I have several officers living, and they are saying that there is a blackout in the area. as far as drone activity is concerned. So here in Jammu, I can confirm that I cannot see any sort of drone, any sort of siren or any sort of blackout for that matter. But yes, ceasefire violation has been happening in the areas like Poonch, in Rajouri, in Mindhur, and also in some other areas across the LC. As far as ceasefire violation is concerned, so we have been seeing historically as well, even after 2021, it doesn't ceasefire violation or ceasefire agreement doesn't mean that it won't happen at all, because ultimately it is line of control. It is not the international border. There you have the disputed boundary, and Pakistan will want to keep that particular thing in discussion and will always claim that this is their boundary or this is disputed, and that's the reason why we have seen traditionally as well that they are involved in the ceasefire violation. However, after the press conference by the Foreign Secretary, why it is happening immediately and why these drone activities are happening, this is one question. We are waiting for some sort of response from the government as well, from the armed forces as well, because there are air activities reported from Srinagar, as Ishan is reporting, and in fact in Udhampur we have unconfirmed reports that drone activities are there.
See,
in Jammu at least I can say that there is no siren. There is no siren or no drone at least.
Right. Jammu region it has happened. It has happened in the Jammu region. NN Dubeji is sitting right next to us here in the studio, and he has confirmed that. We'll try and go across to Anshul, joining us live from Pathankot, where again there have been ADSs at work. Drones have been sighted. There is a possibility that drones will be sighted till, and this drone activity will continue from the enemy till the 12th when the DGMOs meet. But if that is the case, then it gives Bharat a free handle to decide what kind of activity we want to continue till the 12th. So not just defend, but we can get on the offensive and perhaps tell them how to do it nicely, the offense perhaps. Maybe our forces are on it at this point, but that only the Pakistanis will have to confirm right now. But yes, Anshul, you're amid a blackout. That's why I can't see you.
Well, yes, yet again, over the last 5 minutes, there has been another blackout that has happened out here in Pathankot. We heard a siren from the Pathankot airbase, but there have been no explosions that have been heard at this point in time. The sirens that were burst from the Pathankot airbase was actually for just a few seconds, and since then there has been absolutely no activity that can be seen over here, but definitely a blackout as a precautionary measure has been announced over here in Pathankot, because remember it is very, very close to Jammu, and hence as a precautionary measure over here yet again a blackout has been announced, yet again exposing that how no one can actually go ahead and trust this rogue nation of Pakistan, even at a time when after so much talks there has been a ceasefire, or not exactly a ceasefire, but an understanding has been reached between the two countries that till the 12th of May there will be no arms and ammunition exchanged between these two countries. But today as well, yet again there have been
after
reports
blackout
of
now,
various
air raid sirens have gone off in
various-
Baramulla. Air raid sirens have now gone off in Baramulla. Viewers, this is what the Pakistanis are doing across our skies. Please be rest assured that they are also facing a lot of music on their side, and perhaps it will be far more louder and it's going to hurt them harder. They have just not been public with it, but please trust our forces to respond in equal and adequate measure. Yes, Anand Dubeji, what's the update that you have? Ji.
My update is that, everybody was thinking that probably there is a declaration, there is an agreement, and there will be an official commitment from both the sides that it's a completely ceasefire. Then why this Pakistan started this, new dimension of already agreed upon ceasefire agreement. So they have started right from Baramulla down to Srinagar city, Pattan, that is one of the tehsil of Baramulla.
Yeah.
Srinagar city, which is very, very disturbing, because Srinagar city is quite in deep. And the nature of these drones are like exactly same what happened in the last night. They have gone right in the quite good height in the sky, and from the very maximum height it has been dropped.
Right.
So it becomes very difficult to destroy. That is one of the reason, I think, and that problem they might be challenging. They might be facing the forces.
One also has to see what kind of drones these are. Are these the ones that they tried to send first up, which are basic drones with no munition and not too much of payload, or are these ones which have got a certain amount of payload and what they attempted to send on the nights of 9th and 10th? So those are questions, because first set of drones were probing drones, the other ones were heavier and they had a lot of payload on them.
These drones are very similar to the drones of the last night, because if you go previous night, then those drones were very low low flying drones. It was very easily detected, and it was being destroyed in air, and one could see from the open eyes it's being destroyed. But the last night's drones had taken a quite good height in the sky.
Right.
That is the ground report. So these drones are little different. What kind of drones they are using since last 24 hours, I think must be some new consignment landed on the tarmac of Pakistan, what I am assuming.
Right.
That must be a different consignment.
Okay.
And we couldn't understand who has sent it.
Okay.
Now, today's drones are almost similar to what happened in the last night. That's why they came quite down, and thereafter it has been detected.
Right.
Low flying drones
Right.
doesn't have a capacity to reach to Srinagar city.
Right.
It has to go to quite in a high.
It has to take up a certain amount of height for it to be able to reach up to Srinagar city. How it's reached there, that's another point that will happen post facto. Tejinder Sodhi is with us. Yes, Tejinder, there is blackout in Baramulla, sirens have gone off in Baramulla, and multiple portions of Jammu and Kashmir along the IB and the LOC have seen drone activity, including Srinagar.
Yes, Anand, there has been a drone activity that has been witnessed in various regions of Jammu and Kashmir, especially in Jammu, Samba, wherein our guns, the air defense mechanism has been activated to take those drones down. Even the Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister, who lives in the heart of Srinagar city, has also posted a video of drone and saying that there is no ceasefire which Pakistan had agreed upon. Yes, you rightly said that though I am in Baramulla right now, there is a complete blackout. I just heard a few bangs. I am not sure what type of blast they were, but yes, there are air raid sirens that are going on. In Jammu, there is panic amongst people. I'm told that there is a Sainik colony area in Jammu where people are rushing for safety. Because Jammu, as Akash was reporting from one place of Jammu, he's saying that there is no drone activity, but Jammu is a very big district where there are several places where drones have been sighted by the people, and our air defense mechanism has been activated to take those drones down.
Right.
Pakistan has also resorted to unprovoked ceasefire violation in Akhnur, which is also in Jammu, in Mendar, which is in Poonch, in Rajouri, and also in Kashmir sector. Pakistan has resorted to unprovoked ceasefire violation in the Gurez sector of Bandipora. I just had a word with one of the top sources in the defense establishment, and they have confirmed that the Indian Army is giving a befitting response to the Pakistani aggression. There has been also reports of some ceasefire, some cross-border firing in the Arispura sector where the BSF is retaliating. So it seems that Pakistan, as Pakistan is known for backstabbing India, Pakistan, while they begged for a ceasefire, they wanted the DGMO called India and begged. They came on knees and requested India to stop firing. But within few hours, Pakistan has backstabbed. Anand, my sources within the establishment are saying that this ceasefire violation and the drone activity clearly show that the Pakistan army is a rogue army. They are not under control of the politicians of Pakistan who had requested the DGMO to call Indian counterpart and beg for the India to stop the firing. Yes.
Right. Thank you for your inputs. Ishan Wani joining us live from Srinagar. Yes, Anand Dubaji, any update? Okay, we've got Rajasthan, Barmer and Jaisalmer. There is Firozpur, Punjab. There is also Amritsar is on standby. I think we'll try and get an update there. Firozpur, there is a blackout. There are pictures coming in from Firozpur where there is a blackout. Jammu regions, air raid, sirens in Baramulla. Srinagar, multiple attempts have been negated over BB cantonment itself. Yes, Ishan.
Yes, you are absolutely right. There are multiple drones right now in the sky, and they are being countered successfully by the Indian Army. The defenses are very hard to penetrate, and that's why you're seeing and hearing people who are watching us in Srinagar across India, that whatever you are listening and hearing right now is because of the drone activity in the sky, and the attempt is being made to ensure that all these drones are brought down. We specifically don't want to talk about where the drones are being attempted to land or where they are being shot at. It's an operational matter at the moment, but we can confirm to you that there are multiple drones in the sky which are even visible from the naked eye at some places, and these drones are trying to hover around Srinagar, causing to cause the maximum damage to the military infrastructure, to the vital military infrastructure located in Srinagar and other parts. Now, what we have been also told that there are multiple attempts being made in other parts of Kashmir as well, apart from Srinagar, where again we are told that these drones are successfully trying to ensure that they're trying to target the security establishment, but the robust system over Srinagar and from the below, what we have been given to understand is trying to diffuse them. This is the night when people in Kashmir and Srinagar thought that they are going to have a peaceful night after a very long time, where we know such incursions or the drone attacks. But now, even before they would have started sleeping peacefully, it seems like, but they have decided that they're going to send more drones towards Kashmir, towards Srinagar, towards other parts of Jammu as well, and try to ensure that they damage any infrastructure. But for now, we're told there are no casualties, no injuries, and they are trying to counter them easily.
So Barmer, okay, thanks for that update, Ishan. Stay safe, and I think with our air defense systems, we can be rest assured we'll be safe. Our armed forces working overtime to keep us safe. In this case now, it's spread beyond Jammu and Kashmir into Punjab and also into Rajasthan, Barmer, Bikaner and Jodhpur. There have been blackouts there, and in Barmer and in Jaisalmer, there has been drones which have been neutralized. But now there is update that even in Jodhpur and Bikaner also, there are blackouts at this point. The former Air Chief R.K. Bhaduria ji is with us. Sir, how would you see this? Is this not a brazen violation of the ceasefire that the Pak DGMO himself asked for?
Absolutely, it's absolutely brazen, and not only incursion by these drones, but also clearly attack. They've used armed versions of drones and attacked some of these places. The kind of explosions that we talked about. So it's a clear violation. I'm sure with such kind of violation there would be repercussions.
No, but repercussions should not be in equal measure in this case, because this is again violation. Shouldn't Bharat choose? Today is a time when their air defense systems are down, their air offense capability is down. This is the time to go ahead and hit. If they are sending drones, shouldn't Bharat respond in perhaps a little more amplified measure?
It would always be amplified. It would always be amplified.
Thank you. That's reassuring. I'm not going to push you there beyond that. But how does this happen when the Pak DGMO says that they want to talk on the 12th? There is this push that is happening, or what we are witnessing. What is Bharat now going to say? Because Shabbash Sharif, I don't know if you've seen it, he's thanked the US. Donald Trump has claimed credit. Bharat has said that we will talk only to Pakistan. There is no third person here. So how does this work? Clearly their game on, and their game is gambit is purely to try and internationalize J&K. I'm sure you understand that.
Yeah, and it is for the US leadership to see how brazenly they have violated and gone back to whatever, assurances they gave the US side in terms of ceasefire, and obviously there would have been a lot of talk, especially when US Secretary of State had to speak to Asif Munir himself before they were brought onto the right track. So they need to see how they have gone back. It is for them to realize, we know what Pakistan does, what he is capable of, how much he respects the treaties or the ceasefires or agreements that are reached. So we would have been careful, we would have been watchful, and surely these drone incursions would be tackled, so there's nothing to worry. But in the larger context, I think the US leadership, the world leaders need to see the Pakistani game plan and the involvement of Pakistani military establishment, ISI, deeply into their terror networks and their support, and going so far out in support of supporting their terror organization. I think that is the lesson that the world needs to take and deal with Pakistan.
No, but what is the reason why that this is not something which they have not known? If Osama bin Laden was found in Abbottabad, not so far away from a very key military installation, the world knows it already.
Yeah, they know it, but they have selective memory. They bring in different definitions of terrorism when it suits them. They have all kind of things they do. But when we point out these actions, they have not come out very strongly against Pakistan, in spite of Pakistan being the epicenter of terrorism. So it is time now to call out, and we need to take our action. We would take. Now the world just needs to watch. Don't tell us what to do. We will do what we need to do.
So this is another ceasefire deal that's gone begging Donald Trump and perhaps J.D. Vance, the US. Did they jump the gun in trying to take credit? Shabbash Sharif crediting and thanking, and as Prime Minister confirming, not knowing what his army is doing immediately. In fact, minutes after Shabbash Sharif tweeted saying thank you and we are going to talk, and we're looking at peace, the drone activity and the incursions and the ceasefire violations across the line of control and international border have started. General D.P. Pandey is with us. General Saab, what should Bharat do now? Is this now equal to act of war?
Okay, so firstly, let me just start by saying that Pakistan has shit-faced a number of people. The Pak army rather. Pak army shit-faced his own Prime Minister who just tweeted, and within tweet, it can't be a part of a larger deception, because when you come out as a government, leading a government and make a statement, you believe that everybody is backing you up, like in any other country happens. So this is one thing happens. The second, what has happened is that US actually needs to see that how they have been shit-faced, while common sense and intelligence was the remark which the president of US made out for this thing. So they should know that the deep state, which has got great fingers and ties and affiliations inside, and they have been feeling that ISI is their tool. How they come back and actually smear in the face. But very interestingly, actually, for the Westerns, we are all right. We've got no value for them. We can be only used when they need us. Omar Abdullah tweeted very shortly what the hell is happening, what has happened to ceasefire. So I had to just only tweet back to him, and that is there is a cruel reminder for all of us that starting from standstill agreement, which was breached in 1947-48, right? 1947, Jammu and Kashmir, that point of time.
Yeah.
The Pakistanis have breached all treaties, not only with us, with everybody across the world, including using of F-16 and not telling the Americans Osama is living with them and they are looking after him and all, blah, blah, blah. I don't want to get into the deal of it. But bottom line, coming to the tactical level, what is happening today is possibly as a field force commander, everybody would have known, because we discussed the difference between stoppage of fire and ceasefire, right? The issue was to be debated, discussed, and hashed out on 12th. Any sensible army or armed forces will try and use this time for one-upmanship possibly. But given the circumstances in which a couple of top leadership had talked of ceasefire in their rank and file, I think this should not have happened. It is very important also for us when we are talking, we should not talk of a rogue element. The moment we talk of rogue element in armed forces, we're unhappy with the government and the DGMOS call, and therefore they have taken this call. The rogue elements can be a selective element who will use instrument of terrorism to carry out a strike after a talk which has happened. But when you look at the spread all around from Kashmir to Jammu to Punjab and on the way to Rajasthan, crossing of line of control and international border is a deliberate violation by Pakistan Army as an army, right? It is not rogue elements who are just popping up, something like celebrity fire or, okay, we will not, like children going to the toilet and banging up some crackers. So it is quite a deliberate, there is a dissonance between the political leadership, somewhere into a sane part of the military, but in the rest of the Pak army, which has taken again, which were possibly looking to flex a muscle and showcase that we are up to the steam, have possibly taken a hit there. That Punjabi ego, which we keep of time, has actually taken a major hit. And this is coming as a response of all these activities just taking place. Now, the very bottom line question is it an act of war, right? This is the time when again we have to go back to the thing. And I don't want to debate right now on the open that what will be that line which will breach when truly we need to declare the festival of war. But this is still controllable. This is manageable. And I'm sure without coming out, our systems which have been headed by, are being headed by people. will be striking back some point of time.
Oh,
This
it's already started,
mission
sir.
in terms of the drones, yeah.
It's already
Yeah.
started.
So I'm sure it must have started.
It's already started. Proportionate response has already been given, and it will be given further. That's the update. Manoj Kumar Gupta getting us those details that Bharat's proportionate response has already started. But and it's the what a lot of people are hearing, locals are hearing in the skies. Once again, you must be used to it over the last 3-4 days. That's what happens. The first time it's all shocking, but now everybody knows what's happening. It's the ADSs, the air defense systems, the guns that are now bringing down and neutralizing these drones. So that's the effectivity that's visible. That's the explosions that one is hearing. But General Pandey believes this is still below the threshold level or the line where India as a nation will turn around and say this is an act of war. But Peter, does this leave the Americans embarrassed? Does this leave Donald Trump, Rubio, Vance, all of them perhaps embarrassed because they perhaps jumped the gun? They shouldn't have.
Donald Trump is not capable of embarrassment. So, I mean, if Donald Trump were capable of embarrassment, he'd be so embarrassed at everything else that's gone on for the past 100 days. But it does create, as everybody's saying, a very, very precarious situation. And I think we're still at the point where it can be controlled and managed. And if India reacts too strongly, we're on the verge of World War III. So that's not an acceptable option in the nuclear age, which means we've got to do everything we can, regardless of whatever blame is on Pakistan for breaking this ceasefire. India is in a position where it has to exercise maximum restraint right now. When I look at this and I question, what is Pakistan thinking if they're actually authorizing this breaking of the ceasefire? It looks to me totally irrational, totally self-destructive. India is stronger. And then if India responds forcefully, Pakistan has no response except resort to nuclear weapons. And that is madness. That is insanity. So this really has got to be calmed, tamped down as quickly as possible. And, we've got to get back to diplomacy.
Yeah. But Chief, don't you think Pakistan's nuclear bluff has already been called off? And if Russia, Ukraine has not spilled over into a World War III, Israel, Hamas or Israel, Iran has not spilled over into World War III, Bharat, Pakistan somewhere, is this whole thing about World War III important? Bharat is not even exercised 5% of its military capabilities here.
No, absolutely. The nuclear bluff has been called. We have been very controlled in our actions. And I think what Pakistan is attempting tonight, in spite of ceasefire.
See, 8 drones, complete blackout in Pokhran. So again, Jaisalmer region, again, 8 drones have been spotted.
It's a very clear
there.
sign that they are trying to steal some damage, thinking that we probably won't take strong action because of ceasefire. And they would quickly get a little more damage and then call it quits. So that's not going to be accepted. That's not going to happen. There would be response from our side, which I think you just mentioned that there's something is started. So response against incursions and possibly response across, because this cannot be left, without a response.
Unpunished.
But you made an important point of act of war. I think we need to see it is very clearly an act of war. There is a ceasefire, and you come across, it's not only drones doing surveillance, it is dropping bombs. So it is clearly an act of war. Whether we should go to war for it, clearly no. At the moment, our actions have been very controlled. Our actions have been very much below the threshold of conventional conflict. But in response to their actions, of course, it will be a multiple always, but very controlled still. We attacked some bases 7, we could have attacked much more. If it was a full-fledged conflict, we would have shaped the battlefield in a different manner. A counter would have been much more effective. So it is still very controlled. I'm sure our defense forces will give a controlled response. More importantly, I think US administration needs to see what Pakistan does, what is it capable of. In spite of a ceasefire at this level and obviously assurances to the US president, they have violated it, not only violated with dedicated attacks on our basis. So it's for them to see.
But if we take the conversation forward from you and into General Pandey, what happens on the 12th now, given this is happening? Now, should our viewers, should Bharat expect this to continue? Sushant Sareen is also with us. Should Bharat expect for this to continue till the 12th? And is this par for course? कि वो कुछ करते रहेंगे, हम जवाब देते रहेंगे और हम भी मारते रहेंगे उनको?
No, ceasefire does not entail that this action should happen. Therefore, I expect that there would be a official statement from our side calling out the actions, calling out Pakistan on their actions, and they would Pakistan would need to explain, and US would be asking them some questions. I'm sure the lines will run through the night in terms of questioning Pakistan. But clearly the Pakistan military leadership is in the dock for explaining how this happens at this level, if you give assurance. And I'm not surprised. Indian Defense Forces won't be surprised. It is for US to see. And US, somebody made a point, US deep state has been deeply involved in stepping up and supporting Pakistan military in particular, not now, in the previous years. And therefore it is for their system to realize what is happening in the new world.
Right. These are pictures from about 15-20 minutes ago. So all these reports that are coming in, it's all activity that's happened between 8:45 p.m. to 9:15 p.m. IST. So it's happened in a half an hour window. That's where all these activities have happened. The reports are trickling in now. We'll try and establish a timestamp. So these are ceasefire violations all across the western border. So it's not just the LC and the IB in Jammu and Kashmir that's been kept active. The Pakistanis have tried to make their activity right across the entire western border section. General Pandey and then Sushant Sareen, your thoughts on this question. Is this now going to happen till the 12th? Should this be par for course? कि आधा घंटा एक घंटा कुछ activity ये करते रहेंगे just to keep things hot? And we should also respond in proportionate measure and this is par for course. What happens on the 12th now? General Pandey and then Sushant Sareen. Ji.
Yeah, so, you're asking me options, which are how it is going to pan out. First is that drone warfare is a reality, right? We may be putting into some segment of gray zone warfare, right or wrong. We want to accept it as a reality or not. Something what became very useful for us when we are into ceasefire violation timelines some time back. So, these are some degree of reality we have to take. Second is that this the escalatory ladder keeps on rising up, right? And the third option which can come up, that after due consideration and frustration, a very calibrated thought is taken up to actually go for war. And now for all these segments, we have to actually draw our system that what is our ultimate objective, right? And based on that objective and the mission, is a course which will be taken out. Now, this will become a debate, a prolonged debate, but I just want to lay out that these are three options how it will pan out. Will it stop at 12th? Will it stop tonight? Will it stop tomorrow? But yes, there is possibility of this act again. Right now, nothing much has happened. I'm more worried, for last 6 days, 7 days, I have been extremely worried about any terror attack which takes place, because when this entire thing is panning out, one element from ISI or Asim Manui says कि ये तो लग रहा है कि मेरे हाथ से लग जाएगा, अभी मुश्किल हो गया है. Now you come out and do another one, right? And that instigates the entire nation. That is exactly what he wanted in the start, right? And we go back to the drawing board after the terror attack, because this will be a paradigm shift when everybody accepted, okay, we have gone for this thing, we have hit the camps and all, we have neutralized a major thing, we have punished, and the top rung leadership and the recruits or whatever, where they have gone and dusted for some point of time, but then there are elements existing, right? And this tool gets applied, that will be a major shift. And trust me, I really find myself to be in a very good place that I have retired. I'm not part of that decision-making body. It is going to be very difficult as a politician, as a government, and even as a military force to take a line this way or that way. So while nuclear bluff has been called out as told by the air chief, but has the war bluff been called out, right?
Yeah.
So this is a question which we have to keep on troubling ourselves with. But yes, somewhere in the back room we have to work on a date when this machine which has been prepared is going to be applied for punishment. And the
Right.
last point, which you can take as a tool for further discussion, who is actually behind this? Is it actually Asim money? Is it something else which is troubling us, which is compelling the system to go on the way it is want? Who wants to actually draw us into the war? These are questions which have to be thought of.
Who question is beyond Asim Munir and if his own machinations, there is only one entity that is sitting on our eastern borders. So and there could be possibility there very actively, and the China factor comes into play at multiple levels. The Chinese will also be watching our own military capabilities, how we have amped up, how prepared are we, what is there.
And frankly, I don't give it too far to even their deep state connections as well.
Yeah.
I may love to bait China, but the pragmatic long-term strategic considerations will always point fingers somewhere. People who consider ourselves to be friends or showcase our to be friends, but maybe the leadership is. But after all, the leadership doesn't control everything. Like there's a deep state in Pakistan, there's a greater deep state somewhere else.
Yeah, fair point. Sushant Sareen, your thoughts. Zorawar Daulat Singh also with us. Good evening. Thank you for joining us here on the broadcast. Just getting us two more updates. Ambala is on a blackout. There are drones spotted there. Ganderbal in Jammu and Kashmir near Srinagar has also sighted drones above, and the ADSs are at work trying to neutralize them. Yes, Sushant Sareen, the China factor. Who's actually behind this? As General Pandey is taking the discussion and the conversation forward, Bharat needs to identify who's behind this, who's orchestrating this, one within the Pakistani military, its deep state, and also beyond the Pakistani shores. Yes. Sushant Sareen, yeah.
Anand, I think it is entirely possible that this is happening from within the Pakistani state establishment. Either there is a kind of a rethink at the institutional level that, look, we haven't gotten anything from the Indian side, and we've had to sue for peace. Let's try our hand at this again. It could just as well. Look, the fact is that if DGMO talks to the Indian DGMO and looks for a ceasefire, and we agree to it, then that ceasefire has to be observed. Then there is no question of thinking, okay, fine, we agree to a ceasefire today, but we'll start observing it on the 12th.
Correct.
They decided upon a time, on a particular date, and that is the time from which the ceasefire should start.
Right.
And if one side is starting to violate the ceasefire, then there is no reason for the other side to observe the ceasefire.
Right.
So quite clearly, this ceasefire is breaking down as we speak. And this is not limited to only line of control. This is all across,
right.
As yourself reporting. And if that indeed is the case, then I think we have to come to the conclusion that whatever agreement was discussed today is not worth anything.
Right.
And that the Pakistanis have tried to take everybody for a ride and are probably trying, to throw the dice once more to see what they can get out of it.
Right.
And that is what it seems, which means that we are then back on the escalation spiral, which is fair enough. I don't have a problem with that. And let's see how that plays out. If that's the kind of thing the Pakistanis want, after the hiding they got last night, they want to play this game all over again, then fine. I don't think there's anybody on the Indian side who's going to flinch from that.
Right.
On whether the Chinese are prompting them to do it, look, I think again, even the statement which we saw from the Chinese today was pretty middle of the road, right? They were not taking any side one way or another. Now, one can say that this is deception from the Chinese side, or one could say, well, the Chinese realize that, this is not worth, going ahead with. So it's better that both sides call it off, and we'll appeal to both sides. It could just as well be that. The question is, whatever, the Americans tried to play, whatever role they tried to play, how they are going to react to this.
Right.
Are they now going to go ahead and say that, look, let's use whatever leverages we have and start turning the screws on the Pakistanis? Or will they say, okay, fine, as President Trump said earlier, the guys keep fighting with each other, so let them, have yet another bash up. We don't know. But if the Americans are genuinely serious in saying that it's important that both sides step back as this as what they claim to be. Then they need to start pressuring the side which is breaking the ceasefire to expect that India will exercise restraint because there can be a nuclear exchange, third world war, and what have you. Again, you are penalizing the victim.
See, is this also not,
How does that work?
No, Sushantji, and to all our guests, Anvit is joining us live from Pokhran. We'll go to that, but we'll come back and pick this up. Is this the whole thing that the Pakistani army or the military establishment has gone rogue? And that the civilian establishment has no control, no clue. Shabbash Sharif tweets and within minutes, the ceasefire violations have begun and the incursions, drone incursions have begun. So is the military trying to tell the world that, sorry, we don't listen to this civilian establishment and whoever and whatever they have done. So what's the point of Rubio speaking to Asim Munir? But it's the DGMO who picked up the phone and said ceasefire. It's a DGMO who picked up the phone and said, let's hold and requested for stoppage of fire. It was not Shabbash Sharif. So it's also quite surprising how the military picks up the phone and says, we need stoppage of fire. The Prime Minister comes out and says, thank you very much, America, you've done this for me. And immediately the army decides to say, no, we're going to send the drones and start firing our artillery again. How is this happening is a big question. Zoravarji, I'll come to you with this. Quickly going across to Anvit, who's joining us live from Pokhran. Harsh Sanghvi, the Home Minister of Gujarat, has said Kutch is in blackout. There is also drone sighted in Kutch. So the air guns have worked there also, air defense systems. Yes, Anvit, what's happening in Pokhran?
Yes, Anand. See, a complete blackout has been imposed just half an hour ago. Earlier, it was scheduled for 11 p.m. Life had returned to normalcy just after the announcement of a ceasefire. Some shops were also open since they had been under complete lockdown since past one day. People had also returned to street, but now just see out of this, place, complete blackout here. Also because 8 drone sightings have been reported, so blackout has been imposed at 9:30 p.m.
Okay.
Earlier today, also three missile parts were also recovered from 3 areas here in Pokhran and in nearby Sadar and in Jamla village also. However, no damage to lives were reported, but Jamla one, what we were being told that it was a missile and it had been intercepted in the air. A blast took place. We also met the eyewitness who said that yes, he saw it exploding in the air, and he also said that some fighter jets were also spotted earlier today in the morning around 4 a.m. So keeping that in mind and keeping the recent drone sightings, a blackout has been initiated before the expected time, and the vehicular movement is completely shut. Street lights have been shut. All the shops are under complete lockdown, and as we see, the skies of Pokhran may look right now as the situation is normal, but just a short while ago 8 drones have been spotted. However, no loss of life or any mishap, however, so have been reported so far from this place.
Right. So what time did you say that the drones were sighted, the 8 drones?
Just about half an hour ago, we have been told that 8 drones were spotted. However, they have not been engaged. They did not, and no mishap has been reported. No loss of any architecture has been reported. But yes, previously also in Jaisalmer's Kishan Ghat, one drone cell had fallen from one of the drones. It had to be, military had to be called in. It had to be diffused. It had to be a controlled detonation was done, and that detonation itself was so huge. So keeping in mind that drones, even if they do not attack, some mishap may take place, and even if they are intercepted, their parts may fall, which also then need to be, the entire area needs to be cordoned and precautionary measures need to be put in place. So keeping that in mind, complete blackout has been initiated. Also, because the drone sightings were there, police are on alert. Military certainly is keeping an eye across the border as well, but local police is also patrolling. Announcements are also being made, so asking people not to step out and just keep inside your houses.
Right. Thank you for that update, Anvit. Stay safe. Great work done, and kudos to our team of reporters on ground who've been there in the face of danger, right in the thick of all the action, and getting us all the details. One aspect we've tried to focus is that we verify, recheck, verify, and then put out only the authentic news here on the News 18 network, across the network. That's what we are priding ourselves on in this coverage of Operation Synindhur. But Zoravarji, let's get back to this issue. Is the civilian government in variance with the army? Are elements in the army who have gone rogue? That's why we see this, because the conversation was had between the DGMOs. So if the military did not have a buy-in towards a stoppage of fire, the call would not have come from the Pak DGMO. So how would you read this situation, and how should Bharat now calibrate its response?
So I would step back and just see the lead up to this particular lull, because if you notice over the past 3 days, there's been a gradual notching up and moving up the escalation ladder.
Yeah.
India initially sort of was calibrating its actions in a very, very calibrated defensive way, calling it non-escalatory. Pakistan was the one that was itching for a fight. It was raising the ante, hoping that that kind of would unsettle the Indians to sort of find some way out. But actually what it precipitated was the Indian side actually responded to that. And I think there was an Indian move to move up the escalation ladder, not just reciprocal strikes. And I think that's where last night, I think the Americans, who were quite happy for a few days ago to just watch this slugging match play out, hoping that it would stay at the low end, I think they noticed that this could be a very different kind of a military operation that could unfold. And they intervened, as they've always done, to protect their long-standing non-NATO ally. They don't want this to sort of get out of hand. There are various reasons, of course. They want stability, peace, but I think they have taken the oxygen out of what could have been a different phase of this crisis, and they have. So now we've got left with where the Pakistanis have exploited the Americans, taken that pressure off where the Indians possibly could have moved towards, and now they also, of course, by all these actions, this tactical low-level actions, they're denying India any kind of political victory from the resolution of the standoff.
Right.
So there are, see, let's look at it this way. The Pakistan army, under no circumstances, views this entire episode in any way the way the Indians do. For us, this was a counter-terror operation. It's India trying to formulate a legitimate doctrine of self-defense. They violate your sovereignty through massive terror attacks. They are not going to go costless. That's the Indian response. For the Pakistanis, they want this advantage of coercion and low-level proxy conflict to continue. So there is a complete clash of security concepts. And if we think we're just going to get Donald Trump, who has frankly no interest in a long-lasting engagement and facilitating...
Just got an update, Zorawji. We'd like to take this conversation forward with all our guests on this. The government sources are telling us, and Siddhant is getting us this update, that Pak has violated a bilateral understanding. So this is what? Pak has violated a bilateral understanding. That is the government source telling CNN News 18 at this point. So clearly, the establishment is not happy. The government is not happy with the way Pakistan is behaving. So a bilateral understanding reached upon between two nations has been violated is the position. Now, what does this mean? Zorawji, and then I'll bring in Arkesh Bhaduria ji. Yes, please complete.
Yeah, so they also don't want this entire peace and stability to extend to Kashmir. They still want to continue their policy of undermining stability, undermining that particular area. So their long-standing approach is not going to disappear overnight. They're hoping to get something out of this when it reaches the next stage of. You have Marco Rubio making a statement that there are going to be possible dialogue and negotiations in a neutral country. Frankly, there's nobody from the Indian side who has made any kind of a statement on that. They are looking at this as purely in terms of a ceasefire and a closure of termination of this crisis. While for the Pakistani, this is a stepping stone to open up a bigger conversation. So there's a complete mismatch of where both sides are operating. So for India, I think it's just got to maintain a certain posture of readiness and evaluate its options.
No, and the other thing is Bharat is very clear. This is bilateral, and it's a bilateral understanding has been violated. Siddhant joining us. Yes, Siddhant. What are government sources saying?
Well, yes, that's right, Anand. In fact, I've spoken to top sources in government of India, and what they have told me, Anand, is something very, very interesting. In fact, they have put things very straight. They are calling it a violation of the understanding which has been reached between the two sides this afternoon. So clearly, Government of India is looking at this particular development after the announcement of understanding as the violation.
Right.
And in fact, there have been an air intrusion. Perhaps, Anand, there are multiple, air intrusion. And in fact, our colleagues are reporting from ground. And now,
no, there is a possibility something more could have happened. There is some action that's happened in Nagrota. We're waiting for some confirmation, and we'll try and get you the details. But there is also drone sighting in Riyasi. So there is also drones that have been seen flying over Riyasi. There has been complete blackout there also. There is some check, some problem, some issues that have come to pass on ground in Nagrota. Something's happened there. We'll try and get you more details. But Air Chief, your thoughts on this? Bharat's position is this is a violation of a bilateral understanding.
See, my
Tonight is the night when the Pakis are the most vulnerable.
My reading is, if an official statement has come already that Pakistan has violated the ceasefire, then there would be repercussions to the violation, and you keep your channels going and wait for the result in the morning.
But in this case, what then happens to what is supposed to be on the 12th? Or does Bharat's position just only harden a little more?
Yeah, Bharat's position will already get hardened. They have violated the ceasefire. So it's for the Americans to realize the doublespeak that Pakistan does. Clearly, again, I think you made a mention of this, that Asif Munir probably is not either fully with it or there is a bit of, there is a lot of communication difference between what he feels and what the Pakistani political leadership feels, which is coming out.
Sorry, sir, I'm just going to try and see if we can get Tejinder Sodhi on the phone to tell us what's actually happened in Nagrota. As of now, Akash is telling us that the shelling along the line of control has stopped for the moment. So the guns have gone silent for now. That's the latest coming through. And that there have been no ground blasts in Srinagar. Everything's been negated in the skies. That's the other update. Yes, sir, please complete.
Yeah, so clearly it's a violation. Official statement has come, so there would be some response. And I think we'll see how it pans out tomorrow. Of course, the US administration will come down heavily in their communication with Pakistan as to regarding the violation, because it's very clear. If there are explosions on our bases, etc., the armed drones coming which have been intercepted, it is not a simple violation. It is not some LOC firing which can be contested.
So the Jammu and Kashmir, both LOC along Jammu and Kashmir and also along the IB, we are given to understand shelling is stopped. Ishan is also confirming that abhi shelling band ho gaya hai. Tejinder Sodhi is joining us with some more development that's happened. What's happened in Nagrota? Can we put that out? Is there a confirmation of what's happened there?
Yes, Anand, there has been a confirmation that some suspected movement was reported near one of the gates of the 16 Corps of the Indian Army. After that, the sentry deployed at the gate has fired several shots toward that movement, though the entire area has been cordoned off right now to ascertain who those suspected people were. So the entire area has been cordoned. Movement along the Nagrota belt has been stopped. People have been asked to stay vigilant and to ensure that the suspects, if they are terrorists, they have to be identified and taken down. But yes, the situation continues to be fluid right now. The entire military base there is on heightened alert, and we are told that the sentry fired at the suspected movement of some suspected person, whether they were terrorists. They were seen outside one of the important gates of this important vital army installation. So, as you know, Anand, we have been discussing it since morning that the entire army or vital Indian army installations across Jammu and Kashmir have been put on heightened alert. Any suspicious movement or any trespassing would be dealt with seriously. And there are also inputs that Pakistan-based terrorists, they have asked their cadre in Jammu and Kashmir to carry out terror strikes on vital army installations so as to divert the attention of the Indian armed forces, which are right now engaged in conflict with Pakistan.
But the thing is, Tejinder, you're saying that that was the gate of the 16 Corps. There was suspected movement. The sentry fired multiple rounds, and after that, there is no what happened thereafter. It's not yet confirmed. Nagrota currently there remains a blackout at this point, but there is a big watch. There was earlier in the day here at CNN News 18, and even yesterday we had said that there is this multiple ceasefire violations because Pakistan is trying to push through some jihadis into this place to give some anjam to some wardat here, and the idea is with instructions to target critical military installations or brigade headquarters or areas and try and inflict some damage there. That's the point. That was that instruction had been sent about 24 hours ago to this cadre, and if there are some who are loitering and even ground cadre, sleeper cells being activated, if there is something like that that happens, then what happens? It's all gloves off. The 1700 hours agreement of earlier in the day that there will be no military action, will that go off? Bharat's clear warning, any act of terror is equal to an act of war. Does that then start? Future act of terror. Future can be 5 minutes from now and it can be 5 months from now. But does that, what does that mean? The other thing is, does this also mean this is egg on Donald Trump's face? And does that mean that General Munir does not care for what Donald Trump is coming out and claiming, and he's gone off on his own tangent? So that's another part. Mike Waltz has just tweeted. He's saying tremendous progress towards stability in a historically volatile region. It won't be easy. There will be violations and much work to be done, but another step in President Trump's commitment to peace. So Mike Waltz is trying to further try and amp up Trump wants peace, etc., etc. But Bharat is very clear, this is bilateral. This is between Bharat and Pakistan. Pakistan has to play heel, and it has to toe the line. If it doesn't, then it's gloves off. It's an act of war. So that's where we are at this point. There's blackout in Bhatinda as well. Air Chief, your thoughts, how things are moving out? Is Pakistan still climbing on the escalation ladder? Is this something which is going to be par for course? Are you willing to agree with General Pandey saying that we got to decide our line? Major General SVP Singh is also with us, the former ADG Artillery and 1971 war veteran. Major Manik Jolly also joins us. But first to you, Air Chief. Yeah.
I think very clearly Pakistan in this transition into after ceasefire is trying to steal some damage, some face saving, and quickly expect that there will be further. Okay, we are stopping, etc., and there is no response from our side. But government having already stated, I think the response would have already started or would be in progress or would happen, and it should be a robust response. What happens tomorrow, whatever statements now coming from US side, I think they need to see and deal with Pakistan more firmly. And of course, the deep state, I think there was a comment regarding that they are the ones responsible for giving Pakistan military the core strength because of which they are able to support terrorism to the extent. So in the background, there is involvement historically to support this. Today's administration is well against them and is very good. There is no doubt. But I'm talking of historical. So we need to. There was another issue of whether Asif Munir is responsible. Yeah. Of course, he is the one responsible. He and ISI. And therefore, there has to be repercussions for Pakistan in this entire action hereafter. So ceasefire has to be absolutely clear, no firing, thereafter only we stop. And as things go forward, I think within Pakistan they need to realize if Asif Munir continues and the current dispensation continues, somewhere down the line things will happen again. It is their doing, and I don't think there is China angle at present in Pahalgam stroke this. It is purely Pakistan.
You don't see the China
I don't
angle.
see. I see purely Pakistan. I see directly Asif Munir and ISI handiwork in order to make this happen.
Make this happen. Did you know that the DG ISPR, his father was a terrorist, a proscribed terrorist, and also Osama bin Laden's aide? The Americans.
I read about it.
So this is how deeply the jihadi Pak military network and nexus is. And how is this lost on the world, or how has the world been okay with this? Major General SVP Singh, Jain sir, thank you for your time.
And if I may interrupt, you saw that photograph, and in the funeral, how many army officers were there and senior officers?
वो सामने तो हाफिज अब्दुल रऊफ खड़ा था. वो तो he's a US proscribed terrorist, लश्कर का operative.
Chief of Army Staff's Reith is there.
Yeah, and they were all jihadis because Rauf Asghar was one of them in the coffins.
One of them, and look at the lineup of the army officers there. So it shows the kind of nexus that they are into. This is what needs to be broken, and that's why our statement today that act of terror would be act of war is very significant. In time to come, that is what will be acted upon.
General Singh, sir, thank you for your time. Your thoughts, sir.
Thank you very much. Jai Hind to the viewers. Well, I would start by saying what has happened post announcement of the ceasefire. Well, it is the DNA of the state of Pakistan which is showing up once again its face. Should I say the ugly face? It cannot be possible that the communication system has not filtered right down to the battlefront down to the lowermost tactical units and subunits, that ceasefire has been announced. 3:30 p.m. the DGMO of Pakistan has spoken, perhaps in the beggingly for the ceasefire. Now, this is one face of Pakistan. It has got multi-faces in any case. Second is, Pakistan should have been very grateful. Yesterday, bailed out by IMF, and today bailed out by the Indian state, by the Indian Prime Minister. They were below their knee level. They should have been grateful. And what are they doing? Now, having said that much, let us see how Pakistan can sustain itself without this war which would have taken place. It has not looked inwards, but was moving external lines towards our international border and trying to show face to India in this last 96 hours. But look, when they're trying to show face to us, on its back were two daggers punctured right into their spine, the Baluchistan and the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. And yet, the leadership, the madness within it, was trying to show the two-headed face. Now, Pakistan's other problem beside this is the water sharing, not the Indus Water Treaty, the holding it in abeyance. It is the water sharing between Punjab and Sindh, which is boiling down. There's 6-canal system which Munir had only acted as an architect, stands cancelled. People have been suffering for water right in Sindh and Karachi. Water tankers move around in Karachi well before the suspension or the holding against the Indus Water Treaty. So that is their state. Then I think post 1971, post 1999, it was set by the Indian state, by all the right thinkers, to get your act together. The people of Pakistan, get your act together. The political leaders, get your act together. Control your army. Control these army generals. But they have not been able to do that. And this Mullah general, pardon me to say that, he has taken Pakistan down the barrel. Down the barrel. That 16th April speech of his is going to haunt him and haunt him to his last breath. He must be praying to Allah for forgiveness, because that has brought what has brought about Belgaum, and that is what has brought about this. And he was looking for extension. I think time is up for him. And the Prime Minister of Pakistan, Shahbaz, he should now stand up, invite the opposition, look inwards about the opposition leader Imran Khan as well. Try to reconcile at this time. Pakistan is in a state which should seek reconciliation within it. And
Sir, that is not going to happen. If somebody decides to incarcerate the most popular leader in the country, and then they are worried कि भाई ये war के चक्कर में वहाँ अडियाला में drone गिरा के मार देंगे उसको, that is the level to which they can stoop down the politicians. The army generals have got no, nothing to color themselves in glory about. The fact is that from his days as a major, I'm given to understand from a former Pakistan army guy that General Munir was actually called the deceiver. He's nicknamed the deceiver क्योंकि वो सबको धोखा देते थे. अभी पाकिस्तानी आवाम को भी धोखा दे रहे हैं, दुनिया को भी धोखा दे रहे हैं. दूसरी बात सर, everybody calls him Mullah Munir because of his vitriol and the fact that he's the son of a Maulana. But within the Pak army circles, this has again come from one of the highest places, sources there. He's nicknamed Chachu Whiskey because उनको रात को उनका चाहिए पटियाला सर. उसके अलावा उन्हें नहीं हजम होती. तो that is the reality about him, that he loves his tipple, he loves his whiskey, so he's called Chachu Whiskey. So he's Mullah Whiskey in that way. So he tries to portray a particular front to the world, and he's a different person at the back end. But far gone, far radicalized, and perhaps many believe that he's the one behind all of this that is happening. Major Manik Jolly is also with us. Now, exactly what we spoke about.
I can't see anything.
Yeah, but I hope you can hear. We'll try and show you. We'll try and get you visuals also. But the fact is, right now, it's like what a lot of people in Srinagar were hearing. It is noise, a lot of noise from the Pakistanis, and what we've been hearing by the Pakistani civilian establishment across international media. A lot of noise, a lot of bluster, but no content. But in this case, Major Manik Jolly, just about 4 hours ago, we were having a conversation कि इन पाकिस्तानियों का भरोसा नहीं किया जा सकता. And that is exactly within 2 hours of that conversation, they proved us right. So what does Bharat do from here on?
Yeah, so actually the moment this press conference came up and it was told that we are going for ceasefire slash, stoppage of firing and all, immediately I was on with Anand. I said there is no point doing this. You cannot trust these people because they have a very unique situation where they will say, okay, Shahbaz is doing the peace treaty, but somehow Munir attacked. Okay, Munir is doing the peace treaty, but some militants got together and they attacked. They are so broken down and disoriented. I wouldn't call it disoriented, but disjointed actually, that they keep doing these things and keep blaming on each other. That's how they operate. Secondly, what India has to do is now there is no chance of backing down. Because the thing is, we gave them a past few entire week actually, we gave them a lot of chances to off-ramp. That's a term being used now. We gave them a lot of opportunity to de-escalate. We gave them chances to come to peace. Because right from start, our point has been we took out terror camps and there's nothing more than that we want. But they have been escalating it day after day with these terror attacks, these drone attacks. Today there's been a terrorist attack on Nagrota camp. That's what I'm hearing. Right? The point is that now India has to go for the decisive action. And decisive action does not mean that we go for an all-out war, but at least catch hold of some area, zone, core, wherever we want to. Yeah, and just go for it. I mean, because the thing is, till the time they feel the heat that we can give them, they will not stop.
So there are some,
there
are a few peaks and there are a few bowls. जिसका जो हमेशा हमारा हम हमेशा we take it and then we give it back to them. This time we should just take it and sit there.
Yeah, so we are dominating it, majorly dominating at many areas. I think we should just go ahead with it. That's my personal opinion, and start showing them that we can do that.
Just a confirmation that's come in. I'm just interrupting you, Major Jolly, that there are no blasts since there have been no ground blasts since Srinagar. It was all the air defense system on top. The other part is LC and the borders are now shant. The artillery firing has stopped. It happened some time back. The other thing is the drones did come in, but the drones have all been shot down. All drones have been now shot down. There's nothing happened across the western border. That's what the army is saying. So at this point, there is no problem. The blackouts in a lot of places has been on a precautionary level. Now, there are some reports about or something about Vaishno Devi par hamla and all of that. Nothing like that has happened. The Vaishno Devi Bhavan, there was blackout. Drones were seen in that area, but they've all been neutralized in the skies. There's nothing that's happened. So, but this electricity now has also been restored in Baramulla. So, things coming back into normal. And, some time back, Manoj Gupta had said that this is what the Pakistanis will do. 1-2 घंटा ये ड्रोन भेजते रहेंगे, हम उनको उड़ाते रहेंगे, हम भी वहाँ कुछ करते रहेंगे, ये 12 तारीख तक चलता रहेगा. But is that okay? Is that par for course? Should we say that this is all right? Or should we now make the cost far more punitive? Tilak Devasharji is also with us. Tilakji, your thoughts?
See, as I have maintained and a lot of other people on your panel also maintained, you can't trust the Pakistanis. So that is simple. So in any negotiations, in any agreement, just go with this caveat that you can't trust them. And here, sure enough, within 2 hours. But one good thing, which comes out from this is that for the world also, the world itself, including the US President and the Secretary of State, that after they have given their commitment, after they have put it down on paper, they find that Pakistan has broken this cessation of hostilities within 2 hours. So that just sustains and proves India's point that you cannot trust. And I think even on our side, people who were talking about that now we should de-escalate and do this and that, will see for themselves how brazen Pakistan is in doing, they say one thing and they do another thing. So that the duplicity in their behavior is now out in the open, it's transparent, it's all for people to see. And I think we must not rest on our laurels, but give them the same kind of pasting that we did last night. The lesson has to be driven home to them that you can't take us for granted. And I think that even that meeting that the DGMOs are to hold or were to hold on the 12th should be postponed. Do it by a day, do it by 6 hours, do it by 2 days. But you cannot sanction this kind of behavior by Pakistan. They must realize there are costs to pay on breaking a solemn agreement.
I saw R.K.S. Bhaduria ji sitting next to me saying, So you agree, disagree? There are a lot of people who believe कि वो जब तक बोल रहे हैं हमको बात करनी है, जब तक वो बात करनी नहीं आते, तब तक हमको मारते रहें, पीटते रहें, ठोकते रहें. सही है सर?
Yeah, no, they have clearly violated.
And then say, oh, हमने तो कुछ नहीं किया.
They would apparently they have stopped now, and they would say, they would also give some excuse that India violated. LOC, all that goes. But when you have drone incursions so far deep inside, it doesn't fly. So the world will see. What level should we act? I think a response has to come. I am just seeing because official statement has come that they have violated, which means response is coming. How deep the response, how strong would be? Since we don't have all the inputs, I don't want to guess, but it should be substantial. Whether it will be like last night, I don't know, because if it is not of that level, but the response should be there. I hope it is like last night.
No, not just that. Why don't we do what the Pakistanis do, sir? Why don't we do everything and then say, हमने तो कुछ नहीं किया?
No.
हमने क्या किया? Why? Where?
We are very balanced and we are very careful in our approach. And secondly, don't forget, our purpose was to strike at terror network and terror infrastructure. That was achieved.
But there is more.
If
so
Pakistan
we can
hadn't
continue
started
to strike at some terror
if Pakistan
infrastructure. There is
hadn't started
GHQ Rawalpindi, which is the core of the terror infrastructure.
If Pakistan hadn't started this, we wouldn't have done. Now they started, we are responding, but in stronger measure and robustly. So Pakistan down the line is doing a combination of things, and for sure looking for some substantial damage so that they can tell their public that this is what we have done in response to our friends losing their
एक बात बताइए, so let's take this forward. We've got another, over the next 25-30 minutes, let's try and understand and deconstruct. Tilak Devashar ji said कि DGMO conversation को 12 बजे से 6 बजे कर दो, थोड़ा सा delay कर दो. Because somewhere Bharat has to say, Bharat is going to decide the tone, tenor and also the context, pretext of it. Here's what the Pakistani playbook is. It's a standard playbook. Already they are working on it. कि इसको internationalize कर दो, America को thank you करते रहो, America आके बात करो बोलते रहेगा. They will say that. Then they'll say Jammu and Kashmir ही एक issue है sir. That's where it is. So otherwise कोई issue नहीं है हमारा, वही उसको solve कर दो. So how does Bharat take this forward? What do we say?
See, our guys are doing it in a very matured manner and step by step. They violated, they started the conflict after the terror attack. We responded strongly, very strongly, robustly. Our response also catered for that the damage we were doing is part of larger game plan that should we go to a proper conflict, all that goes into the matrix. It's all beneficial towards that. Okay. The fact that ceasefire happened, it has only happened, if Pakistan was not to send the drones, let's say last night, we wouldn't have done the bases attack.
Correct.
We wouldn't have done. Believe me.
Correct.
Okay. So if that is the case, actually ceasefire wasn't even required. They just had to stop their action. We wouldn't have responded. Now, Americans knew that Pakistan are absolutely irrational. Munir won't stop. So they intervened. They basically got them on track. They didn't even have to talk to us. If they stop coming across the border, nothing will happen from our side. Now this violation is serious. Now that Americans have got involved, Pakistan has given assurance, DGMOS has called up, now they need to answer why the violation, and therefore the repercussion would come. Tomorrow there will be some dialogue in terms of violation, etc.
Right.
But please be sure that at every stage our standing militarily is not affected. We are in stronger position. Our standing in the world is only getting strengthened. Pakistan is already getting more on the negative side. So we'll need to go step by step.
Step by step. Step by step is true, but there are a lot of people who feel अभी नहीं छोड़ना चाहिए था. Oh, वहाँ वो कहते हैं ना जैसे if I were to reinterpret a filmy dialogue, it will say कि बंदूक हाथ में थी, दुश्मन सामने था, ट्रिगर पे हाथ था और फिर हमने हाथ छोड़ दिए. So it is a scenario like that, and many viewers would feel like that this was the time to really pummel the enemy and to bring them to heel, and we shouldn't have pulled off there. Just a quick update: 12 Pakistani drones have been neutralized in Gujarat so far, in Kandla, Bhuj, Lakhinala areas. Government of Gujarat monitoring the situation closely. Sharendra Wangu getting this, and there's also confirmation coming in from one of the Gujarat ministers. Jaisalmer, Badmer में अब धमाकों की आवाज नहीं. That is Bhavani Singh of News 18 getting us these details. Baramulla, there seems to be a blackout back again. Tejinder is in Baramulla and he's saying that there is a blackout again, but we'll see. Perhaps it's just precautionary, but the guns are silent along the line of control, no firing there. Some drones did come in, all of them have been neutralized. That's the update. General SVP Singh, what should Bharat do? How should Bharat make sure that it is happening on Bharat's terms, the conversation this time around? There is no international involvement and Pakistan doesn't get to play its usual playbook and rant.
Well, I think Bharat has got some very good options and we have to put it down the throat of Pakistanis. If the post-ceasefire talks have to take place, I think the most important and right on top should be that the terrorist camps and the terrorist outfits which are there, we want a verifiable dismantling of those. We want a verifiable dismantling of your madrasas which are educating these people. And why I say that, their defense minister having said these madrasas, the students who are coming out from there are our second line of defense. I think it couldn't be more shameful. They're trying to breed snakes and vipers of the next coming generations. So that is their statecraft. So I think this demanding this verifiable dismantling, I equate this when the United States demands of Iran verifiable about their nuclear assets of Iran. And we should dictate that we are the strategic dominance in South Asia. We are the regional kings of South Asia, Bharat. And we must put up stamp loud and clear. Now, I will also like to say here, the ceasefire, Indian Prime Minister, Indian state has agreed to it. Maybe with the good offices of US which has worked out, though the President, Secretary of State statements in the last few days were coming in conflicting in nature. But I think one thing which would have weighed in the Indian minds would be that US perhaps does not want another arena of war taking place, and being their special strategic partnership, USA needs India. They don't want that Israel-Gaza Hamas affair on in South Asia. Also, Ukraine, the peace which was promised in 100 days with Russia has not come about. China is a factor which weighs on US. So I think it has been a very good move from the statecraft and from the diplomatic point of view. In military terms, I would say we have had a partial achievement of military objective. I use the word partial because along the line from POK down to Bahawalpur, the destruction which has been caused to the training centers or the terrorist centers has been there, in which a lot of the terrorists would have been killed, but there's a work in hand, work in being. Their ideologues have to be now packers and planners. They have to be taken to task, and that we should not leave it. In the instant case of this ceasefire violation and the drones having fired and the blackout having taken place, let me tell you, I fear that they would have infiltrated their terrorist groups even now in this evening. So our depth areas, intermediate, our internal security has to do a lot of work right from this moment onwards. We cannot trust this nation. We cannot trust this leadership.
I totally agree that we cannot trust them, but the fact is that if they do another act of terror, then it's an act of war. So the button for escalation, the button for punitive action now is with Bharat. Before I come to you, Tilakji, Major Jolly, do you believe that that's perhaps the biggest change in posture and equation? There is no need for anybody else's okay or permission. The entire posture changes, military posture changes. The cost of any act of terror has only increased from 2016 onwards in the last decade. The other part is that Bharat now decides what is the punitive measure, what is equal to an act of war and what is an act of Pak-backed terror. That definition and that interpretation is left open to Bharat. Do you believe that is perhaps the biggest shift? And that will come into play even on the 12th when the DGMOs, if things go all according to plan, meet.
Yeah, I mean,
there's a complete blackout in Patiala also now, right now. Please continue.
Yeah. Let's say we, for discussion's sake, we disregard what is happening right now and we reach 12th and the discussions are happening. The statement which the MEA and even the defense spokesperson gave, we never mentioned that there was any intervention of US. He never mentioned that Trump once came and they negotiated peace between us. That means India is has taken control. that this is our decision. We decided to go for this no firing stop for 2 days, and after that we will have a discussion again. What that gives us is a leverage that since we decided step 1 on our own, that was taking out these terror camps. Since we decided on step 2, that is retaliating to their minor incursions with our missiles or whatever. Since we decided on step 3, that's to go for a 3-day break from firing. Hence, we hold the right to take step 4, whatever that might be.
Yeah.
The conclusion, the conclusive, authority that India is holding right now should be enough for us to go ahead with whatever step we take. Drop in the IWT, drop in the other, diplomatic pressures we are putting in, and we have total control of the situation. So I think military or kinetic action, as everybody calls it, I think that's just a part of that. That's an extension of the same authority that we exude right now, and we should just go ahead with it. There's no need to ask anyone.
No need to ask anyone. Tilak Devasharji, should we continue the non-kinetic offensives? So talk about Indus Water Treaty, talk about anything else is off the table. Let's just talk military backing off when the DGMOs meet.
Absolutely. I think we should not let off pressure on Pakistan as far as water is concerned. And I think this is one of the things that has brought Pakistan to its senses, because as I've mentioned several times, the Kharif is going to start. You have to sow the Kharif crop by the 15th of May onwards. If they don't have water, and IFSA has already said there's a 21% shortage of water, and if you continue to make water supplies to Pakistan unpredictable, and you release them in a bulk, so which they flow out into the sea, starve them otherwise. So this is something which is going to create pressure in Punjab. The Punjabi farmers who are going to sow their crops are going to be up in arms. And the recruitment, the catchment area, and the most popular area support for the Pakistan army has always been Punjab. If you attack their livelihood, 60% of Pakistan's population depends on agriculture for their livelihood. If you disrupt that, even if it is for 15 days, 20 days, a month, the consequences for Pakistan's food security and agriculture would be pretty severe. So I think the non-kinetic measures that we have adopted, especially holding the treaty in abeyance, we must continue that. Must continue that pressure. And as far as kinetic action is concerned, if you want to be restrained, if you want to be proportionate, fine, continue to doing that. But you cannot accept that right from Bhuj up to Srinagar, there are drones roaming around, with impunity. I mean, this is not how interstate relations between neighbors are conducted. How can you subject our population is being subjected to trauma, if not actually firing and explosions. But as soon as there is a blackout, siren goes off, people get disturbed, children get disturbed. So I think we need to react strongly in adequate measure. I'm not saying go berserk, but certainly what we did last night really brought Pakistan to its senses.
No, but how do we as a nation, and let's take this conversation forward. Two points. One is Pakistan is trying to reduce the cost of war with Bharat or escalation with Bharat, because that's why they're, leaning on drones. Drones per drone individual entity is far more per unit as cheaper. The other thing is they are also trying to use tech smartly. They're trying to push for cyber attacks which have been thwarted. They're also trying to push drones and arms, ammunition, drugs via drones, and then send the infiltrators as normal people with valid passports coming and going here. So they are trying to use technology, use cost, lower the cost for bleeding Bharat with 1,000 cuts. How does Bharat increase the cost for Pakistan? Perhaps non-kinetic measures are the only way.
Yeah, and I think...
And the other part is Turkey. Uska kya kare?
Okay. I think non-kinetic measure, whatever measure, are not even under discussion, because those were taken differently in different time and space. The ceasefire pertains only to the military action that is happening across the sea. That's all. So I don't think that will come anywhere even on discussion. There is no question of stopping the non-kinetic or other measures other than military. The ceasefire would mean no action militarily. That's all. Your issue of low cost, my understanding is, in response to the terrorist infrastructure that we attacked, if they had a way of putting bombs across safely and creating sufficient damage in their very first raids, and get away with it, they would have done so directly. That means their fighters coming or their surface weapons or whatever standoff weapons. Given the state of readiness we were in, they could not have achieved that. So they've started with drones to probe, to get location of our AD centers, our radars, our missiles, and electronic intelligence, and have a combination of drones and standoff weapons, armed drones. So they were kind of increasing that. With our AD setup and counter drone strategy, which has worked fine, and we have responded in a controlled manner, but in a strong manner. So they did not expect that it will take so much time. Probably they would have thought second day they would merge enough strong weapons and create substantial damage on 8-10 targets in India. That's what they haven't achieved. That's why they've gone into second night, third night. Third night we responded heavily attacking the bases. So the escalation, I don't think it is in their control. They could not achieve a face-saving damage that they wanted to inflict on us, and it is going a bit out of control. That is my understanding how it has panned out. Otherwise, they would have probably struck hard on the first day and backed off.
अच्छा, immediately पहले दिन ही मार देते हो फिर उसके बाद.
अगर if they were successful, and of course we would have responded like in Balakot it happened. We would have responded and maybe it cooled off.
Correct.
But depending on the damage that we sustain, if they hit military targets, we would have hit military targets. So it is gone, and it also is the mindset of Asif Munir. He probably, apart from face saving, which has not got, he is hell-bent on stretching it a little more. One, in terms of taking absolute control in Pakistan. He has put the civilian leadership totally out of the game. Okay, this ceasefire discussion did not progress till he got a call, and thereafter we heard that it progressed.
Correct,
so it clearly shows how much control he is taken there, how much control. Okay, so whatever was left, it is like a military law, unstated military law there. Therefore, I think it's a combination of two things which is stretching. They also probably misread the levels to which we will go. Our patience and our will to respond and will to go right up to the conflict. You know, everybody is under the impression they will do this nuclear bogey and we will not go beyond a day or two. We stuck their bases. If they do more, we will.
So we've not only called the nuclear bluff, but we've also pushed the doctrine of escalation a little further.
Fairly high, and there is still depth available.
Correct.
Let's not fall for this nuclear and they are having discussion. They can have discussion. They want to go nuclear. Let us see.
Let's see.
Let us see.
Karo.
Okay. So it's clearly they did not anticipate such strong military and such strong leadership decisions from India. They haven't realized that the game has changed here. Our zero terrorism acceptance. We are serious, and with today's call of terror act being an act of war, I think it goes to the next level. I think they've misread badly, they handled it badly, they were irrational about it, and now they are finding it difficult to get out of it.
I don't think they've got a correct reading of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the leadership will under him. They've underestimated that, and I think he's just redefined those aspects. So a big shout out and kudos to PM and the entire leadership, because this is clearly a whole of government approach.
Absolutely.
And in this case, even largely most of the opposition parties have been onboarded and they've been there, barring a few motor mouths here and there, and whatever they do, that is something they'll do.
No, you have to really appreciate the way all the opposition parties have come together and really supported, and very balanced and very proactive statements towards support of the actions.
And I think as a nation, when we come together, we can show how much of push and what is the thrust that we can put through as a nation. But the other case is that why not dismantle Pakistan in its current shape? That's another conversation, and everybody wants to understand this कि भारत कब ये करेगा, कब भारत ये करेगा कि जो देश ऐसे जुड़ा टूटा बना हुआ है, जैसे कहते हैं ना चार सूबे संभलते नहीं हैं, तो वो चार सूबे अलग अलग, some of them are 48% of the current shape of Pakistan. Tilak Devashar ji, so this is right up your alley. ये कब करेंगे sir, and when, how can that be done? This is the non-kinetic offensive which perhaps can get us a permanent solution.
So somebody mentioned this to me, which I thought I'll share with you.
Ji.
He said that Munir, instead of talking about the two-nation theory, should soon start talking about the four-nation theory. You see, there are two, in my research, in my study, there are two ways what you are saying is possible. One is Pakistan imploding internally.
Ji.
Because I've studied the innards of Pakistan. For example, I talked about the water, how they're running out of water to become a water scarce country. We talk about education. 50% of the children don't go to primary schools. So they won't go to secondary, they won't go to higher school. So you're coming out with an increasingly uneducated or ill-educated population in today's technological world. Population is growing at 2.55%. Despite having the best agricultural lands in the subcontinent, Pakistan is today in a position where they have to import 3 million tons of wheat. And the economy, as you know, is on a slippery slope. It's on a ventilator. Now, I know people say we have been hearing this for donkey's years that Pakistan is going to go under. But these circumstances have not come together in time and space in the last 70 years as they have come together now. So one option, one way is Pakistan implodes internally. The other is the provinces, the ethnic groups that are dissatisfied with the way Pakistan is being governed with the Punjabi domination. I'm talking of the Baloch, the Pashtuns, the Sindhis, and even POK and Gilgit-Baltistan. They strike out on their own. And the two most likely candidates are the Baloch and the Pashtuns. Both of them have got armed wings, very strong armed wings. They've also got strong civil society movements. Both the Pashtuns and the Baloch. So that is the other option of that if the hold of the Pakistan army weakens, this is what's going to happen. So here I want you to bring in one thing which I think we should all be watching for in the next week or month is the position of Asim Munir. Asim Munir took a big gamble by doing Pahalgam. He was DG ISI when Pulwama happened. He is now the army chief and Pahalgam has happened. He thought that this would help him unify the country behind him and restore the credibility of the army that Imran Khan had eroded for the last 3 or 4 years. Now, if this misfires, what will Asim Munir's position be? Within the army. Outside, of course, he's getting a lot of flack. But even within the army, people are going to be questioning his judgment that what have you done? You placed us in a very precarious position. So I would be interested to really see what happens to Asim Munir in the next month, next week or next month. For example, take this case of breaking the cessation of hostilities within 2 hours. Was it a group within the army that said nothing doing? How can you agree to this? Or another group which says, no, this must be done. Has his control, this is, mind you, speculation. I have no concrete evidence of this, but this is something as all of us who watch Pakistan should be looking at signs of what is the disquiet or what is happening within the Pakistan army, weakening or strengthening Asim Munir's position. If his positions get strengthened, then he could, like Musharraf, even stage a coup.
पर उतना उनका डेप्थ है क्या? Because Musharraf had a lot of friends within the circles, army circles, to be able to pull that off. Right now, Mr. Mullah Whiskey is so discredited. 4 nights of faziyat. Imagine, sir, Baloch मार रहे हैं, उनका बैंड बजा रहे हैं. Jafar Express अभी 2 महीने भी नहीं हुए हैं. उसके बाद then you have what the Pashtuns are doing. The Taliban have gone ahead and said कि भाई कल बोलो तो कल we'll take over. So they are worried about them getting into Islamabad or even up to Pindi. So that's the other part. And here 4 nights of embarrassment for him.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So what his position is, does he weaken so much that he's eased out? Or does the army rally around behind him? See, because the India factor is probably the most critical factor as far as the army is concerned. They owe their strength, they owe the budgetary position that they have to India. In fact, as they say, that Kashmir is Pakistan's jugular. Actually, more than the Pakistan jugular, it is the army's jugular.
Army's jugular.
Because the army gets all their benefits because of the Kashmir issue. So, I think that's all of us be watching position of Asim Munir. I think it's going to be very interesting in the next week to a month.
Wonder where he's going to have his next peg, sitting in his army chief office or elsewhere. Adiala jail mein to nahi milta. Anyway, but that's a little tongue-in-cheek there for him, but he deserves it from us. No love lost there. The Chinese have made a statement, and Major Jolly, and let's take this forward. China and Turkey, 2 nations that are in the play here. Now, the report is Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar has said that he's received a phone call from the Egyptians, but the Chinese have also come out and said, Wang Yi on Saturday has said that his country would continue to stand by Pakistan in upholding its sovereignty, territorial integrity and national independence. The Chinese Foreign Minister made these comments during a telephonic conversation with Ishaq Dar, according to a statement by the Foreign Office. During the conversation, Dar briefed Wang Yi on the evolving regional situation. But what sources are also saying is कि चीनियों ने बहुत डांटा है पाकिस्तानियों को, बहुत डांट पड़ी है उनको कि हमारे इक्विपमेंट की भी तुम फजीयत करा रहे हो. ग्लोबल मार्केट में nobody will buy our equipment now. HQ9 and J17s के orders will get cancelled, and our ammo is also, you guys don't know how to use equipment. So I think there has been a huge amount of backlash the Pakistanis have faced for using Chinese equipment. Yes, yes, Tilakji, yeah.
There's just a news flash. There's been a terrorist attack on a military unit in Nagrota near Jammu. More details are awaited.
Yeah, it has been in news for some time, sir. I think there is happening, and there's been a casualty.
Yeah, there is. We'll try and get an update. We'll try and get an update on what happened in Nagrota. We reported that an army sentry had fired at 4 suspected terrorists. There was no confirmation of what action has happened on ground, but there is movement in Nagrota. That's what we had put out. We'll try and get a confirmation on what's happened in Nagrota. Yes, Major Jolly, you were saying something.
Just since you picked up China and even the statement that you mentioned, right? So I would say that given the kind of pressure we face when people ask questions, will China attack if Pakistan also attacks? And they kind of think of as some twins. It is pretty lukewarm actually. It does not come across as something where China is patting their back and saying, "Don't worry, go ahead. I am behind you. Do whatever you want." So it's not on those lines. It's pretty basic diplomacy that any country would say. It is at that level, and I think the reason for that is traditionally, and I feel this way, we have always thought that if Pakistan attacks us, will China also attack us? It did not happen any time. China, when they fought war with us, it was Sino-India, it was Indo-China war. It has never happened that Pakistan was attacking and we had to fight two-front war. So I think China does not do that. That is one. And these kind of statements, which are pretty subtle in their manner, are kind of a signal of that. And since that, I just want to take a minute to tell you something which I've been wanting to say since Mr. Tilak mentioned about the water treaty, right? So I am of a firm opinion that the entire war that's going on, if we label it war right now, is about water. The entire drone, missile, air raid, everything is trying to push India into position that we get to a state, that we reach a position that either it is this way or that way, so that water gets released. Because you can have tanks moving, you can have jets flying for as long as you want, but if there is no water, there is no life. And a country where major export is rice, which takes so much water, and their one crop is about to be finished. If this goes on for 2 to 3 months, India does not have to do anything. And hence, I feel that is the urgency of Pakistan. They want to do this as soon as possible. The more it drags on, forget the economic implication, because I personally feel with China, Qatar, Turkey and all, they'll keep getting resources and money and all. But nobody can give them water. One more crop goes and there'll be farmers on the road, there'll be protests, they'll stand up against the government, but because of your terrorism we are facing, we don't have money, we don't have food, their exports will die. And I think that siege warfare is what Mr. Modi is playing. The day he announced IWTs in abeyance, that was the announcement of war. That is where it started. Rest everything is Pakistan's aggression trying to instigate us into getting into a full-fledged war, so that they get some kind of, I mean, it reaches a stage where there is so much violence that the West or somebody gets us on table and gets us towards ceasefire and water is resolved. So that's my opinion.
Right. We're just going to try and check. Now, big news coming through from Manoj Kumar Gupta. We'll go to that. But we also would like our team to check on what's happening in Nagrota. There seems to have been an incident in Nagrota. So we'll have to wait and see. And I think we are also standing by for the Foreign Secretary to be speaking. Now, so top government sources are saying that the India-Pak DGMOs have had a chat again. They have spoken again. Top government sources are saying the revised time to cease all firing was agreed at 10:30 p.m. top army sources are saying this is what. So the revised time was just about 15 minutes ago. The top, both DGMOs have spoken. Akash joining us with more. Manoj Kumar Gupta getting us these details. He was the first to tell us that the DGMOs are going to be speaking. And now yet again, we are putting it first here on CNN News 18. Yes, Akash.
We have been learning about ceasefire violations since late evening. And now Manoj Gupta is telling us that the revised timing to cease all firing was 10:30, and possibly this is the reason why, in fact, army sources are telling us that now no violation is happening across the LOC. Also, we have been told that DGMOs spoke once again, and in fact, possibly this was the reason. In fact, this was the agenda of the conversation where they have discussed the updated timing. We still don't know as to what was the line of discussion, Anand, but Manoj Gupta is telling us that DGMOs, Director General of Military Operations from both India and Pakistan, have spoken and had a conversation about the sort of happenings and the updated timing for the ceasefire violation to cease the fire. In fact, firing that is happening, was 10:30.
Akash, any update on what's happening in Nagrota?
No terrorist attack. Indian Army, in fact, has categorically said that no terrorist attack has happened and no beheading. There are rumors about beheading, so there is no beheading. And in fact, Indian Army is going to come out with an official statement in some time from now. No terrorist attack. Yes, some activity has happened where possibly some sentry, has opened fire on some suspicious movement. But I'll wait for the official confirmation on that. In fact, Anand, in some time from now, Army is going to, in fact, release a statement on it.
Right. So there is a video message also expected from the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri. Siddhant is just getting us that update, so it's on the bottom of the screen. Also, so in Nagrota there was an incident at the sentry gate. Like there is nothing more than that. So viewers, if there is anything that's doing the rounds, please be rest assured that it's not true. As of now, the army has very clearly told our reporters and our team that there has been no incident untoward in Nagrota. There was some suspicion, there was some firing that happened, but there is no engagement, there are no deaths, there is no beheading. That's all disinformation, so please don't trust those details. But here, we should see what the Foreign Secretary will say in his video message. It's not a formal briefing, it's a video message that's expected. It's on camera, so we should try and see when we get that. But again, the army may also give out a briefing on what's perhaps it's video, or if it's text, we have to say on what the status is. So clearly, a 5.5 hour furtherance of the timeline for, say, ceasefire or stoppage of fire. So 1700 hours was what was declared, but then now it has come to 10:30 hours. So something that the Pakistanis perhaps tried to formulate in the next in those 5.5 hours. Clearly, that's also not worked now.
Yeah, I think they must have come out with some excuses why they have violated, etc., and then decided on this revised time. It shouldn't have happened. At this level, you can't say 1700 ceasefire and after a couple of hours violated and say, now we will do it at 10:30. So I only hope that our response is already gone.
Let's hope, we'll see. Yeah, General Singh, you put your hand up when we went towards the aspect of what happens with Pakistan going forward and the angles as far as China and Turkey are concerned, their role play. Major Jolly was making an important point that perhaps the biggest jugular that we have is the IWT, and to keep it in abeyance, because that's going to keep Pakistan on its feet, on tenterhooks all along, and that's an offensive we should never relent on. Your thoughts, General Singh?
Firstly, what Major Jolly said, I'm in total agreement with it. It suits my thought process and it suits the state of India. Second, we discussed the issue that China has never joined hands with Pakistan, be it 65, 71 or 99 Kargil war. Yes, that's very true. But I think it is to the credit of Indian armed forces, and there's an air chief sitting, that our mental mobility and agility has led us to the doctrine of the thought process of strategic deterrence to take care of 2.5 hour front war.
General, sorry, I'm interrupting you. 2 updates. The FS video message may come out anytime, so we'll go straight across to that whenever that happens. China has issued a full statement on conversation with Bharat. Please allow me to read this. Wang Yi, member of the Politburo of the CPC Central Committee and Director of Office of Central Commission of Foreign Affairs, held a phone conversation. Held a phone conversation with National Security Advisor Ajit Doval. So he's not met the Chinese foreign minister, he's spoken with the Chinese foreign minister. It's a phone conversation. Ajit Doval stated that the Pahalgam terrorist attack had caused significant casualties among Indian personnel and that India needed to take counter-terrorism actions. He emphasized that war is not India's choice and does not serve the interests of any party. Both India and Pakistan are committed to maintaining the ceasefire and hope for the early restoration of regional peace and stability. Wang Yi expressed China's condemnation of the Pahalgam terrorist attack and its opposition to all forms of terrorism. He noted that given the current complex and volatile international situation, peace and stability in Asia are hard won and should be cherished. India and Pakistan are neighboring countries and that cannot be relocated, and both are also neighbors of China. China appreciates Doval's statement that war is not India's choice and sincerely hopes that both sides will remain calm and exercise restraint, resolve differences through dialogue and consultation and avoid further escalation. China supports and looks forward to India and Pakistan achieving a comprehensive and lasting ceasefire through negotiations, which is in the fundamental interests of both countries and the shared aspirations of the international community. That's the full statement that's come through. That's the full statement that has come through. We are now getting a special briefing. It should start any moment now. In about 2 to 3 minutes, we should have the special briefing by the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri. So Wang Yi speaking to NSA Ajit Doval. The condemnation of the Pahalgam terrorist attack is important.
Very important.
And how would you read the Chinese position in this one, Chief?
No, I think it's a very mature statement and also a sign of kind of support to us. Firstly, what they've said about Pahalgam, this thing. Secondly, they have never come in out and out support of Pakistan this time. Normally, they give a very, very positive statement towards Pakistan, which hasn't happened. So, therefore, our interactions with China and China's reading of the situation and not supporting Pakistan outrightly is important.
Yeah. Chief, just 1 second. The PIB fact check has come out. So, to everybody who was concerned and also viewers who are watching it, social media posts are claiming that terrorists came in army dress in Nagrota and 2 beheadings have taken place. PIB fact check says it's a flake. This claim is fake. Nothing like this has happened. Nothing like this has happened is what the PIB has come out very clearly. There are social media handles that are posing as Fauji's, ex-servicemen and who are claiming these. That's not true. It's fake. That's the news that's come through from the PIB fact check. That's what. Yes, Chief. Yeah.
Yeah. So China hasn't supported outrightly. It's another matter that a lot of equipment that Pakistan has or is using, or a lot of supply of ammo, etc. In such time would be coming from China. It has come from Turkey. So, notwithstanding that, I think official stand that China has displayed should worry Pakistan in the current thing. It should be an eye-opener for Pakistan.
Do you see a Chinese recalibration also happening here?
I don't see, because strategically Pakistan is too important. They have too many interests in Pakistan, and also strategically they need Pakistan against us. So, that is the larger picture if you look at the long term, and Chinese are very long term thinking. So I don't see a direction change there, but they probably would need to step in to change Pakistani behavior to get it towards more responsible as a state, as a country, as a going forward, because they cannot keep dealing with such kind of rogue situations.
But how do you see? So ANI had also put out something on Nagrota and they have retracted that. So overall, PIB has fact-checked it. Nothing happened. CNN News 18 here, we also said nothing untoward happened. There was some suspicion. The sentry fired a few shots and then they went away. But there were 4 suspicious people outside the 16-core gate in Nagrota. But that's where it is. Tilak Devasharji, Turkey. How would you address Turkey? There is a lot of angst because most of the drones that have been sent Bharat's way that have caused damage, that have hurt or landed on civilian establishments and areas, destruction to property hugely has happened, has sent a sentiment saying that inko to we helped them at a time when they were in humanitarian distress, and look how Turkey is now coming back and helping an enemy of Pakistan, enemy of Bharat.
And you recall that I think about a week or 10 days ago, there was a Turkish ship that came to Karachi and I think was offloading, obviously.
Okay, Foreign Secretary's briefing has started.
DGMOS के बीच जो पिछले कुछ दिन से चल रही सैन्य कार्रवाई को रोकने का समझौता आज शाम को हुआ था, पिछले कुछ घंटों से इस समझौते का पाकिस्तान की ओर से घोर उल्लंघन हो रहा है। भारतीय सेना जवाबी कार्रवाई कर रही है और इस सीमा अतिक्रमण से निपट रही है। ये अतिक्रमण अत्यंत ही निंदनीय है और पाकिस्तान इनके लिए जिम्मेदार है। हमारा मानना है कि पाकिस्तान इस स्थिति को ठीक से समझे और इस अतिक्रमण को रोकने के लिए तुरंत उचित कार्रवाई करे। सेना ने इस स्थिति पर कड़ी नज़र रखी हुई है और उसे किसी भी अतिक्रमण से निपटने के लिए ठोस और सख्त कदम उठाने के लिए आदेश दे दिए गए हैं। गुड इवनिंग। For the last few hours, there have been repeated violations of the understanding arrived at earlier this evening between the Directors General of Military Operations of India and Pakistan. This is a breach of the understanding arrived at earlier today. The armed forces are giving an adequate and appropriate response to these violations, and we take very, very serious notice of these violations. We call upon Pakistan to take appropriate steps to address these violations and deal with the situation with seriousness and responsibility. The armed forces are maintaining a strong vigil on the situation. They have been given instructions to deal strongly with any instances of a repetition of the violations of the borders along the international border as well as the line of control. Thank you. हमारा मानना है कि पाकिस्तान इस स्थिति को ठीक से समझे और इस अतिक्रमण को रोकने के लिए तुरंत उचित कार्रवाई करे। सेना ने इस स्थिति पर कड़ी नज़र रखी हुई है और उसे किसी भी अतिक्रमण से निपटने के लिए ठोस और सख्त कदम उठाने के लिए आदेश दे दिए गए हैं। गुड इवनिंग। For the last few hours, there have been repeated violations of the understanding arrived at earlier this evening between the Directors General of Military Operations of India and Pakistan. This is a breach of the understanding arrived at earlier today. The armed forces are giving an adequate and appropriate response to these violations, and we take very, very serious notice of these violations. We call upon Pakistan to take appropriate steps to address these violations and deal with the situation with seriousness and responsibility. The armed forces are maintaining a strong vigil on the situation. They have been given instructions to deal strongly with any instances of a repetition of the violations of the borders along the international border as well as the line of control. Thank you.
All right, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri addressing the press conference with regards to the ceasefire violation that's taken place hours ago, and in fact he's called it a breach of understanding which India and Pakistan had arrived upon. I go across to Siddhant Mishra, who will add more inputs on that news story. So Siddhant, Vikram Misri maintaining a very firm posture that if they do not respect the understanding that was arrived upon between both the neighboring nations, they will receive a befitting response.
Well, that's right. In fact, an hour back, we reported that how, government of India is looking at this evolving situation. In fact, at that point in time, only I was told that the government of India is looking at this with a view of a breach of an understanding which was reached this afternoon. And in fact, now Vikram Misri, Foreign Secretary himself, addressed press in the national capital. In fact, he has come up with a statement. Perhaps on the same line, and in fact he says that India-Pakistan DGMOS understanding which was reached, Pakistan has violated that. Indian Army is taking actions. This is condemnable. Pakistan needs to behave responsibly. Pakistan should stop it. Army is maintaining a vigil on intrusions, and orders have been given to respond to any intrusion in a strong manner. Perhaps a very strong statement coming from the Foreign Secretary of India. In fact, this afternoon, this understanding was reached, and in fact, there was an announcement which came from President Donald Trump, and in fact, Marco Rubio also announced it after President Trump, and then there was a press briefing in National Capital, New Delhi, and in fact, it was announced that DGMO Pakistan reached out to DGMO India, and in fact, then this understanding was reached between the two sides, and there was the date also which was announced where both DGMOs will meet. That was 12th of May. But right after that, there was this air intrusion reports, drones dropping in various parts of in western sectors. And in fact, perhaps, our colleagues are reporting from
Siddhant, we also have guests to go across. So if you could quickly give us a quick recap of all the countries that have reacted, both the two leading global powers, the United States and China, reactions coming in from that front?
Well, Akanksha, in fact, we have this confirmation that just a short while back, NSC Doval has spoken to his Chinese counterpart. In fact, this is the second time NSC Doval has managed to establish contact with the Chinese counterpart. In fact, this was done right after the operations, and in fact, both sides discussed that how the agreement has been, I beg your pardon, understanding has been reached between the two sides. This was discussed. But having said that, Pakistan has again violated the understanding which was made between the two sides, and Pakistan has again escalated tensions.
Many thanks to you, Siddhant, for bringing us those inputs. In fact, let me quickly bring in my guests. I'm joined in by Atul Holkar, who is in fact a geopolitical expert, Sushant Sareen, Senior Fellow at the ORF, Tilak Devashar, author and former member at the National Security Advisory Board. Many thanks to you, gentlemen, for joining in. And as Mr. Devashar continues to stay with us, Mr. Devashar, I'd like to begin with what is your assessment of the message that India has just now sent out, of course a brief one, but extremely firm and pointed.
Yes, I think one thing I clarified in the previous program, there was a feeling that the ceasefire or the stoppage of hostilities had been extended to 10:30 and not to 5 o'clock. And therefore, what Pakistan was doing was within the time frame. But the Foreign Secretary has clarified very clearly that they have broken, the timing has not changed, and it is Pakistan that has violated the agreement that was reached. Now, this is a pretty serious thing that they have done, that within 2 hours of reaching an agreement, which they had asked for. It is a Pakistan DGMO who had asked for, and Pakistan broke that. So it is not that the time had been extended. And I think this is important because it will go to show Mr. Trump and Mr. Rubio also in a bad light, because they are the ones who had put out that tweet and put out the statement as if they were the ones that had sort of mediated this thing. And I'm sure they're going to be feeling pretty upset with Pakistan for having broken the agreement. And I think the message that the Foreign Secretary conveyed was giving a free hand to the forces to retaliate strongly. And my hope is that, like the pasting we gave them last night, India would give a similar kind of pasting to Pakistan to make them realize that in interstate relations, you cannot behave so irresponsibly.
That's a very firm message coming out there, and I want to bring in Sushant on that note. Sushant, I can take the liberty of, in fact, quoting that dialogue from the movie Laksh, in which I remember Om Puri went on to say that Pakistani agar hare to wo laut kar wapas zarur aata hai. So are you surprised by this ceasefire violation today? Okay, unmute yourself. No, I can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
Now we can. Go ahead, please.
Okay. So, Akansha, what happens is very often when in these kind of, when the ceasefire agreements are made at the local level, sometimes, violations can take place. But in this particular instance, violations have taken place all across the length and breadth of the border, from Rajasthan all the way to Kashmir. So clearly, this is not an accidental kind of ceasefire violation or any such thing. And this is done by design. Now, we can speculate about whether the design behind this entire violation is frustration, whether it's some kind of a rethink, whether it is trying to be too clever by half, that it was not 5 o'clock, it was 10 o'clock, that kind of stuff. Again, nothing you can put past the Pakistanis. So apart from that fact कि वापस मुड़ के आता है, it's also that he's also a very treacherous character, and also always tries to act too clever by half. So there is that factor as well. But also remember, when they violated the ceasefire, what has been our response? Or we have not said anything, but I'm looking at certain Pakistani sources where they are claiming that in response, India has sent in drones because they have been violating the ceasefire. So in response, India's drones have gone all the way up to Peshawar. Now, these guys are doing shallow intrusions along border areas. Jaisalmer is what, 50, 60 kilometers from the border, places like that. Peshawar is what, over 200, 300 kilometers from the borders. So if our drones can reach Peshawar, I think it tells you a lot about the lack of air defense systems in Pakistan, which have been virtually decimated, and which is also the reason why we've damaged more than 10, probably 12 air bases in Pakistan. So if the Pakistanis want to play this game, they know that there'll be punishment meted out to them. And there is some straws in the wind to suggest that within the Pakistan army, the discontent is already starting to grow. Now, I can't be entirely sure, but there is a possibility of some breakdown of discipline among the forces, which has led to this kind of violation of ceasefire, where the authority of the Pakistan army top brass might be under strain, might be under some strain.
So I think, Sushant, you're making a very critical point. I have to quickly bring in Lieutenant Colonel Atul Holkar also on that point that you've just made about that kind of dissatisfaction brewing within the Pakistani army. Sir, how do you assess the current ceasefire violation if we were to also correlate this with the shaky grounds that General Asim Munir himself is standing on? Many are talking about how this is also an indication that it is eventually a call that is going to be taken by the Pakistan army. But if this was a ceasefire that was agreed upon with a call that came from the DGMA and was a conversation between both the DGMAs, then what does it speak of the situation that the army is currently in on enemy territory?
Jai Hind to everyone. Just understand Pakistan at this state. Currently you have a general which the army doesn't want. You have a prime minister which the country never elected. And then you have people which the country doesn't bother about. And it's a divided army. I don't know how long Mullah Munir is going to be there in the chair, but it's a divided army. It's a divided politics. If you see the largest party's leader in the jail and the prime minister who is unsure of himself. And then if you look into the 4 provinces, they are fighting amongst each other, and you do not know at what stage Baluchistan and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa would be in out of Pakistan. So if you look from that perspective, it was very surprising that a very short call between Rubio and our foreign minister and their prime minister and General Munir could bring about this particular ceasefire. And if you understand, in the afternoon, the DGMO spoke to each other. I'm quite confident that DGMO out there would be listening to his own chief of staff, which is General Asif Munir. And if he has listened to him, and as Sushant was saying, that this is a very well pre-planned ceasefire violation. It's not a violation, it's a continuation of what was happening. And I also believe that, there is something which is lurking in the background, and we should not ever, we cannot afford to overlook China factor.
Yes.
There is something which the Chinese are doing, are very unhappy about this ceasefire. They wanted to bleed India more, irrespective of a lot of people saying, no, the Chinese. I do not find a day since the time Chinese have come onto our front after engulfing Tibet that we could ever believe. Did we failed to believe them in 62, in 2020, and why are we trusting them now? This is Chinese game. I may take it a step further, and I may be probably raising a red flag which people may think is far-fetched. Chinese president was in Moscow few days back. Everything is happening. Everyone is speaking to us. Where is my friend Moscow? They have not spoken much about it. Is there some kind of a understanding, if not understanding or knowledge or something? We also must keep an eye onto our eastern front. This is not an isolated incident. It's a well-planned move. What government currently is doing is perfectly fine. We will go the escalatory level as the escalation happens. We are 1.4 billion people. We need to look after our infrastructure, our growth, our economy, and everything. We are not going to, be decided by one mad general sitting somewhere. All those people who are egging the government to go whole hog will also be the same people who will ask for jobs and inflation and everything if we go for a full-fledged war.
No, Lieutenant Colonel Holkar, I think you've made a very valid point. I'm sure even our armed forces had not just, put their hands up in the air. I'm sure that they were also expecting a possibility of a ceasefire violation, because let me tell you, even media personnel like us were prepared to stay up all night. So, Mr. Devashar, if I could bring you in on that point that Lieutenant Colonel Holkar made right now about Chinese support, which has arrived shortly after the ceasefire violation took place, when Wang Yi said that we stand in solidarity with Pakistan when it comes to territorial integrity. What is the message that's coming out? I think the only silver lining perhaps to this ceasefire violation is the role that China is playing has now come out in the open.
I would slightly differ on this. I think the Chinese statement earlier, you see, China has to support Pakistan's territorial integrity. There is no other option. That's the barest minimum that they can say or do. But the Chinese statement earlier was pretty bland, in terms of China's condemned the terrorist incident in Pahalgam.
That's what I'm saying. There's greater clarity now.
Yeah, but I don't think, without further evidence, without seeing something more concrete, I would not, China has not, if you take the precedents, whether 65, whether it was 71, whether it was Kargil, China did not come to the physical support of Pakistan. Here too, I don't think so China will come to the anywhere near the physical support. Yes, statements, maybe supply them more weapons, but then so is Turkey. So I would be a bit cautious. Not that I have any love lost for China. I would be a bit more cautious in sort of giving this conspiracy theory about the Chinese.
I agree with you over there. And also, after all that India and China have perhaps achieved in the months that have gone by, China can't afford to not maintain status quo between Beijing and New Delhi. But having said that, Mr. Devashar, there's a marked difference between the two wars, the last one being Kargil compared to 2025. That is when, in fact, China had helped India in de-escalating tensions. This time around, it is the United States which is taking the lead, or is at least projecting to do so.
True, that is very true. I think the real smoking gun will be if Shabbash Sharif or Asim Munir make a quick dash to China. They did it in 65 when Asghar Khan was sent. They did it in 71 when Yahya Khan gave the statement to Niazi that the yellow will be moving on the borders. Again, in Kargil, I think Zardari had gone to Beijing. Let's see this time if anybody goes or does not go, that will tell you a story by itself.
Point taken, and well made also. But Sushant, if I could bring you in, we are seeing that the US support, especially Donald Trump's tom-tomming about this entire de-escalation that he managed for a couple of hours, to say the least, has perhaps ruffled some feathers towards the East.
No, but we always forget Donald Trump does not really formulate what he wants to say. Do you remember when Imran Khan had gone to the United States and met Donald Trump? What was Donald Trump saying at that point of time? He was offering mediation, okay? And said that Mr. Modi had asked him to mediate, which was completely debunked by the Indian side, that we had never made any such request. Did you ever hear about Donald Trump talk about mediation after that? So, he says certain things, but I don't think everything he says should be taken exactly at face value. Sometimes he probably mixes up a lot of stuff. So his tweet, and frankly, he's back on Twitter, which is quite entertaining. But the fact of the matter remains that, that's a weapon of mass destruction in some ways, because he has a habit of just shooting off tweets, which can be sometimes quite garbled in their messaging. So I won't take his tweet very seriously, number one. Number two, I think it's very clear that there is no question of India ever accepting any kind of mediation.
Yes.
People forget.
Yes.
When the crisis in Kargil had to wind down, Nawaz Sharif goes to the United States, Clinton meets him, and then Clinton, Nawaz Sharif needs to go back with something. So Clinton says, okay, fine, I will take personal interest in trying to sort out this matter. He never took any interest. Forget about personal or professional interest. Nobody took any interest. Kashmir was a done deal at that point of time. Now, similarly, some kind of a fig leaf has been offered to the Pakistanis that, okay, fine, there will be some talks in some third country. Look, in any case, even if you have to have some kind of back channel contacts with the Pakistanis at whatever level, I don't think India is going to go to Pakistan or Pakistani is going to come to India. We will go to some third country. It could be Bangkok, which has been a favored destination. It could be Dubai. It could be any place, right? It could be Oman. It could be any place. If at all there are any talks to be taken. It's not going to be a restoration of a dialogue between the two countries. Far from it. Those talks are probably only going to be limited to what is the level of, how this crisis is to unwind and what the two sides are expected to do, expect out of each other. But one thing I must tell you, Akansha, we cannot underestimate the factor of a lot of angst within the Pakistan army, because see, all the equipment which the generals have bought from China or from Turkey, that's utter rubbish, right? It's shown to be utter rubbish. And we also know that the Turks and the Chinese arms vendors paid tons of commissions to these generals. Even their JF-17 fighter, at least the first block, I have information that the Air Marshal bought a fancy flat in Dubai with that money, which he got as commissions. So the Pakistani generals are on the take. They take tons of commissions and they buy rubbish. And that rubbish has been shown up for what it is, which is why everything collapsed. Their drones have not worked. Their air defense systems have not worked. And I think there's a lot of angst within the Pakistan army, and we might start seeing some manifestations of that in the days, weeks, and months ahead.
No, that's absolutely a very valid point. And Lieutenant Colonel Holkar, I think taking that point forward that Sushant was making and made very effectively, that it is the corruption shadow which is looming large over the Pakistani army. They've in fact been able to exploit the country's weak civilian administration to fortify their own interests. And that sort of is also evident on the battlefield, as Sushant was saying. It also is amply evident from their procurements from China and even Turkey. But will that do enough to bleed the Pakistan army into a state of fatigue and bring them to a halt at some point?
Yeah, 2 points. Before I come to that particular, specific question, I would like to also draw your attention to, Asif Munir, because he's also called Mullah Munir. He is one of the architects of Pulwama and Pahalgam.
Yes.
His main constituency is all the people we have killed a few days back. We have destroyed certain headquarters, and now those people are asking him to take back, at least take that revenge, which Pakistan has not been able to do that. Secondly, what does this ceasefire do? It may just bring the fire down on both sides of the border and LOC, but all the non-kinetic measures which India took, of which the most important is Indus Water Treaty, is not being rolled back. The trade is not being rolled back. The medicines are not being rolled back. Talks are not being rolled back. Everything will stand still as it is, status quo maintained. So what Pakistan has got in return? So probably there has been a second thought, and Mullah Munir on his own may be slightly deviating from what the government is doing, either directly or on behest of someone. But I am very confident that besides that question of the corruption in the army, and the generals don't want to be disturbed from their day-to-day earnings, I'm sure this factor is also playing. But how long would Munir stay in that chair is very, very important, and next few days will be very, we need to be focusing on to the way the army moves against its own general, and probably with some support or connivance of US for that matter.
Mr. Devashar, as far as the Indian stance is concerned, I remember that External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar's statement was out even soon after the ceasefire, when he said that nothing's going to stop us from not pursuing an end to terrorism that's coming out of Pakistan. So he has made that amply clear, that a ceasefire doesn't mean that India stops pursuing its target of ending terrorism coming out of that country. But having said that, as far as the United States' own role is concerned, how much can we trust this, given that Donald Trump is a personality who's known for his own set of histrionics? He enjoys the kind of clout he has on social media. So how much of it is social media jargon? Also, many are saying that this is also Donald Trump's way of killing two birds with one stone, because he's also sent out a parallel strong message to Ukraine.
I think in interstate relations, it's the national interest that matters. It does not matter the personal relationship between leaders. Yes, body language makes a difference if you're friendly or polite, but ultimately it's a national interest. And I think for the United States for some time now, I felt that they could use India as a counter to China. So a lot of what is happening in the Bonhomme is also based on that. But I don't think so. We should get carried away. The famous statement of Henry Kissinger that to be United States' friend is bad enough, to be its enemy is bad enough, to be its friend is worse.
Yes.
Yeah. So, we need to be very cautious. Look at our own interest. What is it that we want to be doing, and pursue that. So when we say we're going to go after the terrorists, and the Prime Minister said that also in Madhubani, if you recall his speech, that we'll pursue them to the end of the world. And I'm sure with that kind of a commitment, that kind of...
And Mr. Devashar, you've also been writing about it extensively, how we need a sustained pressure campaign instead of just going out there on the battlefield.
Yes, because, I feel that by taking out 3, 4, 5, 10, even 50 terrorists, it doesn't really make a difference, because the factory of terrorism, which is run and operated by the Pakistan Army, is continuing. Unless and until you degrade the Pakistan Army's ability and the DNA to create terrorists which they can use in Afghanistan or use in India or use in other parts of the world, it's not going to be adequate. So I think India will sooner or later have to devise some sort of a policy framework in which you can degrade the ability of the Pakistan Army to pursue the course of breeding terrorists. How we do it is a matter of discussion, and there are people in government who I'm sure are thinking along these lines to make sure that this terror factory is wiped out from its roots.
And I do see a silver lining, you know, to today's ceasefire violation. It's something that has prepared us, and I'm sure, in fact, this was also on expected lines. I'm sure you gentlemen will also agree to that we are not shocked by this ceasefire violation. Lieutenant Colonel Holkar, hold on to that thought, because I have to slip into a quick break. We will come back and continue. We're slipping into a quick break. Stay tuned to CNN News 18. As I said, that Pakistan has resorted to a ceasefire violation, which is very much on expected lines, but we will continue with that discussion in just a bit.
In this case now, it's spread beyond Jammu and Kashmir into Punjab and also into Rajasthan, Barmer, Bikaner and Jodhpur. There have been blackouts there, and in Barmer and in Jaisalmer, there has been drones which have been neutralized. But now there is update that even in Jodhpur and Bikaner also, there are blackouts at this point. The former Air Chief R.K. Bhaduria ji is with us. Sir, how would you see this? Is this not a brazen violation of the ceasefire that the Pak DGMO himself asked for?
Absolutely, it's absolutely brazen, and not only incursion by these drones, but also clearly attack. They've used armed versions of drones and attacked some of these places. The kind of explosions that we talked about. So it's a clear violation. I'm sure with such kind of violation, there would be repercussions.
No, but repercussions should not be in equal measure. In this case, because this is again violation, shouldn't Bharat choose? Today is a time when their air defense systems are down, their air offense capability is down. This is the time to go ahead and hit. If they are sending drones, shouldn't Bharat respond in perhaps a little more amplified measure?
It would always be amplified. It would always be amplified.
Thank you. That's reassuring. I'm not going to push you there beyond that. But how does this happen when the Pak DGMO says that they want to talk on the 12th? There is this push that is happening, or what we are witnessing. What is Bharat now going to say? Because Shabbash Sharif, I don't know if you've seen it, he's thanked the US. Donald Trump has claimed credit. Bharat has said that we will talk only to Pakistan. There is no third person here. So how does this work? Clearly their game on, and their game is gambit is purely to try and internationalize J&K. I'm sure you understand that.
Yeah, and it is for the US leadership to see how brazenly they have violated and gone back to whatever, assurances they gave the US side in terms of ceasefire, and obviously there would have been a lot of talk, especially when US Secretary of State had to speak to Asif Munir himself before they were brought onto the right track. So they need to see how they have gone back. It is for them to realize, we know what Pakistan does, what he is capable of, how much he respects the treaties or the ceasefires or agreements that are reached. So we would have been careful, we would have been watchful, and surely these drone incursions would be tackled, so there's nothing to worry. But in the larger context, I think the US leadership, the world leaders need to see the Pakistani game plan and the involvement of Pakistani military establishment, ISI, deeply into their terror networks and their support, and going so far out in support of supporting their terror organization. I think that is the lesson that
All right. Welcome back to our live and rolling coverage on the ceasefire violations that have taken place at the LOC. And as we all know, the Foreign Secretary has just delivered a very firm message that it is Pakistan which has breached the understanding that had arrived, that both the countries had arrived upon just a couple of hours ago. On that note, let me quickly go back to my guests, Lieutenant Colonel Atul Holkar, a geopolitical expert, as is Sushant Sareen, a senior fellow at ORF, Mr. Tilak Divashar, who is an author and former member at the National Security Advisory Board, continue to stay with us. Lieutenant Colonel Holkar, a point that you wanted to make, and while you make that, I think important to also talk about how India has made a very conscious effort in targeting the Punjab province in Pakistan in the last couple of days.
Okay. I am not very great fan of Chinese, but I read about this gentleman called Sun Tzu, who is basically an guy who talks about the intelligence of war fighting. And one of the things which I really like about is to fight a war and win it without even fighting it. So you have to do one of those things. We are, I mean, Pakistanis are no match
And
for us.
Chinese do that all the time. That's what their grey zone warfare
Exactly.
is.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is 1.5 billion people are likelihood of we being the third largest economy in next few years. And we have such a fastest growing large economy. We need to be very, very careful. We need to escalate only when what we need to do. And there are a lot of non-kinetic measures which India is taking, which not necessarily government would announce to everyone, but obviously would be depleting all the resources of Pakistanis to fight a very strong war. And if this continues for another 6-7 days, look at the state of rations, fuel, money, efforts in Pakistan that will be depleted. Therefore, India is just small part of North India which is currently affected, and not even affected if 5%. It's just that we are slightly aware that there's something called blackout. So it is very, very important, and let's not go jingoistic and force our government unnecessarily to take action. What did we start with? There was only one pretext, and that was we will destroy the terror network of Pakistan. When we attacked Pakistan, we did that. Pakistan retaliated, we responded, and that's what government is saying. We never started with the pretext that we will destroy Pakistan. That's not what we are looking at. That internal implosion, destruction will happen in its own way. Trust the government. You could not have had a better government at this point of our history as far as India is concerned. So let's trust the government. Let's trust their moves. They have reasonable understanding. And with one point, that this one small labor can't destroy what we have achieved in last 2 decades.
Yes. Yes. So, Shant, when you talk about India's effort to take that point forward that Lieutenant Colonel Holkar was making, that this is not just, it's not about POK anymore. It's about ending the terror apparatus, the terror infrastructure, which is receiving support on Pakistani soil. And that's why, shed light on the idea behind attacking Pakistan's Punjab province, because if you look at POK, I'm sure the Pakistanis were amply prepared to handle the situation in POK. But there's, experts are saying that it is one underrated move that's not being discussed enough in terms of the strategic, thought process that's gone behind attacking the Punjab province. Look at all the air bases that we've targeted yesterday.
Yeah, Akansha, not just the air bases, certainly. But when Operation Synindhur starts, the fact that we took out terror camps in Punjab province and places which we had identified for decades, whether it was Bahawalpur, whether it was Muridke, whether it was Kotli, many of these other places, these camps, these were very infamous terror training camps which had been targeted for the first time. Even in POK, but even more in Punjab, in Sialkot, for example, or Lahore. Muridke is just on the outskirts of Lahore. So obviously, the psychological impact of striking in the heartland of Pakistan, what is called the controlling province of Pakistan, striking out there and striking fairly deep. Okay, Muridke is pretty close to the border, but Bahawalpur is almost 100 kilometers away from the border. Striking out there and very effectively, I think it tells the Pakistanis that, look, the Indians can strike anywhere now inside their country. So I think that was a very important message. The second message was to strike at almost a dozen air bases and cause serious damage to almost 7 or 8 of them. Serious damage as in making them somewhat dysfunctional. And this is again not just in Punjab, and air bases are far more robustly defended than maybe a terrorist training camp if you're attacking from the air. And yet you manage to hit them on virtually almost 10 or 12 of their air bases. just look at the psychological impact of that. And these are people who used to be constantly boasting about how impregnable their defense is. Their entire nuclear doctrine has come unstuck. We have gone way beyond what we did in Balakot. And the retaliation that has taken place on the air bases has really shaken them up, shaken them to the core. Now they are, letting out this nonsensical news to your sister channel, CNN, the woke part of the organization you people represent.
We are not woke.
They're reading this nonsense that, the Indians were running around asking the Turks, for example, we would be asking the Turks, according to these CNN jokers, that we were asking the Turks to intermediate, to act as mediators. Of course, clearly that journalist doesn't know his front side from his back, because he would know that the one thing we would never do is going to the Turks. Number two, the Saudis were offering their own good offices, and because we are good friends with the Saudis, we are willing to listen to anybody and talk to them. And the message from our side is very clear that, look, we are not looking for a fight, but if these guys have carried out this kind of an attack, this savage attack out here, then there has to be certain retribution. Number one. Number two, they have to understand that, they need to back off. And the same message has also been delivered to the Americans. And since the Americans are also good friends, yes, we will have a conversation with them. But will we ask them to become intermediaries between us and Pakistan? Far from it. And my own assessment is that what might have happened is that while the Americans were trying to, play the role of a bridge, I would have imagined that we would have told the Americans, yeah, we don't have a problem in de-escalating, which is a message we have given even after the first phase of Operation Synindhur. The statement of the Foreign Secretary was very clear that this is a non-escalatory move. After the next two rounds of Pakistani retaliation, at every stage we gave the same message. The Pakistanis wanted to ramp up the thing. So we were very happy that we've done what we wanted to do. And now let's take an off-ramp, which is exactly what we told the Americans. Then the Pakistanis went running to them. So when the Americans came back to us, I would have imagined we would have told them, look, if the Pakistanis want to talk to us, ask them to talk to us directly. Why are they coming through you? Which is when Pakistanis started calling us up.
Clearly, for the United States, it's a lot about their own administration's propaganda, especially when it comes to playing the messiah for peace in foreign policy. Something, if you go by Mike Waltz's own tweet, which sounds so, levitated from reality, he's gone on to say that, there will be violations and much work to be done, but this is yet another step in President Trump's commitment to peace. So clearly, they don't understand the situation in Kashmir and at the LOC.
Akansha, President Trump's commitment to peace was that for the first almost 2 weeks, he didn't bother about it. He said, these guys have been fighting about this for 1,500 years.
Yeah.
1,500 years, so, they know how to settle it themselves. So this commitment to peace.
Let me quickly continue this with Mr. Devashar. But Mr. Devashar, before I do that, I want to play out Foreign Secretary's soundbite yet again, that message that he's delivered today. Let's listen in and I'll come back to you.
For the last few hours, there have been repeated violations of the understanding arrived at earlier this evening between the Directors General of Military Operations of India and Pakistan. This is a breach of the understanding arrived at earlier today. The armed forces are giving an adequate and appropriate response to these violations, and we take very, very serious notice of these violations. We call upon Pakistan to take appropriate steps to address these violations and deal with the situation with seriousness and responsibility. The armed forces are maintaining a strong vigil on the situation. They have been given instructions to deal strongly with any instances of a repetition of the violations of the borders along the international border as well as the line of control.
All right, I go back to Mr. Devashar. Mr. Devashar, to deep dive into today's ceasefire violation, I think two factors that come to my mind which are extremely critical, which is, of course, Asim Munir perhaps had not expected this kind of response from India. In his limited imagination, he may have perhaps at the most expected what happened post Uri or Pulwama. What we have demonstrated in the last few days has beaten or surpassed his own imagination. And the second, which displays India's diplomatic prowess, is suspending the IWT, which is Pakistan's lifeline. And perhaps that ceasefire violation is very much an indication that they're rattled because they don't know how to get the water going. Mr. Devashe, you'll have to unmute yourself.
You're very right on both counts. I don't think so. Asim Munir has that imagination to be able to comprehend what India could do. He didn't. He thought that, India's reaction would be like after Uri or after Pulwama, a military engagement. It'll de-escalate very quickly and you'll be back to business as usual. He did not anticipate that India would actually go down and hold the Indus Water Treaty in Wales, which is Pakistan's lifeline, because it is dependent on only one river system, the Indus. It does not have another Indus river or any other river system. So, his limited imagination. And second, one thing about the ceasefire violation, which I'm happy about, is that the US would now realize, and President Trump and Secretary of State Rubio will realize how untrustworthy Pakistan is and what a duplicitous game they play all the time. That having put out his political capital on the line, President Trump suddenly has got egg on his face because within 2 hours, the agreement was violated. So to that extent, I think Pakistan and Asim Munir are going to suffer enormous by what they have done as far as the US is concerned. And third, even if you have the agreement and the agreement gets restored on Monday when the two DGMOs are supposed to meet, nothing is said about the non-kinetic actions that India has taken. Especially nothing is said about the holding in the Indus Water Treaty in abeyance. And there I think India will tighten the screws and say, we want to renegotiate the treaty before it can be restored in its existing form.
All right. In fact, stay with me, gentlemen. We are getting in some breaking inputs. More reactions now coming in from Pakistan as Pakistan continues to deny their involvement in the ceasefire violation that has taken place. There is no question of a ceasefire violation from our side. This is what Pakistan's Information Minister Ataullah Tarar has gone on to say. Remember, this is the same minister who had gone on to question India's Operation Synindhur when we had targeted their terror camps. He had gone on to lie blatantly, saying that India had targeted civilians, and the fact of the matter was that India had in fact targeted all of those terror infrastructure that were present in those 9 locations. And now another lie coming in from Ataullah Tarar, who is the Information Minister, saying that Pakistan has had no involvement in this ceasefire violation. There's no question of a ceasefire violation from our side. Sushant Sareen, let me begin with you. Pigs are flying finally.
Yeah, they have been doing this forever, right? The whole country is born to lie. That's the sense I get. Last 2 or 3 days, they were constantly launching attacks on us. When the next morning we would tell the rest of the world that they had launched attacks on 15 or one day 15, the next day 26 places, all those attacks were beaten back. They very coolly said, no, we didn't do anything. Pretending that they have no idea what the hell we are talking about. That there are some innocent babes in the woods who wondering what this big bad wolf is saying. So this is the kind of lies and dissemble and deception that the Pakistanis are notorious for. They're liars, basically, bottom line. And they will violate even solemn agreements. They will sign solemn agreements with people and they will blithely violate them. So clearly, when they claim that we've not done any, violation of the ceasefire, look, these are the same liars who yesterday were saying that India had fired 6 missiles from Adampur, 1 missile from Adampur on Adampur, and 5 missiles from Adampur on Amritsar. Okay, so supposing for a moment I accept that I was firing missiles from Adampur onto Amritsar, then who stopped the missiles? So I shot the missiles and then I shot them down. Or did the Pakistani shoot them down? They're so brainless they don't even logically argue out the lies which they are saying. They don't even know how to tell lies properly anymore. They're so brainless. So this kind of denial which has come from this guy Tarar is virtually just that typical bland denial and brazen lies which these guys speak. I don't know why anybody would take them seriously.
Lieutenant Colonel Holkar, the fact of the matter is that when we are not on air, we are fact-checking on our social media platforms. Because look at the kind of propaganda and the misinformation that's taking place. From the S-400 missile dump being targeted in Bias to drones being sent out. And I'm talking about not just Pakistani ministers.
But drones over Delhi.
Over Delhi, the national capital.
Yes.
All right.
Drones flying all over Delhi. That kind of lies they were spouting.
Lieutenant Colonel Holkar?
Yeah, Akansha, you see, why do we have to trust them? Why are we expecting anything from Pakistan's Minister of Information? What information does he have? Have you not heard the Defense Minister speaking or the Foreign Minister speaking? Every one of them is being, is just kept by Asif Munir. None of these guys, whatever statements they are giving, we don't have to even bother about what they are speaking. You can laugh it off in a studio and at home, but I don't trust, I don't trust the parties. I don't.
Okay, Lieutenant Holkar, just hold on to those thoughts. More important breaking inputs coming in. China ready to play a constructive role with India and Pakistan. That's a message coming out from Beijing that they are ready to play a constructive role between both the nations. Are we going to welcome that intervention? Because remember, India has made it amply clear that terror and talks do not go hand in hand, and as far as Kashmir is concerned, it's a bilateral, strictly a bilateral matter. But I want to bring you in, Lieutenant Colonel Holkar, before I go back to Mr. Devashar. What is your reading of this? Are they now trying to milk the ceasefire violation as an opportunity to also make a global statement out here?
So basically, again, I will again reiterate, I don't trust Pakistanis, I don't trust Chinese, and I really mistrust Americans. If we call ourselves the power we want to be, we need to trust our capabilities. We must talk about the way we are going to handle. And I remember what Ronald Reagan once said when he met Gorbachev was, trust but verify. In my case, I would say, don't trust, always verify and be ready.
Okay.
And that's what it is. I would trust Baluch more, I would trust Taliban more, I will trust TTP more than any Pakistani. So let's be prepared.
Think before you say TTP, otherwise they will start now blaming us for creating that insurgency in the country, because we are already aiding the Balochs, according to them. But Mr. Devashar, I have quick 1.5 minutes left before I go into another break. Mr. Devashar, your assessment of the statement coming in, coming out of China.
No, I think like China doesn't want the US to steal a march. And with President Trump obviously stole a march, and China feels that, they need to get their act together. So they've also put their hat in the ring.
So I'm sure you will agree there are multiple layers to this ceasefire violation. Many parties stand to gain out of it.
Yeah, and first of all, to make the agreement, and then when the agreement gets broken, to come back and try and reinstitute it. So, I think other countries could be having a lot of fun, at the expense of India and Pakistan, first to make it, break it, and then make it again. Just one point, if I may, what Sushant said about Pakistan making agreements. 2 concrete examples. In 1947, Pakistan had signed a standstill agreement with the Maharaja of Kashmir. They also signed a standstill agreement with the Khan of Kalat. And both of them in August 1947. They broke both. And the history of breaking agreements, international agreements, solemn agreements, and lying about it started from 1947 and has been continuing till 2025. That's the nature of the beast that you're dealing with.
Thank you for elucidating it with those historical facts, Sushant. If I may ask you to dig up some gems from history.
Actually, Mr. Dweshwar has written a book of anecdotes of great leaders of Pakistan. And that's a very interesting book in which he has a lot more anecdotes and these vignettes of history. I think that's
going by what he's saying, history is repeating itself, and my
Akansha, look, history also is repeating itself because we allow it to repeat itself. I think we must accept our blame also. We never learn from the history.
True. Yesterday only we were discussing how we were perhaps not as adequately prepared for IMF's decision. We woke up a little too late. Do you agree that we were too focused on normalizing the LAC situation and lost track of what was happening at LOC?
No, I don't think so. I don't entirely agree with that. On the IMF thing, look, the Pakistanis, the IMF was operating not on political grounds, at least right. They do operate on political grounds as well. But the IMF was going to evaluate Pakistan's eligibility for the next tranche on purely technical and economic grounds. And Pakistan, willy-nilly, with whatever cooking of the books which they normally do, they pass masters at that also. All kinds of fraudulent activity the Pakistanis are great at. So they've done that kind of stuff. And the IMF was going to already, it was pretty clear that the IMF was going to give them the go-ahead. When this thing happened, we started putting some pressure. But I think the overall
No, but it is ORF which has done a brilliant piece, I know, on the cyclical nature of that reliance on IMF. And I don't understand why these global lending institutions have been entertaining them since years like 1958 of December, when the first tranche went out from IMF to Pakistan.
Because if they don't, Pakistan won't repay. So, when a lender...
It's never going to. It's never going to repay.
So the lender has no option but to keep lending to Pakistan in the hope they can retrieve some of the previous money.
Lieutenant Colonel Holkar, if I could bring you in, when we talk about keeping snakes in the backyard, is this just applicable to the United States and countries, or also global institutions, whether the UNSC or even the IMF?
Yeah. So, Akansha, Pakistan is one of the nations which has gone maximum times to the IMF. So now they know the entire trick how to go about it. They, besides talking to the US, they also talk to Germany, and Germany has got substantial, say in IMF. When they have to go to FATF, they talk to Australia. Yeah, you need to understand the guy who has been applying the same thing for 26, 27 times has become a master of that particular thing. So they know it how to go about the entire thing, and they put their entire effort, because how do you fill that begging bowl every time now and then, So, let's not be, even if they would not have got this, whatever $2 billion from IMF, Chinese would have done that in case they are ready to do the Chinese job,
Okay, I see Sushant wants to make a point there.
I very humbly disagree with Colonel Saab out here. Look, the Chinese, for the last, I think, 2 or 3 years, and Mr. Dweshwar, please correct me if I'm wrong, the Chinese have not given them any money. It's only the old loans which were given last 2 or 3 years back, which the Chinese have rolled over. They are not giving them any new loans. The Chinese are not investing any new money in Pakistan, nothing whatsoever.
They've already burnt their hands with CPEC. And I want to give closing thoughts to Mr. Devashar. Mr. Devashar, your thoughts? Because I think FATF now is our one big hope to bring them back on the grey list. And many experts say that it is high time India brings a consistent policy towards Pakistan, on Pakistan. Even as administrations have changed, prior to 2014 also, none have had a consistent Pakistan policy.
Absolutely true. I think Pakistan gets away every time. For decades, it leverages geographical position. against the Soviet Union in Afghanistan, then against the war on terror. It has always managed to leverage it. Now it is, I think, in a very weak position that everybody is fed up of terror. And I think we have an opportunity now. You mentioned the FATF. There are other institutions also, the Human Rights Council in Geneva and so on. And I think we need to develop a consistent policy and not be swayed that you can't let a country of 140 million with nuclear weapons, you can't let it go under and things like that. I think that kind of sentimentalism we need to jump out of the window, focus that it is the enemy, it is the snake, it is harming and hurting innocent Indian civilians. We need to go after it and go after it very consistently and in a very cold and calculated manner.
Absolutely. And as we have it tonight, that we are in this for the long haul, peace is not going to be a short-term result, especially when it comes to Pakistan. Many thanks to you, gentlemen, for joining in on CNN News 18. With that, it's a quick wrap from my end. Thank you so much for tuning in to our live and rolling coverage.
Mahi sir, how much?
In this case now, it's spread beyond Jammu and Kashmir into Punjab and also into Rajasthan, Barmer, Bikaner and Jodhpur. There have been blackouts there, and in Barmer and in Jaisalmer, there has been drones which have been neutralized. But now there is update that even in Jodhpur and Bikaner also, there are blackouts at this point. The former Air Chief R.K. Bhaduria ji is with us. Sir, how would you see this? Is this not a brazen violation of the ceasefire that the Pak DGMO himself asked for?
Absolutely, it's absolutely brazen, and not only incursion by these drones, but also clearly attack. They've used armed versions of drones and attacked some of these places. The kind of explosions that we talked about. So it's a clear violation. I'm sure with such kind of violation, there would be repercussions.
No, but repercussions should not be in equal measure. In this case, because this is again violation, shouldn't Bharat choose, today is a time when their air defense systems are down, their air offense capability is down. This is the time to go ahead and hit. If they are sending drones, shouldn't Bharat respond in perhaps a little more amplified measure?
It would always be amplified. It would always be amplified.
Thank you. That's reassuring. I'm not going to push you there beyond that. But how does this happen when the Pak DGMO says that they want to talk on the 12th? There is this push that is happening or what we are witnessing. What is Bharat now going to say? Because Shabbash Sharif, I don't know if you've seen it, he's thanked the US. Donald Trump has claimed credit. Bharat has said that we will talk only to Pakistan. There is no third person here. So how does this work? Clearly their game their game is gambit is purely to try and internationalize J&K. I'm sure you understand that.
Yeah, and it is for the US leadership to see how brazenly they have violated and gone back to whatever, assurances they gave the US side in terms of ceasefire, and obviously there would have been a lot of talk, especially when US Secretary of State had to speak to Asif Munir himself before they were brought onto the right track. So they need to see how they have gone back. It is for them to realize, we know what Pakistan does, what he is capable of, how much he respects the treaties or the ceasefires or agreements that are reached. So we would have been careful, we would have been watchful, and surely these drone incursions would be tackled, so there's nothing to worry. But in the larger context, I think the US leadership, the world leaders.
Sushant Sareen, Senior Fellow at the ORF, Tilak Devashar, author and former member at the National Security Advisory Board. Many thanks to you, gentlemen, for joining in. And as Mr. Devashar continues to stay with us, Mr. Devashar, I'd like to begin with what is your assessment of the message that India has just now sent out? Of course, a brief one, but extremely firm and pointed.
Yes, I think one thing it clarifies, in the previous program, there was a feeling that the ceasefire or the stoppage of hostilities had been extended to 10:30 and not to 5 o'clock. And therefore, what Pakistan was doing was within the time frame. But the Foreign Secretary has clarified very clearly that they have broken The timing has not changed, and it is Pakistan that has violated the agreement that was reached. Now, this is a pretty serious thing that they have done, that within 2 hours of reaching an agreement, which they had asked for. You know, it is the Pakistan DGMO who had asked for, and Pakistan broke that. So it is not that the time had been extended. And I think this is important because it will go to show Mr. Trump and Mr. Rubio also in a bad light, because they are the ones who had put out that tweet and put out the statement as if they were the ones that had sort of mediated this thing. And I'm sure they're going to be feeling pretty upset with Pakistan for having broken the agreement. And I think the message that the Foreign Secretary conveyed was giving a free hand to the forces to retaliate strongly. And my hope is that, like the pasting we gave them last night, India would give a similar kind of pasting to Pakistan to make them realize that in interstate relations, you cannot behave so irresponsibly.
That's a very firm message coming out there, and I want to bring in Sushant on that note. Sushant, I can take the liberty of, in fact, quoting that dialogue from the movie Laksh, in which I remember Om Puri went on to say that Pakistani agar hare to wo laut kar wapas zarur aata hai. So are you surprised by this ceasefire violation today? Okay, unmute yourself. No, I can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
Now we can. Go ahead, please.
Okay. So, Akansha, what happens is very often when in these kind of, when the ceasefire agreements are made at the local level, sometimes, violations can be made. But in this particular instance, violations have taken place all across the length and breadth of the border, from Rajasthan all the way to Kashmir. So clearly, this is not an accidental kind of ceasefire violation or any such thing. And this is done by design. Now, we can speculate about whether the design behind this entire violation is frustration, whether it's some kind of a rethink, whether it is trying to be too clever by half, that it was not 5 o'clock, it was 10 o'clock, that kind of stuff. Again, nothing you can put past the Pakistanis. So apart from that fact कि वापस मुड़ के आता है, it's also that he's also a very treacherous character, and also always tries to act too clever by half. So there is that factor as well. But also remember, when they violated the ceasefire, what has been our response? And we have not said anything, but I'm looking at certain Pakistani sources where they are claiming that in response, India has sent in drones because they have been violating the ceasefire. So in response, India's drones have gone all the way up to Peshawar. Now, these guys are doing shallow intrusions along border areas. Jaisalmer is what, 50, 60 kilometers from the border, places like that. Peshawar is what, over 200, 300 kilometers from the borders. So if our drones can reach Peshawar, I think it tells you a lot about the lack of air defense systems in Pakistan, which have been virtually decimated, and which is also the reason why we've damaged more than 10, probably 12 air bases in Pakistan. So if the Pakistanis want to play this game, they know that there'll be punishment meted out to them, and there is some straws in the wind to suggest that within the Pakistan army, the discontent is already starting to grow. Now, I can't be entirely sure, but there is a possibility of some breakdown of discipline among the forces, which has led to this kind of violation of ceasefire, where the authority of the Pakistan army top brass might be under strain, might be under some strain.
So I think, Sushant, you're making a very critical point. I have to quickly bring in Lieutenant Colonel Atul Holkar also on that point that you've just made about that kind of dissatisfaction brewing within the Pakistani army. Sir, how do you assess the current ceasefire violation if we were to also correlate this with the shaky grounds that General Asim Munir himself is standing on? Many are talking about how this is also an indication that it is eventually a call that is going to be taken by the Pakistan army. But if this was a ceasefire that was agreed upon with a call that came from the DGMA and was a conversation between both the DGMAs, then what does it speak of the situation that the army is currently in on enemy territory?
Jai Hind to everyone.
Jai Hind.
Just understand Pakistan at this state. Currently you have a general which the army doesn't want. You have a prime minister which the country never elected. And then you have people which the country doesn't bother about. And it's a divided army. I don't know how long Mullah Munir is going to be there in the chair, but it's a divided army. It's a divided politics. If you see the largest party's leader in the jail and the prime minister who is unsure of himself. And then if you look into the 4 provinces, they are fighting amongst each other. And you do not know at what stage Baluchistan and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa would be in, out of Pakistan. So if you look from that perspective, it was very surprising that a very short call between Rubio and, our foreign minister and their prime minister and General Munir could bring about this particular ceasefire. And if you understand, in the afternoon, the DGMO spoke to each other. I'm quite confident that DGMO out there would be listening to his own chief of staff, which is General Asif Munir. And if he has listened to him, and as Sushant was saying, that this is a very well pre-planned ceasefire violation. It's not a violation, it's a continuation of what was happening. And I also believe that, there is something which is lurking in the background and we should not ever, we cannot afford to overlook China factor.
Yes.
There is something which the Chinese are doing, are very unhappy about this ceasefire. They wanted to bleed India more, irrespective of a lot of people saying, no, the Chinese. I do not find a day since the time Chinese have come onto our front after engulfing Tibet that we could ever believe. We failed to believe them in 62, in 2020, and why are we trusting them now? This is Chinese game. I may take it a step further, and I may be probably raising a red flag which people may think is far-fetched. Chinese president was in Moscow few days back. Everything is happening. Everyone is speaking to us. Where is my friend Moscow? They have not spoken much about it. Is there some kind of a understanding, if not understanding or knowledge or something? We also must keep an eye onto our eastern front. This is not an isolated incident. It's a well-planned move. What government currently is doing is perfectly fine. We will go the escalatory level as the escalation happens. We are 1.4 billion people. We need to look after our infrastructure, our growth, our economy and everything. We are not going to, be decided by one mad general sitting somewhere. All those people who are egging the government to go whole hog will also be the same people who will ask for jobs and inflation and everything if we go for a full-fledged war.
No, Lieutenant Colonel Holkar, I think you've made a very valid point. I'm sure even our armed forces had not just, put their hands up in the air. I'm sure that they were also expecting a possibility of a ceasefire violation, because let me tell you, even media personnel like us were prepared to stay up all night. So, Mr. Devashar, if I could bring you in on that point that Lieutenant Colonel Holkar made right now about Chinese support, which has arrived shortly after the ceasefire violation took place, when Wang Yi said that we stand in solidarity with Pakistan when it comes to territorial integrity. What is the message that's coming out? I think the only silver lining perhaps to this ceasefire violation is the role that China is playing has now come out in the open.
I would slightly differ on this. I think the Chinese statement earlier, you see, China has to support Pakistan's territorial integrity. There is no other option. That's the barest minimum that they can say or do. But the Chinese statement earlier was pretty bland, in terms of China's condemned the terrorist incident in Pahalgam.
That's what I'm saying. There's greater clarity now.
Yeah, but I don't think, without further evidence, without seeing something more concrete, I would not. China has not. If you take the precedents, whether 65, whether it was 71, whether it was Kargil, China did not come to the physical support of Pakistan. Here too, I don't think so. China will come to the anywhere near the physical support. Yes, statements, maybe supply them more weapons, but then so is Turkey. So I would be a bit cautious. Not that I have any love lost for China. I would be a bit more cautious in sort of giving this conspiracy theory about the Chinese.
I agree with you over there. And also, after all that India and China have perhaps achieved in the months that have gone by, China can't afford to not maintain status quo between Beijing and New Delhi. But having said that, Mr. Devashar, there's a marked difference between the two wars, the last one being Kargil compared to 2025. That is when, in fact, China had helped India in de-escalating tensions. This time around, it is the United States which is taking the lead, or is at least projecting to do so.
True, that is very true. I think the real smoking gun will be if Shabbash Sharif or Asim Munir make a quick dash to China. They did it in 65 when Asghar Khan was sent. They did it in 71 when Yahya Khan gave the statement to Niazi that the yellow will be moving on the borders. Again, in Kargil, I think Zardari had gone to Beijing. Let's see this time if anybody goes or does not go. That will tell you a story by itself.
Point taken, and well made also. But Sushant, if I could bring you in, we are seeing that the US support, especially Donald Trump's tom-tomming about this entire de-escalation that he managed for a couple of hours, to say the least, has perhaps ruffled some feathers towards the east.
No, but we always forget Donald Trump does not really formulate what he wants to say. Do you remember when Imran Khan had gone to the United States and met Donald Trump? What was Donald Trump saying at that point of time? He was offering mediation, okay? And said that Mr. Modi had asked him to mediate, which was completely debunked by the Indian side, that we had never made any such request. Did you ever hear about Donald Trump talk about mediation after that? So, he says certain things, but I don't think everything he says should be taken exactly at face value. Sometimes he probably mixes up a lot of stuff. So his tweet, and frankly, he's back on Twitter, which is quite entertaining. But the fact of the matter remains that, that's a weapon of mass destruction in some ways, because he has a habit of just shooting off tweets, which can be sometimes quite garbled in their messaging. So I wouldn't take his tweet very seriously. Number one. Number two, I think it's very clear that there is no question of India ever accepting any kind of mediation.
Yes.
People forget.
Yes.
When the crisis in Kargil had to wind down, Nawaz Sharif goes to the United States, Clinton meets him, and then Clinton, Nawaz Sharif needs to go back with something. So Clinton says, okay, fine, I will take personal interest in trying to sort out this matter. He never took any interest. Forget about personal or professional interest. Nobody took any interest. Kashmir was a done deal at that point of time. Now, similarly, some kind of a fig leaf has been offered to the Pakistanis that, okay, fine, there will be some talks in some third country. Look, in any case, even if you have to have some kind of back channel contacts with the Pakistanis at whatever level, I don't think India is going to go to Pakistan or Pakistani is going to come to India. We will go to some third country. It could be Bangkok, which has been a favored destination. It could be Dubai. It could be any place, right? It could be Oman. It could be any place. If at all there are any talks to be taken. It's not going to be a restoration of a dialogue between the two countries. Far from it. Those talks are probably only going to be limited to what is the level of, how this crisis is to unwind and what the two sides are expected to do, expect out of each other. But one thing I must tell you, Akansha, we cannot underestimate the factor of a lot of angst within the Pakistan army, because see, all the equipment which the generals have bought from China or from Turkey, that's utter rubbish, right? It's shown to be utter rubbish. And we also know that the Turks and the Chinese arms vendors pay tons of commissions to these generals. Even their JF-17 fighter, at least the first block, I have information that the Air Marshal bought a fancy flat in Dubai with that money, which he got as commissions. So the Pakistani generals are on the take. They take tons of commissions and they buy rubbish. And that rubbish has been shown up for what it is, which is why everything collapsed. Their drones have not worked. Their air defense systems have not worked. And I think there's a lot of angst within the Pakistan army, and we might start seeing some manifestations of that in the days, weeks, and months ahead.
No, that's absolutely a very valid point, and Lieutenant Colonel Holkar, I think taking that point forward that Sushant was making and made very effectively, that it is the corruption shadow which is looming large over the Pakistani army. They've in fact been able to exploit the country's weak civilian administration to fortify their own interests. And that sort of is also evident on the battlefield, as Sushant was saying. It also is amply evident from their procurements from China and even Turkey. But will that do enough to bleed the Pakistan army into a state of fatigue and bring them to a halt at some point?
Yeah, 2 points. Before I come to that particular, specific question, I would like to also draw your attention to, Asif Munir, because he's also called Mullah Munir. He is one of the architects of Pulwama and Pahalgam.
Yes.
His main constituency is all the people we have killed a few days back. We have destroyed certain headquarters, and now those people are asking him to take back, at least take that revenge, which Pakistan has not been able to do that. Secondly, what does this ceasefire do? It may just bring the fire down on both sides of the border and LOC, but all the non-kinetic measures which India took, of which the most important is Indus Water Treaty, is not being rolled back. The trade is not being rolled back. The medicines are not being rolled back. Talks are not being rolled back. Everything will stand still as it is, status quo maintained. So what Pakistan has got in return? So probably there has been a second thought, and Mullah Munir on his own may be slightly deviating from what the government is doing, either directly or on behest of someone. But I am very confident that besides that question of the corruption in the army, and the generals don't want to be disturbed from their day-to-day earnings, I'm sure this factor is also playing. But how long would Munir stay in that chair is very, very important. And next few days will be very, we need to be focusing on to the way the army moves against its own general, and probably with some support or connivance of US for that matter.
Mr. Devashar, as far as the Indian stance is concerned, I remember that External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar's statement was out even, soon after the ceasefire, when he said that nothing's going to stop us from not pursuing an end to terrorism that's coming out of Pakistan. So he has made that amply clear that a ceasefire doesn't mean that India stops pursuing its target of ending terrorism coming out of that country. But having said that, as far as the United States' own role is concerned, how much can we trust this, given that Donald Trump is a personality who's known for his own set of histrionics? He enjoys the kind of clout he has on social media. So how much of it is social media jargon? Also, many are saying that this is also Donald Trump's way of killing two birds with one stone, because he's also sent out a parallel strong message to Ukraine.
I think in interstate relations, it's the national interest that matters. It does not matter the personal relationship between leaders. Yes, body language makes a difference if you're friendly or polite, but ultimately it's the national interest. And I think for the United States for some time now, I felt that they could use India as a counter to China. So a lot of what is happening in the Bonhomme is also based on that. But I don't think so. We should get carried away. You know, the famous statement of Henry Kissinger that to be United States' friend is bad enough, to be its enemy is bad enough, to be its friend is worse.
Yes.
Yeah. So, you know, we need to be very cautious. Look at our own interests. What is it that we want to be doing, and pursue that. So when we say we're going to go after the terrorists, and the Prime Minister said that also in Madhubani, if you recall his speech, that we'll pursue them to the end of the world. And I'm sure with that kind of a commitment, that kind
and
of
Mr. Devashar, you've also been writing about it extensively, how we need a sustained pressure campaign instead of just going out there on the battlefield.
Yes, because, you know, I feel that by taking out 3, 4, 5, 10, even 50 terrorists, it doesn't really make a difference, because the factory of terrorism, which is run and operated by the Pakistan Army, is continuing. Unless and until you degrade the Pakistan Army's ability and the DNA to create terrorists which they can use in Afghanistan or use in India or use in other parts of the world, it's not going to be adequate. So I think India will sooner or later have to devise some sort of a policy framework in which you can degrade the ability of the Pakistan Army to pursue the course of breeding terrorists. How we do it is a matter of discussion, and there are people in government who I'm sure are thinking along these lines to make sure that this terror factory is wiped out from its roots.
And I do see a silver lining, you know, to today's ceasefire violation. It's something that has prepared us, and I'm sure, in fact, this was also on expected lines. I'm sure you gentlemen will also agree to that we are not shocked by this ceasefire violation. Lieutenant Colonel Holkar, hold on to that thought, because I have to slip into a quick break. We will come back and continue. We're slipping into a quick break. Stay tuned to CNN News 18. As I said, that Pakistan has resorted to a ceasefire violation, which is very much on expected lines, but we will continue with that discussion in just a bit.
In this case now, it's spread beyond Jammu and Kashmir into Punjab and also into Rajasthan.
All right. Welcome back to our live and rolling coverage on the ceasefire violations that have taken place at the LOC. And as we all know, the Foreign Secretary has just delivered a very firm message that it is Pakistan which has breached the understanding that had arrived, that both the countries had arrived upon just a couple of hours ago. On that note, let me quickly go back to my guests, Lieutenant Colonel Atul Holkar, a geopolitical expert, as is Sushant Sareen, a senior fellow at ORF, Mr. Tilak Devashar, who is an author and former member at the National Security Advisory Board, continue to stay with us. Lieutenant Colonel Holkar, a point that you wanted to make, and while you make that, I think important to also talk about how India has made a very conscious effort in targeting the Punjab province in Pakistan in the last couple of days.
Okay. So, you know, I am not very great fan of Chinese, but I read about this gentleman called Shunzu, who is basically an, guy who talks about the intelligence of war fighting. And, you know, one of the things which I really like about is to fight a war and win it without even fighting it. So you have to do one of those things. We are, Pakistanis are no match.
And Chinese do that all the time. That's what their gray zone warfare is.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is 1.5 billion people are likelihood of we being the third largest economy in next few years. And we have such a fastest growing large economy. We need to be very, very careful. We need to escalate only when what we need to do. And there are a lot of non-kinetic measures which India is taking, which not necessarily government would announce to everyone, which obviously would be depleting all the resources of Pakistanis to fight a very strong war. And if this continues for another 6-7 days, look at the state of rations, fuel, money, efforts in Pakistan that will be depleted. Therefore, India is just small part of North India, which is currently affected, and not even affected 5%. It's just that we are slightly aware that there's something called blackout. So it is very, very important, and let's not go jingoistic and force our government unnecessarily to take action. What did we start with? There was only one pretext, and that was we will destroy the terror network of Pakistan. When we attacked Pakistan, we did that. Pakistan retaliated, we responded. And that's what government is saying. We never started with the pretext that we will destroy Pakistan. That's not what we are looking at. That internal implosion, destruction will happen in its own way. Trust the government. You could not have had a better government at this point of our history as far as India is concerned. So let's trust the government. Let's trust their moves. They have reasonable understanding. And with one point, that this one small labor can't destroy what we have achieved in last 2 decades.
Yes. Yes. So Shant, when you talk about India's effort to take that point forward that Lieutenant Colonel Holkar was making, that this is not just, it's not about POK anymore. It's about ending the terror apparatus, the terror infrastructure, which is receiving support on Pakistani soil. And that's why, shed light on the idea behind attacking Pakistan's Punjab province, because if you look at POK, I'm sure the Pakistanis were amply prepared to handle the situation in POK. But there's, experts are saying that it is one underrated move that's not being discussed enough in terms of the strategic, thought process that's gone behind attacking the Punjab province. Look at all the air bases that we've targeted yesterday.
Yeah, Akansha, not just the air bases, certainly. But when Operation Synindhur starts, the fact that we took out terror camps in Punjab province and places which we had identified for decades, whether it was Bahawalpur, whether it was Muridke, whether it was Kotli, many of these other places, these camps, these were very infamous terror training camps which had been targeted for the first time. Even in POK, but even more in Punjab, in Sialkot, for example, or Lahore. Muridke is just on the outskirts of Lahore. So obviously, the psychological impact of striking in the heartland of Pakistan, what is called the controlling province of Pakistan, striking out there and striking fairly deep. Muridke is pretty close to the border, but Bahawalpur is almost 100 kilometers away from the border. Striking out there and very effectively, I think it tells the Pakistanis that, look, the Indians can strike anywhere now inside their country. So I think that was a very important message. The second message was to strike at almost a dozen air bases and cause serious damage to almost 7 or 8 of them. Serious damage as in making them somewhat dysfunctional. And this is again not just in Punjab, and air bases are far more robustly defended than maybe a terrorist training camp if you're attacking from the air. And yet you manage to hit them in virtually almost 10 or 12 of their air bases. Just look at the psychological impact of that. And these are people who used to be constantly boasting about how impregnable their defense is. Their entire nuclear doctrine has come unstuck. We have gone way beyond what we did in Balakot. And the retaliation that has taken place on the air bases has really shaken them up, shaken them to the core. Now they are, letting out this nonsensical news to your sister channel, CNN, the woke part of the organization you people represent.
We are not woke.
Reading this nonsense that, the Indians were running around asking the Turks, for example, we would be asking the Turks, according to these CNN jokers, that we were asking the Turks to intermediate, to act as mediators. Of course, clearly that journalist doesn't know his front side from his back. because he would know that the one thing we would never do is going to the Turks. Number two, the Saudis were offering their own good offices, and because we are good friends with the Saudis, we are willing to listen to anybody and talk to them. And the message from our side is very clear that look, we are not looking for a fight, but if these guys have carried out this kind of an attack, this savage attack out here, then there has to be certain retribution. Number one. Number two, they have to understand that, you know, they need to back off. And the same message has also been delivered to the Americans. And since the Americans are also good friends, yes, we will have a conversation with them. But will we ask them to become intermediaries between us and Pakistan? Far from it. And my own assessment is that what might have happened is that while the Americans were trying to, you know, play the role of a bridge, I would have imagined that we would have told the Americans, yeah, we don't have a problem in de-escalating, which is a message we have given even after the first phase of Operation Synindhur. The statement of the Foreign Secretary was very clear that this is a non-escalatory move. After the next two rounds of Pakistani retaliation, at every stage we gave the same message. The Pakistanis wanted to ramp up the thing. So we were very happy that we've done what we wanted to do. And now let's take an off-ramp, which is exactly what we told the Americans. Then the Pakistanis went running to them. So when the Americans came back to us, I would have imagined we would have told them, look, if the Pakistanis want to talk to us, ask them to talk to us directly. Why are they coming through you? Which is when the Pakistanis started calling us up.
Clearly, for the United States, it's a lot about their own administration's propaganda, especially when it comes to playing the messiah for peace in foreign policy. Something, if you go by Mike Waltz's own tweet, which sounds so, levitated from reality, he's gone on to say that, there will be violations and much work to be done, but this is yet another step in President Trump's commitment to peace. So clearly, they don't understand the situation in Kashmir and at the LOC.
Akansha, President Trump's commitment to peace was that for the first almost 2 weeks, he didn't bother about it. He said these guys have been fighting about this for 1,500 years.
Yeah.
1,500 years, so, they know how to settle it themselves. So this commitment to peace.
Let me quickly continue this with Mr. Devashar. But Mr. Devashar, before I do that, I want to play out Foreign Secretary's soundbite yet again, that message that he's delivered today. Let's listen in and I'll come back to you.
For the last few hours, there have been repeated violations of the understanding arrived at earlier this evening between the Directors General of Military Operations of India and Pakistan. This is a breach of the understanding arrived at earlier today. The armed forces are giving an adequate and appropriate response to these violations, and we take very, very serious notice of these violations. We call upon Pakistan to take appropriate steps to address these violations and deal with the situation with seriousness and responsibility. The armed forces are maintaining a strong vigil on the situation. They have been given instructions to deal strongly with any instances of a repetition of the violations of the borders along the international border as well as the line of control.
All right, I go back to Mr. Devashar. Mr. Devashar, to deep dive into today's ceasefire violation, I think two factors that come to my mind which are extremely critical, which is, of course, Asim Munir perhaps had not expected this kind of response from India. In his limited imagination, he may have perhaps at the most expected what happened post Uri or Pulwama. What we have demonstrated in the last few days has beaten or surpassed his own imagination. And the second, which displays India's diplomatic prowess, is suspending the IWT, which is Pakistan's lifeline. And perhaps that ceasefire violation is very much an indication that they're rattled because they don't know how to get the water going. Mr. Devashar, you'll have to unmute yourself.
You're very right on both counts. I don't think so. Asim Munir has that imagination to be able to comprehend what India could do. He didn't. He thought that, India's reaction would be like after Uri or after Pulwama, a military engagement. It'll de-escalate very quickly, and you'll be back to business as usual. He did not anticipate that India would actually go down and hold the Indus Water Treaty in Wales, which is Pakistan's lifeline, because it is dependent on only one river system, the Indus. It does not have another Indus river or any other river system. So, his limited imagination. And second, one thing about the ceasefire violation, which I'm happy about, is that the US would now realize, and President Trump and Secretary of State Rubio will realize how untrustworthy Pakistan is and what a duplicitous game they play all the time. That having put out his political capital on the line, President Trump suddenly has got egg on his face because within 2 hours, the agreement was violated. So to that extent, I think Pakistan and Asim Munir are going to suffer enormous by what they have done as far as the US is concerned. And third, even if you have the agreement and the agreement gets restored on Monday when the two DGMOs are supposed to meet, nothing is said about the non-kinetic actions that India has taken. Especially nothing is said about the holding in the Indus Water Treaty in abeyance. And there I think India will tighten the screws and say, we want to renegotiate the treaty before it can be restored in its existing form.
All right. In fact, stay with me, gentlemen. We are getting in some breaking inputs. More reactions now coming in from Pakistan as Pakistan continues to deny their involvement in the ceasefire violation that has taken place. There is no question of a ceasefire violation from our side. This is what Pakistan's Information Minister Ataullah Tarar has gone on to say. Remember, this is the same minister who had gone on to question India's Operation Synindhur when we had targeted their terror camps. He had gone on to lie blatantly, saying that India had targeted civilians, and the fact of the matter was that India had in fact targeted all of those terror infrastructure that were present in those 9 locations. And now another lie coming in from Ataullah Tarar, who is the Information Minister, saying that Pakistan has had no involvement